I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm
Canelo, are you ready?
¿Está preparado?
I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy.
He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
You know my level. And you will see. Because I'm gonna fuck out everybody.
You know, I mean, I would love to fight Canelo. I would love to show the world that I'm the best.
I want to get Canelo out here to Houston.
Oh, Canelo, where your cojones at? Let's get it.
Payday, payday. You want payday. I know that. Man, you fight with nobody.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listos, pelos, chingazos.
He smacked the shit out of Canelo in
Get
person.
the fuck out of here, man. Please. I'm gonna knock out this guy. Mira, en este momento puedo hacer lo que yo quiera, ¿no?
Saul Canelo Alvarez.
SDS Promotions.
That's funny? You think that's funny?
A little bit.
Canelo, are you ready?
¿Está preparado?
I was born ready.
What up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. TGIF, thank God it's Friday, but every day is Friday when you are talking boxing. So we're here today to discuss Canelo back in the news, not doing his fans any favors, making us look bad out here, you know, putting more ridiculous reasons why he doesn't want to fight David Benavidez. It's starting to feel personal. It's starting to feel like he has something personally against Benvidez, specifically with these last two quotes that we're going to be discussing, just because he's willing to fight Bivol at 75, but he's not willing to fight David. There's got to be something there. You know, there has to be more than his father being disrespectful or him fearing David can beat him. It's starting to feel like he doesn't want David to make money with him, kind of how he treated Andre. It's really not explainable anymore. Again, these latest quotes, they just don't make sense to me. The criticism, I think we can do without, especially if we're not going to fight him. But Canelo goes on to say this, and obviously this was reported on the Pound for Pound show. As you can see, Canelo Alvarez has blasted David Benavidez's lightweight debut win versus Alexander Gvozdyk. Now, before we get into what he said, let's remember that we didn't think David looked the greatest either. You know, we certainly wanted him to do a little bit better than what he did. We wanted him to continue his dominance and get a knockout. That didn't happen. But, I quote, I think that's his weight class, 175 pounds. And you can see he's very different. He can't do nothing with the fighter who retired in 2019. It's different when you're in your weight class and fighting with guys in your weight. So, again, if he looks so mediocre, why not beat him? If you're interested in facing Dimitri Bivol, what's wrong with facing David Benavidez? If Bivol's a better fighter and David's debut was crappy, well, then it shouldn't be a big deal to beat David. Bivol's the tougher fight. I just think that he's starting to look like a liar, and maybe even confused. He doesn't know himself, what he wants. And I don't think that he believes himself that he can beat David at this point. Like, it's just too many excuses, you know. And this is my issue with you guys when the shoe's on the other foot and it's your favorite fighter that's doing the bullshit. You got to call him on it. And you guys refuse to. You know, you find excuses, but how do you need $200 million for an easy fight? How do you need $200 million for a guy that didn't look good in his quote-unquote natural weight class, and he couldn't even beat a fighter that was retired from 2019? Like, if it's so easy, do it. If it's so easy, do it. You got your fans out here calling in and making excuses for you, taking shots at David, all because you refuse to say those simple words, I will fight him. Oh, he brings nothing to the table, but I won't fight him. Oh, he's only 25 pounds of weight, but I need $200 million on fight night. Oh, he didn't even look good in his own division, but I won't fight him. I mean, it's getting wild. It's getting wild, bro. Like, are we going to need a government official to do what they did for Hagler? Like, is somebody going to have to call Al and be like, yo, give Benavidez the fight like they did Bob for Hagler? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro? Boxing is always broken. You know, I got my days where I back Canelo, but like, bro, we learned in elementary, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. That way you don't get no stray bullets, but you out here criticizing. And if you're going to critique him, beat him. If you see flaws, show us in the ring. Don't tell us outside the ring that he looks mediocre and that he's not good. Show us why he's not good. Show us that you can beat him, that he doesn't belong at 75, that he was only a weight bully at 68. Fight him at 75 then. Mr. He looks mediocre at 75. I don't know, man. It's getting pretty lame. Now, again, this doesn't take away from the fact that, you know, there is that theory that we brought up yesterday that it could be a strange possibility that this is all Al Heyman withholding this fight from Benavidez to keep the Canelo Alvarez carrot dangling in front of Prime Video so they can keep getting the dates and, you know, the favor that they need for the rest of the company to survive. But even that sounds far-fetched when you factor in everything that Canelo has said. It's like, bro, you talking too much for a guy that doesn't want to fight David. You sound like a guy that thinks he can beat David, but then you move like a guy that doesn't think he can beat David. So it's confusing to us fans. I'm a fan of you. But in one sentence, you could beat him and he brings nothing to the table. Then in another sentence, he brings 25 pounds to the table and you need $200 million. But then in another sentence, he ain't look good at 75 and he can't beat a retired fighter. I mean, bro, you got me confused. Which one is it? Can you beat him? Is he not good? Is he too good? Is he too heavy? Like, what the fuck, bro? It's getting pretty lame, though. It's getting pretty lame. You know, again, I would prefer, as a fan of Canelo, for him not to say nothing. Like, you keep saying shit as if you could beat him, but you won't fight him. And you asking for ridiculous amounts of money, making us look bad. Just shut up. I'm focused on my fight. Stop asking me questions about David. Like, come on, man. Get it together. This shit do not look good. You not helping us. As fans of Canelo, you ain't giving us ammunition. You giving us more shit to fucking make fake excuses about. Like, get it together, bro. He's getting carried away at this point, you know? If you're not going to give us the fight, don't say nothing at all, man. Stop making it look like the dude's an easy lick, but you don't want the lick. Shit is weird. He's a victim, but you don't want to make him one. Show us. Counterpunch Malcolm. Give me a sec. Looks like we got to reconnect Discord.
Yup.
Yeah, we hear you. We hear you, Malcolm. All right, he dropped off. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Right now we're at 230,725. So we need about another 300 subscribers to get to that next goal of 231,000. And then it's on to the next one for sure. So if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do so. Malcolm, what's up?
You got me now?
Yep.
Top of the morning, man. Shout out TBV, man. Everybody hit that like, share, retweet. Y'all already know. Real quick, quick question. Are you gonna end up doing a show on the Shakur matchroom situation? That's what I was actually expecting today.
I mean, I didn't really think we needed a show. I feel like we talked about Shakur San in the matchroom. We knew and we said everything we were gonna say. Like, what's new?
Okay, no, that's fair. It's just, I seen the topic. I was like, oh shit, and I completely forgot. So, in terms of the topic, man, Canelo just needs to stop talking about David. David needs to stop talking about Canelo if they're not gonna fight. I could have swore there was an interview from a couple of weeks back where he said that David was a dangerous fighter, and this was after his last fight, where he was saying he's a dangerous fighter, and he gave him all this respect, and he said he brings nothing but 25 pounds to the table, and, now you're just saying that the guy isn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, he looked pretty mediocre, man. If anybody knows, if you really feel like you can beat somebody and it's easy money, you're going to take the fight. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, if you're going to, it's like racing somebody or playing a fucking kid in a video game for some bread. Like, if I know I could beat you, I'm going to do it. So, it's not really making too much sense to me. It's just kind of like, the energy with this is kind of similar to, you see what you be saying with CYP and G Vaughn, and they start throwing shade at them, where we're just like, yo, if y'all not going to fight, just stop. You know what I'm saying? Just stop with the comments and calling in and just going at each other. It's kind of like that. So I don't really know what Canelo's problem is, and saying that he'll just take the Bivol fight. The only defense that I can think of what somebody will say is that he wants to avenge that loss. And I couldn't find any records though to counter that on how much weight Bivol hydrates up to, on fight night. Because I know when he fought Canelo, I think he claimed that he went up to like 180 something, so it wasn't like 20 something pounds. But yeah, it's just scary energy from Canelo, man. I don't really know, man. It's like Canelo kind of delayed the fight all these years when it was pretty much the biggest fight that we could have got out of him. And, David pulled the bullshit later when he just decided to stay at 175 because he just felt like he couldn't force him to fight him. So, yeah, I don't really want to hear from either guy just talking shit unless they're going to really fight each other and there's, like, negotiations on the table. That's really all I got to say, man. Shout out to you, Ness. Shout out to the Boxing Boys.
I'm with you, man. Somehow we're going to get some radicals, you see, because they say, no, you're a Canelo fanboy, Ness, but I'm tired. I'm tired of him talking shit about David and not wanting to fight him. Like, just shut up at this point. But you're going to get these people that are still going to find a way to make an excuse and say, well, He's saying he wants to fight Bivol, but you're not saying that. He's saying if Bivol beats Better Beef. So it means something, Ness. Plus, it's a get back. I mean, what does David have to offer? I mean, maybe Canelo could get his fucking balls back if he fights David. Right now, the man's been fucking spayed, neutered, whatever you call it. They took his nuts, bro. Dude out here, you know, again, I would not feel this way if you're not constantly talking. Like the last time I defended you, like, oh, he brings 25 pounds to the table. I'm like, okay, my man thinks he's too big for him. Now, you go back on that and you out here saying that he looked mediocre and that he couldn't be your sparring partner. So get in there and show us. You keep talking about the dude. And you the A-side, right? So these people that are asking the question, I don't want to talk about them. I mean, we've seen people do this before. I can't pinpoint who exactly, but we've seen fighters specifically be like, I'm not answering no questions about that dude. Or I'm focused on this fight. We'll talk about that later. Like, he refuses to do that. You giving, you know, you adding fuel to the fire by telling us he's not good. He brings nothing. So then beat him. Because it's getting tiresome, I swear. I mean, even as a fan, it's pretty lame. Again, it's just, Jesus Christ, let it go. If you ain't fucking with him, don't talk about him. DC3, $2. Canelo Sicario's going to call in making excuses today. Duck emoji. No, you can bet that. You can certainly bet that. Oh, my bad, fellas. I will restart Discord. I don't know why it's always like that. CYP, what up?
Yo, yeah, let's get this established quickly before it get crazy. Guys, check did retire in 2019, but he fought 3 times in 2023. 3 times in 2023 before he fought David. So don't give me that bullshit about, oh, he had 2019 he retired. Like, dude, you know he came back and fought 3 goddamn times before he fought David in 1 year. We complain about fighters not fighting. Guys, check fought 3 times in 1 year. Let's cut the bullshit. But hey, y'all remember he fought Charlo. Charlo was 1.5 years off with a hand injury. Hey, y'all remember he was going to fight Big Charlo, who hadn't fought in 2+ years. Y'all remember that? He was going to fight Big Charlo, who hadn't fought in 2+ years at all. Y'all remember that? Yeah. So all the dudes who go call in, remember, CYP is on the case, and I'm on your ass. So you call in with that bullshit, H-Town, G-Von, whoever, Joker. I love you, Joker, but you going to do it. I'm on your ass today. It's either going to be a great show or y'all motherfuckers just have to admit the truth. Finally. I don't understand this. You constantly watching a man's every single move, but he ain't good enough for you to watch. But you keep watching his every single move. This is what you want to do. You want to go check the computer and see who he fought, when was the last time the dude fought, the height and age and weight of the dude. Oh, yeah, but he ain't worth fighting, though. But you ain't get no credit for beating him. He's too heavy, though. Man, get your ass out of here. You sound like somebody in the community. CYP out.
Nah, and then look at this. Look at this video. I almost forgot to show y'all this. I mean, he's pathetic, bro. The lies are starting to pile on top of him, and he's not looking like the man that we thought he was. It's just the truth, you know?
I think it's made you more of a global superstar. But, you know, obviously September 14th is coming up, man.
Let me give you some backstory. So this is, I believe, Cejudo or one of those MMA dudes. I don't know neither of these dudes. The other dude, I don't know him either. But I did see an earlier clip from him, and I guess he thought he could get a welterweight fight with Canelo once upon a time. The other guy I met personally, though, you know, we were supposed to do a show together. I forgot. I think it's Cejudo or something. The point is, he's going to ask Canelo how this Berlanga fight came about. So that's what I want you to focus on. Canelo's ridiculous excuse that is clearly a fucking blatant lie. Okay?
Man, you know, you got the beautiful rivalry between Mexico and Puerto Rico. Obviously, we go back all the way from Macho Camacho to Julio Cesar Chavez. I know probably don't want to hear his name, but Oscar De La Hoya versus Trinidad. You have all this, but why is it that you have chosen a guy like Edgar Berlanga? Was it because of the rivalry of?
Now look at how smart my man was, the way he preferenced that question. You know, he gave you all the great Puerto Rico-Mexico rivalries before and then poo-pooed on Canelo and said, but why did you choose Edgar? So check how he answers this. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying. If this is your answer, why you ain't answer like this for anyone else?
The country versus country, or was it something about this guy that you saw? It's like, you know what? I want to give this guy an opportunity.
You know, I was in my vacation, and Eddie, my trainer and manager, and Luis de Cubas and Old Hyman, they call me and say, we have this fight, and I say, you know, I don't care. I don't give a fuck what fight is coming.
I think it's...
You see what I'm saying? Why is he lying? I don't care. I don't give a fight what's coming. When we just showed the article yesterday that he did care, and when Al tried to put David on there, we all know that he was about to get out his contract and threaten to sue. And yes, I was part of Canelo being within his right to sue when you give him names on a contract. Absolutely. That's Al Heyman's mistake. That's not Canelo's mistake. If you're going to pay me $1 million to knock this wall down, I'm knocking that one fucking wall down. If you want an extra wall, we got to renegotiate. I don't give a fuck how generous you was on the first negotiations. I'm not about to knock another wall down just because you gave me $1 million. We agreed $1 million to knock that wall down. So I get where Canelo was threatening to walk, sue, whatever. That's Al's mistake. Like I said before in an earlier short, Al is the one fucking this up for David. But again, because he's so great, Al Heyman that is, I'm starting to think about the theory that now this is the third time bringing it up. Is this just all a ploy? Is Canelo a puppet in Al Heyman's greater game, long game of Prime Video? And does he need Canelo to continue to secure Prime Video dates? Because Canelo's moving weird. And again, you telling us Louis the Cubas calls you on a three-way with Al Heyman and Eddie Reynoso, and they say, this is what we got. So again, that fits my theory of Al not giving you the Benavidez fight because he don't want you to lose because he needs you to keep bringing in prime dates. But it also fits the theory of if they going to call you with a name and you going to say, I don't give a fuck, I fight anybody, why'd you give a fuck when it was David? Why do you care so much when it's David? So again, it's just very hard to believe the shit that's coming out his mouth. He's not moving right. It's not adding up. You know, if Al, who's been gone, called you to give you the Berlanga fight and you didn't care, why do you care for other names? Tell us the truth, bruh. Like, we just want the truth. You know, and I tried to ride with him because he said David was too big, but now you're not saying he's too big. You're saying he sucks. You're saying he ain't good. So beat the big dude that's not good. Don't we call that big for nothing? Beat the big for nothing motherfucker then. But you can't. You fearful. Something is up, bro. And I'm not liking the way my boy's moving. I've been riding with Canelo for a long time. But I've also been on this side of the street. He was moving like this when Vanez Martirosyan was like the silver or the interim or some shit. He ended up fighting Matthew fucking Hatton for the belt. Never fought Martirosyan. You know, gets elevated. I mean, he always got some strategic shit. And I'm not mad at you. You feel me? Like, if I was in position to, you know, get favor, I guess I would too. But I wouldn't be talking like I'm not getting favor. I wouldn't be talking like I take any fight. I don't care. Give me whoever. Like, stop lying. You cared when he put David in the contract. So I don't get this video of how you claim to have chosen Berlanga, man. Like, cut the shit, bro. Tanke, what up?
What up, bro? Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, I mean, you said something earlier where you said you're a fan of him, but you're getting upset because you know he's doing a lot of talking. Now you know why I dislike the Benavidez camp. Because if you want to talk about talkers, man, that dude's dad is one of the worst. I've been following this dude prior to his Chiron fight, way prior to that. I was a fan. But you want to talk about motherfuckers that move like snakes and like roaches, that's them. You know? Fucking David's daddy right after the Vosdick. Because I know you're not his channel, bro. This motherfucker goes to this Mexican channel immediately after every fight and gives about an hour interview. But y'all don't tap in because y'all don't speak Spanish like that. So y'all just follow the English shit. This man came out and said, David was about 6 days out, not about to take the fight, but he wanted to take it just to prove that he's a warrior. He's like, I don't want to make it sound like an excuse, but outside of that hand he was injured, his other hand was injured. The cut, the two hands, and then he's like, and then just to let it all out, he twisted his toe in sparring. He was 50% in the Vosdick fight. Like, who does that shit, Ness? Who makes excuses after wins, Ness? What kind of people do that? Can you answer that?
People that weren't happy with their performance.
I think bitches make those excuses after a win, especially when you add up more shit. And then his father again said, the guy asked him, are you planning to stay at 65 or 78? And he says, we're planning on staying on 68. And not the light heavyweight division. And then he tells him, would you like a fight with Munguia? And he says, no, Munguia is too easy. We'll beat the shit out of him. But you know what? We'll take a fight with him. Billy, he comes to fight. We'll love to take that. We're going to get into talks to see if we can make that fight. What happens? He asks for extensions, never stays in that division, and never gets the call to fight him, Billy. Who does shit like that? Nothing but bitches that you don't want to talk a lot, bro. That's why I'm not a fucking fan of them no more. Because all they do is talk, and don't do a fucking thing. You were mad because they didn't press the issue with the WBC to make Canelo look like an actual duck. Who does that, Ness? How are you going to go and talk all this bullshit and not press the issue, bro? When you can to prove a point, but you don't do it and move up. And still want to mention this fucking midget's name despite you being at 75. That's bitch-made talk, bro. I can't follow humans like that. That's whack. Especially when you're just starting your career. Bro, that's a turnoff. I can't follow humans like that. That's bitch-made work, bro. You motherfuckers said, well, David's a Mexican because his dad is a Mexican. Well, David's dad is a bitch, and that makes David a bitch, too. Fuck them, bro. They're weird.
That was the bell. Well, damn. Buenos dias, el rey, Amin.
Hey, buenos dias, Skipper. How you feeling, man?
Chilling, bro. Chilling, man. Shit just got violent with Baby Joker.
Yeah. I heard you calling out Canelo, you know what I'm saying? And people don't respect your ability to be objective, you know. And I've said that time and time again. I think, fine. I get the part. See, the part I'm getting at is when people say Canelo earned the right to do this and that. Sure, I get that. But I think I look at it from the thing of prize fighting. I don't know if I'm as mad at him as you are.
Oh.
Because I expect this. So when I talk about the streets of boxing, prize fighting aspect, when guys are fighting at catch weights, and I know there's some distinction as to how long he fought at a catch weight, but Canelo was on his 155 shit for a minute, whether it's two, whatever it was. He's created different lanes, and when you create different lanes and opportunities for yourself, you tend to feel like you can do what you want to do. Is it justified? No. Is it good for public perception? No. So while we will all agree with the Benavidez fight, biggest duck, he's made all the excuses. I don't care what he said in Spanish language on another channel. He ain't saying it loud enough. So that's just like if I whisper, yo, I don't really fuck with Ness. Did I really say it if I'm whispering it? Like, that shit don't matter. It don't matter where he said it. He's not saying that he was willing to take this fight when it was offered to him. It was too much speculation about who offered the contract. I don't trust Samson neither. I can't even get him to get Clara Luscorat from Argentina out of witness protection to fight Jasmine Arteaga. I'm not making no excuses, but I'm saying this is what you get when you get the streets of boxing, prize fighting, catch weights, and all that shit. So Bivol is the biggest fight at 175 for him. No, of course not. But the people that's already bought into it, they're gonna believe that. Do I want to? I want to see him. I would love to see him fight both, and that's the one thing I do know. I don't know what his price is or whether how much cojones he got. But if and when he does fight, the nigga do fight. So I will give him that. When he's across from his opponent, Canelo always performs to the level. So how he gets those opponents, yeah, it's always been some sort of confusion. But that's what you get with prize fighting. It's never been straightforward. If it's about belts, we can look at mandatories. We can look at who's next, purse bids, whatever. But when it comes to that prize fighting street shit that Canelo do, all rules is off. So whether it's Berlanga, no matter who it is, I'm not saying accept it. But you got to know how the streets is rolling. You don't accept it, though.
I just rather him shut up. Like, you ain't going to fight the dude. Stop talking about him. That's like me consistently saying, bro, Rhymes is trash. Can't rap. But everybody's trying to set up a battle rap with me and you, and I'm saying no. Like, how it just don't make sense anymore. You can't call someone less than and not prove that they are. Especially when there's a boatload of money they trying to get you to do. They want you to prove that he's a bum. He just looking bad, bro. I hope it's a long game from Al. Like I said, the theory of Al using him as a pawn or him being intelligent enough to say, I'm going to stall it out. I'm going to make them give me the most amount. Hopefully this is all negotiations to get Turkey to really open up, the prince's fucking, safe over there and get the real money out. Because if it's not that, this looks bad, bro, and it looks corny.
And that's where I don't know how bad it looks when you can kind of expect. To me, I'm not saying I expect him to duck David Benavidez. What I'm saying is I'm expecting Canelo to pull some A-side slut talk. I'm expecting Canelo to pull some I don't have to fight the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like so if that's he ain't fight David Benavidez the same way he ain't fight Boo Boo. And no matter what you think of Boo Boo, if the guy ain't shit, smash him. If he ain't shit, smash him. 2 guys in a row.
But Boo Boo didn't have this public demand. Boo Boo didn't get this outcry. Like, bro, there's people that really want this fight. There was people that was like saying, no, I don't want Boo Boo.
But remember, we got one of the greatest sound bites that aged very well. Payday. You want a payday? Yeah. I think there was a lot of public outcry and interest in that fight simply because people said, well, if the guy ain't, if he's the 40-year-old prospect, well, why doesn't Canelo, who we seen get busy, get this guy up out of here? And he didn't.
Exactly. That's my issue with all of these new quotes. Bro, if he's not good, beat him. Or shut up, please. Please.
You know what that is? Yo, she a hoe. Did you fuck her? No. But she a hoe.
Yeah, my man's told me he ran through it. It's like, bro, get the hell up out of here, man. I don't know, man. Canelo moving weird. But G-Von, what it do?
Good morning, TBV. Another beautiful
days.
day in boxing, man. Hey, man, you got your theories. I got my theories, and I'm going to stand on mine. It is what it is. I have a black mother who told me that stereotypes exist for a reason. I have a Mexican father that told me that Mexicans are each other's worst enemies. And I got America that told me they only care about money. So I call it down the middle. You understand? And people don't like that. It is what it is. Free David. He's being oppressed by Al Heyman because he's not a black fighter. You get what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's either that, and Ness, I know you're gonna disagree. I know other people are gonna disagree, but I know you're not gonna call it out. But if you pay attention, this is what's going on. Primarily your audience are these PBC gangbangers. This is what they call themselves, PBC gangbangers.
Javon,
All this
quick
dumb
question,
shit.
brother. What
You know what
about
I mean?
Vito Malinicki? How do you explain Vito Malinicki?
Hey, look, let me just get my shit off because I'm not gonna be just sending all these counters to say a bunch of same shit. This is the same shit. It is what it is. Look, this is just my theory, right? And my theories tend to be based off of pure evidence, research. It is what it is. But look, man, your audience is primarily PBC gangbangers, right? And Ness, I know you don't want to piss them off because this channel is like 2 steps away from being a secondary LDBC channel. It is what it is, man. But at the end of the day, either David is in on some bigger plan where this is all they just keep talking about each other to pump up the fight and make it a huge mega fight bigger than what it already is. Either that or David's just a bitch because David's not saying shit about Al Heyman, right? But if you guys remember, it was what, a couple years ago now, their contract was about to be up with Al. They were complaining about not getting big fights, about not getting this, not getting that. And then a week later, they said we re-signed with Al Heyman. Got Plant, Morrell, Charlo, all these people in the deal, which makes no sense. So, I don't know, man. David's either in on it, and that's why he don't call out Al Heyman, or he's just a bitch and just don't care that a man is eating food right in front of his face, eating food in front of his kid's face, and saying, "Too bad you can't get none of this." You know what I mean? You're not one of my favorite black fighters. You're not a Charlo who's a weight class below Canelo. You're not a Charlo who's 2 weight classes below Canelo. You're not a Spence who's 3 weight classes below Canelo. You know what I mean? But Al and Canelo making money together. David just watching from the sidelines. Nasty work, really. Disgusting. But now Canelo's in the driver's seat, able to do whatever the fuck he wants, and people mad at it. We're going to see Bivol, Canelo rematch at 175. And I believe Canelo's going to fight David at 175.
Feel like it's your time,
I'm calling it now.
but it's not your
Thank
time.
you, sir.
Yo, let me just say this right quick. I respect Javon's call, but I got news. Go ahead.
Don't forget what you want to say at this moment, but I want you to double back to the veto thing because you was trying to make a point to him that he didn't want to hear, but I wanted to hear.
I mean, not his favorite fight. I think Vito Malinicki has been treated as favorably, if not more than any other fighter on PBC. So, making it about race and color is a little bit naive, and that's what the larger point was. So I'm gonna take it there, then I'm gonna bring it back to Vito. What I know and I understand from my travels, you know what I'm saying? Racism, and everybody has their prejudices, but racism is a tool of the stupid. Respectfully, classism is where it's at. You really want to divide motherfuckers, put some money and see how things are separated. So I haven't really been foolish enough to really fall into the racism trap, although I know it exists. That being said, the black fighters are being treated better at PBC. Yo, everybody's begging for a fight over there. That shit don't make no sense. And then I'll add back to the Vito Malinicki point. Vito Malinicki was getting hometown fights in Newark, New Jersey, and he ain't even from Newark, based on his relationship with Al Heyman. And Vito Sr. came on here and talked about those lovely handshake deals. So it's lots of guys that benefit. Morrell benefited from being put up in Minnesota. It's more Hmong and fucking Liberians in Minnesota than it is Cubans. Yet David Morrell was given the opportunity to shine at the Armory in Minnesota. So when you just make it about the blacks, you sound like Bob Arum, you sound like Tio, and you just don't sound worldly, my friend. You just sound like you've been locked up in the California prison system where everything is about blacks and Mexicans and whites, man. You got to expand your mind. Travel a little bit, brother.
All right. We got Ahmed. What up?
Yes, man. How's it going?
How's it going, brother?
No, not too bad, man. Regarding Benavidez, I think that caller is going extremely over the top because Benavidez has got a manager in Samson, and when I spoke to Benavidez a couple of years ago, asking about if he was willing to leave PBC, He was saying back then that he's not gonna do that because all the top super middleweights or fighters were at PBC. So why would he start attacking Al-Haim? That I don't know. That just doesn't make sense. Is he one of Heyman's favorites? I don't think he is. I think Santa Cruz and some of these other fighters were probably more favored by Heyman. But like I don't know who else really goes and starts attacking their own manager or whatever members of his team like that. I don't think he's gonna help. But I think Canelo's just calling the shots, and I think at this moment Al Heyman is on PBC are just gonna let Canelo dictate terms because if they want a new deal or if they want Amazon to renew whatever deal they have, they're gonna need guys like Canelo at the PBC because apart from Canelo, maybe Gervonta Tank Davis, who else is really a pay-per-view draw? Like, can you genuinely say anyone else is a PBC draw at the PBC, a pay-per-view draw at the PBC? Like, would you say that's true, or do you think Spence you could say is maybe a pay-per-view fighter as well?
I mean, maybe Spence is still a draw, right?
Yeah, but he hasn't fought for a while, and I don't know if he doesn't fight Crawford. Do you reckon he could do good numbers without like a Crawford rematch? Because I don't know who else he could actually. Maybe
Hey,
Virgil
Turkey.
Ortiz.
I know it's you, Turkey. Let me help you out. Yesterday we said we would love Spence and Thurman to roll that fight out. So if you talking to the Prince and you got him to crack the bag open, let him know. TBV is sending word PBC can set that fight up.
I wouldn't mind seeing that, but I think Spencer ruled that fight down. They could have fought the year before when Crawford was fighting David Avanesian.
Yeah.
I thought Thurman and Spence were going to fight. I don't blame Spence too much because Thurman should have made that fight after he beat Danny and Spence beat Brock. That time they could have had a 3-belt unification, but I don't think that's going to happen. But that would be probably still a big fight. I don't know how many numbers it do, but I think a Crawford-Spence rematch, if they could both get, like, say, a couple more titles at 154 and it's undisputed, that would, I think, sell. But I don't know. Outside that, maybe Virgil Ortiz. But that's all I got. Thanks for taking my call, Ness.
All right.
Ness, you ain't even peeped that.
What?
That was Turkey calling.
Yeah, I wish. That's a mad.
Nah, listen, you ain't hear when I said yo Turkey. Don't worry about it. I got you. He didn't say nah. He was like, oh, okay.
I wish, bro. Turk, man, he need the, you know. Bring us on, bro. Bring us on. Tommy. Is this Tommy in Florida? Got a Twitter?
Tell us what's good this morning, Tommy.
What up, y'all got me?
Yes, sir.
My bad, Ness, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, shout out to TVV. I've been trying to call for a few days, but I just want to call. I guess this dude keep running this narrative the last couple of days. I've been listening about Al Heyman not fucking with, I guess, Hispanic and Mexican fighters or whatever. So, I mean, he keep taking this one guy, I guess he like, and David Benavidez, who we all like, and that we all want to see fight Canelo. He trying to take that one dude and try to act like this black guy that's running this company.
Tommy done got a call in the middle of his call.
Tommy was
cooking. I ain't getting no call. You can hear me?
I hear you now.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
I don't know. The shit keep the microphone to go off. But anyways, you mad because this one guy, this one Mexican you like is not getting the fight that we all want to see, and you trying to act like the black guy in control don't like Mexicans because of it. So my whole thing is, man, bro, you know, I don't know why he keep running that narrative. I guess he just hating or whatever the hell, but it's this dude that I'm a fan of. I've been a fan of for a year named Leo Santa Cruz. That's a Mexican, right? Didn't he name his son after Al Heyman? Right? Like, does he not? I don't know who the hell the dude is, but do he not know that? So obviously, this Mexican and Leo Santa Cruz, Al did him so good, made his life for him and his family so much better, he named his son after him. But you want to be on this show trying to act like that black guy that owns that boxing company don't like Mexicans. Like, what the, bro? Come on, man. So, I mean, you know, I heard, I don't know who it was yesterday or the day before. I heard CYP go at him a little bit too, but I don't know that dude. Yeah, we all want to see the fight, bro. Whoever you is, but they try to act like the. I guess you want to say the nigga who run the show, who run that company, don't like Mexicans. I guess that's your take. That ain't accurate, bro. You tripping. But yeah, I've been trying to call him for a few days, and I don't know what's wrong with my phone and blog talk or whatever. But off topic, I've been trying to call him for a while. I got Tank beating Shakur just to catch up on something. Nobody ever really calls in and tells me why they think Shakur, other than the defense and his mastering distance. Like if that's your reasoning why you think Shakur can beat Tank, I mean that's cool. Everybody got their opinion, but footwork, speed, power, IQ, that's why I think Tank can beat Shakur. The last person to beat Shakur was a southpaw, just like Tank, with speed, just like Tank. And, you know, I guess he got a little power down there at 26, you know, Robisi. But yeah, that's my take on that, just trying to catch up on some stuff. But yeah, Ned, that'll be my call, man. Shout out TVV.
All right, Tommy, appreciate you calling in.
You may feel like it's your time.
Who this, Rocky?
But it's not your time.
We gonna stay in Florida. I think this might be Rocky in the 954. Nope, Kevin in the 954. Hailing from Fort Lauderdale, coming out of Tennessee. What up, champ?
What's up? How you doing?
All good, and yourself?
I'm doing good. I was calling in about the Canelo part. I was just wanting to know a little theory. Do you feel like they're trying to finally sell the fight now?
I don't know that they selling
Canelo
it.
Finally talk about.
I don't know that they selling it. Because Canelo's asked these questions, right? It's not like he out here talking about David. They keep asking him about David because we all want the fight.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right then, because that was what I was thinking, that they might be trying to sell the fight finally. But then also, I remember one time I saw an interview where David was talking about he wanted to become undisputed and then fight Canelo. Do you think that they finally feel like they're probably going to fight at 175, not 168?
Only way that happens is if he beats Better Beef Bivol winner before Canelo, and that's the thing. If Bivol beats Better Beef, he's gonna take the Canelo fight. That's a bigger fight. The only way it don't happen is if Turkey Al-Sheikh is offering the winner more money to stay and fight David versus fighting the bigger fight in Canelo.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I was thinking about the same thing. Because I was saying, because that do make sense. But like you said, Bivol is on Turkey side, and Turkey and Canelo is beefing right now. When you feel like David could get the fight first then, or would you feel like Bivol is going to cross? Because like you said, Bivol beat Canelo the last time, and he ain't gained no popularity from it. Basically, everybody was scared to fight him afterwards. He couldn't get no big fights. So would you think he'll try to double back and cross Turkey and fight Canelo when he get a big payday, but then it's like he back in the same situation if he beat him? Where he could get blackballed a little bit.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't think anybody crossing Turkey, man. I don't know. Did you see Shakur's latest quotes? I don't think anybody want to cross him.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So that's what I was saying. Maybe David can get the fight before Canelo, because then now he'll have some power where he can probably, if Canelo wanted to be undisputed twice, he might have to come and finally fight David. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't know. It is kind of weird how Canelo is. If he is running, it seems like he's kind of scared, but I don't think he's scared. I just think, at first I thought it was a money situation, because I thought David, from his pay-per-views, wasn't good enough for Canelo to say, this is worth fighting somebody who's this hard, who's not bringing enough fan base to it. But now I kind of changed my mind. I'm like, okay, if he finally talking about David in a way where he might want to fight him for the money, but then it's like a weird situation because, like you said, David did when he fought Boo, didn't he only do like less than 100,000? And then now he's gonna be another paper. He's gonna be on the court with Spence maybe. So I'm just trying to figure out like, is it worth the money or the squeeze
You
for
may
Canelo
feel like
right
it's
now?
your time,
Oh my bad.
but it's not your time.
I appreciate the call.
Real quick, let me get to Donkey of the Day. Shout out to Chris Mannix, Donkey of the Day, who went on Twitter to report that Brian Norman Sr. was on social media talking about his son's fight instead of being an adult man and simply saying Brian Norman Sr. was on the Boxing Voice talking
to
about.
be fair, Brian did go on social media, and I don't know if you've seen the post in our pre-pro. I think one of our own was like, "Yo, who's Brian Norman towing?" And I'm like, "That's Brian Norman Sr. That's his." So he did post on his own social media. Yo, I think he posted something like, "Yo, Gerard Ennis, your team gave you fucked up information. We ain't turned no motherfucking fight down." But speaking of the Normans, I am trying to get the son on immediately for today's show. So, yeah, hopefully that goes down. Jay Billy.
He's still a donkey for his scorecards. Go ahead, Jay Billy.
Hey, yo, Ness, you got me? Hot audio.
Yeah, straight.
Yes, sir. Shout out to panel putting in that mofo work. Shout out to community. Ness, I know you got to do the whole thing for the show, but surely you don't believe that Canelo is avoiding or ducking David, right?
My dude, what in the fuck? Are you not hearing? Like, what is all this? Like, how, if you're not avoiding him, like, why you need 200 million for a dude you claiming is an easy fight now?
Okay, so first of all, let's break it down. Ness, did he not already say he's gonna fight David?
No, he didn't. He just
yes, he did. Yes, he did. He's already okay. I'm gonna let you talk for a few seconds.
Yes, please, because you're obviously going off old information. That's why. This is what I'm saying. You guys don't know how to separate every day from every day. Like, today is a new day, Jay Billy, and yesterday was also a new day. And yesterday he said the only fight he's fighting at 75 is Bivol. That means there is no Benavidez, because already at 68 he said he brings 25 pounds to the table. So if you ain't fighting him at 68 because he weighs 25 pounds more on fight night, and you're not fighting him at 75 because you only fighting Bivol, you're not fighting him, Jay Billy.
All right, Ness, so this is what I'm saying. He already said he's going to take the fight. All this is promotion. What is David doing? So we both supposed to be quiet? One of us got to talk about the fight. Canelo's just, bro, you have to trust him as a businessman. Is he not the cash cow? Does he not make the most bread in this business? So you just got to trust him when it comes to this.
Jay Billy,
you're not selling the fight, Ness.
Your confidence in trusting him, right, can lead you down the road of never getting the fight. You can be believing that confidence is him gonna give us the fight, and in fact,
Ness,
it's him not.
When's the last time he said he was gonna take a fight and he didn't?
Bivol rematch.
No. Let's not do that. We know he wanted Bivol. He wanted Bivol to come down to 68. Did he not?
My brother.
Oh no, he wanted. It's either he wanted to stay at 75 or he wanted him to come down to 68.
My brother, listen to me. Again, you have to separate yourself from each day. Bivol offered him the rematch at 68 as the newfound A-side that beat you. He said,
What A-side? No, newfound A-side. What are you talking about?
He said, I beat you. I already gave you an opportunity at my belt. It does nothing for me. I'm willing to go down and take
Bivol's
all
not even the
your
A-side
belts.
to Better Be.
Yeah, okay. You want to talk
He's
over me?
He's not even the A-side in his next fight. What are we talking about?
You want to talk over me so that the audience don't hear the truth. So we're going to mute you for a second. Bivol told him, I beat you at 75. I offered you the opportunity at 75. Now I'll fight you at 68 for your belts. Canelo refused. And I get Canelo's logic. He's like, yo, they're going to say I weight drained him. He never fought at 68. Cool. But you refused, not Bivol. So cut the shit, bro. Good.
You
Yeah, no, you good to talk.
no. I know you did a little something so you could talk. But Ness, at the end of the day, he's never said he's gonna take a fight. He didn't take the fight. I know you believe today's a new day. All I'm gonna say is, why would he take his biggest fight now? Is he not on the tail end of his career? He's gonna wait to take his biggest fight because after he beats David and he gets that bag, they're gonna bring a bigger monster. Now it's gonna be better Beef. Then it's gonna be AJ. Nah, I control my career.
Nah, you
I don't.
sound like a true Canelo fan.
Hey, I'm
and not
just
like
going
a
off of
fan of the
history. I go
sport.
off of history. I'm not
You
going
right.
off of fantasy like
I
you.
got
I go
Brian
off of
Norman on,
history.
champ. We're gonna go ahead and let you go.
I keep on putting in that work. I'm gonna tell back.
You had a great little 5-minute call. It's the champ, Brian Norman Jr. How are you, brother?
I'm doing good, boss man. What's up?
Oh man, you coming on with the same energy your dad came on. So you still disappointed with everything that's going on in the media in terms of this potential fight not taking place?
Why they saying it won't take place?
I mean, it sounds like maybe parties have moved on.
Ain't nobody moving on from nothing. I want that fight to happen.
Absolutely. Where do you think that the communication got mixed?
Somebody lying to somebody because we accepted that fight. We still accepting that fight. And he already know about us. We ain't scared of nothing. And I ain't like all y'all other folks out here be trying to be scary and saying I ain't gonna take that fight, anything like that. I am afraid to lose my oath just like everybody else. But you wanna know what I do with mine? I train harder so I know for a fact ain't nobody beat me. I ain't losing shit over here.
Well, you sound certainly confident. You guys have shared the ring. Does the confidence come from your past
The
sparring
confidence,
sessions?
the confidence comes from me training my ass off every single last day and knowing damn well no matter how much anybody I got, how much anybody else got, I got more than them.
Now, from what we know that was revealed, you were going to go to Philadelphia. You were
And I'm still trying to do that. I'm still trying to go to Philly. Still trying to be the road warrior. Still trying to come to his own hood, kick his door down, and say, "What's up? I'm here."
I had asked your dad about that. He did sell 14,100 tickets versus, someone that isn't a world champion. This fight wasn't a unification. So this fight is bigger with you and Boots. Do you think it would be in the same arena, or does it need a bigger arena? Because he sold 14,000 alone. Now you're bringing your fan base. It's 2 titles. It's a unification. It's the welterweight division. It's a lot bigger of a spectacle for sure.
See, the thing is, you talking about the business of boxing. We not here for that. We here about throwing these things. That's all we care about. I don't care about the venue. I don't care about what city. We just trying to throw these things. That's all I care about. So forget all the money situation. Who deserve this, deserve that. It deserve to be 2 fighters in the ring.
So you just want to fight.
Ain't that why I signed up for the boxing business?
For sure. For sure. And outside of not wanting to let this fight build, like, why do you know you can beat him now?
I keep telling you, I believe in the work that I put in. Plain and simple. I'm actually trying to go to a workout right now, but this link just got sent to me, so I'm here. But I know the work I put in. I know my mindset at all times. Like I said, everybody else might be a scary motherfucker. I'm not everybody else. You feel me? I'm here to get mine.
So it's not about him. It's more about your belief in your own skills and your own work ethic. It's not like you've seen flaws in him and you think you can capitalize on certain things. It's more about yourself.
It's a great movie with I can't even remember my dude's name. But in the movie, he literally says, "I do not need to know you. You need to know me." So plain and simple, forget anybody start stepping in the ring with everything is about me. I dictate everything that goes on the ring. Why? Because I am in the ring. This is my home. This is my house. I don't care where we at. It's mine now.
Wow. I like the way it sounds, man. It sounds like you going in there and you're going to put on, one of those memorable performances that we would love to play back. The targeted date is November.
Mm-hmm.
but you also have a secondary date. Your dad said he speaks for you when he says F that date that you have potentially on the side if the Boots fight doesn't come and manifest. Is that why you're still training? Because either way, you're fighting in November?
I'm still training just because I'm B. But regarding the dates, if the Boots fight don't happen, I'm still gonna have that date.
For sure. Has anything changed in the mindset since being elevated to full champion?
No, not really. I was the full champion part didn't change my mindset at all.
Did anything change when you won that interim then? From being a contender to, becoming an interim titleist, which eventually you became full champion.
Yeah, based on how easy I won the fight, I was thinking the championship level would be so much harder, but I realized it's really not. And the reason why it's not really all that hard, not because I just woke up and I'm me. No, I woke up and put the work in. So I realized I could still put in more work than that. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I remember you telling us you run a lot. More than the normal fighters, so conditioning
I,
won't.
I do I do a lot more than that. So I make sure everything I do is one more than everybody else. That's down to the running, the strength and conditioning, the rounds in the gym. Everything I do, I like to do at least one more than you.
Now, being as though that you shared the ring with him, do you think that you and your dad can find specific sparring partners to emulate his style, or does that also not matter?
That does matter. Of course, you still got to prepare for your opponent, but all I'm gonna say is I got somebody who said they'll hit me out, a very great fighter himself. So if that fight was to happen, I got the best sparring ever to get me ready for it.
Man, I already know who that is. Come on. You sparred him before, right?
I don't know.
Because you said a great fighter. So
I don't
all
know.
you got to do is tell me you sparred him before, and then I know who you talking about.
I sparred a lot of people in the past, man. I can't even recall that.
Is this this guy helped you with help you with some of your
I
name
I can't
recognition?
recall, man. I can't
Ah,
recall.
yeah. Shout out to Bud. That's what's up.
I don't,
That's what's up. Wow.
I don't know where you getting blood from.
Man,
I
go
just said I
ahead,
got great
man.
sparring.
We all watching your face. We can see what you. It's all
I ain't
good.
say nothing.
I
I ain't say
know.
nothing.
Hey, mum's the word too. We gonna do it. We gonna get shh, shh, shh. It's all good. Man, that's actually. So, how was your time in Dallas? I spoke to your dad, and I got his take. I want to hear your take because we were sold. We were under the impression that, quote unquote, someone was gonna oversee you, and I hear that didn't happen. I hear there was no Derek James looking, and there was no sparring
That
of
never.
the Frank Martin
That,
sparring partners. You did spar one of Frank's sparring partners. That was only one time, and then it was a wrap.
I ain't never heard of nothing about me getting overseen by Derek James or supposed to be getting overseen by Derek James. My dad is my trainer, but what you said the Frank Martin sparring? He was fighting the southpaw, so they weren't trying to spar. That's understandable.
So your timing, was it short when you went out to Dallas? Did you not go? What ended up happening?
No, I went out there for a month, but I was back and forth from Vegas as well. We're just trying to spar anybody we could.
Has that been difficult? Because I also seen, I believe for that camp, you ended up back in Atlanta at Mustafa's gym too, right?
Now, I came back to Georgia about for the last 2 weeks, but I was just training in the gym. I wasn't sparring nobody.
Okay. So have you reached out to Boots? In all the times you've sparred him and been to the gym, even when you haven't sparred him, have you ever exchanged phone numbers? And have you reached out to him on a man-to-man level to be like, yo, we didn't turn this fight down. We still want it. Or you guys don't have each other's information?
No, we ain't got each other info, but my daddy had called his daddy and
Yeah.
everything, said we accepted the fight. and his dad was talking about, wait a minute, his dad ain't know nothing about it. He said, wait a minute, we already talked about it. We was gonna go for undisputed. So Boza didn't know nothing about anything that was going on. But then that video dropped on Boots saying we declined the
Turned it
fight,
down.
knowing that's a lie. Yeah, knowing that's a lie. So that's where all this comes from.
So are you feeling some type of way, or are you giving Boots the benefit of the doubt that there is a miscommunication between Matchroom and Team Boots, father and son? Because, you know, your dad and yourself are explaining it like, we spoke to Bozy, we were all on the same page, we were gonna wait for Undisputed, but then Boots puts this interview out making it seem like we avoiding the fight, which obviously has y'all, you know, upset, or wouldn't know what word to use if not upset.
I would give him the benefit of the doubt, but I ain't like the way he said we declined the fight, first of all. And then it was the fact that he said it and the way that he said it, I ain't like none of that. But somebody could be lying to him and saying that, but either way it go, I just didn't like the way he was saying that.
So that motivated you.
Yeah.
Did
I
you
ain't, I ain't never
immediately
been.
did you immediately go running or work out or what? What was that when you seen that? Because I know your dad
It,
sent you that video because he was hot.
I was already on the way to the gym
Okay.
when my daddy even told me about this whole situation, so it was already that time anyway.
Okay. The bag got some punishment that day, I guess. Well, listen, champ, I'm not going to hold you. You already told us you're trying to train, and we want you to be in tip-top shape for this fight. Hopefully, November, we get this banger. And salute to you and your dad for willing to jump in that ring with a guy that, like you said, they believe, or they're not like you. We got that clear. You different. But, yeah, a lot of people wouldn't do what you're trying to do. So, salute, man. We want this fight for sure.
Got you, boss. Appreciate you.
Give out your social media, please. I know that you might not need to, but there's a lot of people that may not be, following you.
Got you. Get me on IG at official B. Norman.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The champion, Brian Norman Jr. Thank you so much. And we're going to get right back to it. If you're looking to call in and voice your opinion, you know what to do. The number to call is 1-563-999-24. Is it 24? Fucking hell. I'm going to remember this one day. 3427. My bad. 3427. All right. Let's get to these super chats. I don't even think I did that. Negron, $5. Ness, your frustration is warranted, but give it time. Canelo will fight Benavidez. Canelo is giving the next generation their first L's. Yeah, won't you give David his first L? He's part of that generation. The man's still like 26, 27. Let's be real. I think, you know. DC3, $2. Mark my words. This episode gonna be epic. Watch. 2 rolling on the floor emojis. Malcolm, $5 counterpunch for CYP's next call. JXV88, $5. How is David ready when he got broken ribs and hand injuries? You're not gonna call out the snake oil salesman, Samson? I know you read that article, Ness. Which article? But I did read an article that said my man's got hurt hands and ribs. So it was funny when Joker said he got a hurt toe too, because I had just read that article. DC3, $2. Where the hell is H-Town and G-Von? Joker called in. Laughing out loud. DC3, $2 more. We waiting on Jay Will to call in. Rolling on the floor laughing. Years of lurking, $2. Instead of race baiting, why G-Von ducking CYP? Yo, y'all got to leave that man alone. He not fighting him. $10 super chat. Javier Logan celebrating his third super chat on a live stream. Y'all think Canelo would fight Better Beeve if Bivol loses? Because I don't think Canelo would. Laughing out loud. No, he made that clear. He said he's fighting Bivol if Bivol wins. He never said Better Beeve or David. He made that clear. Malcolm Flex, according to boxing, quote, according to boxing, end quote, never gave us that tag. Ness. I know he didn't. That's crazy. It's all goody. Shit happens. Malcolm counter. I don't know why people do that. Throughout my years, which now I have a lot doing this, I've always given people their credit. I try to do it multiple times if I'm screen sharing their audio or their videos. Yeah, I have people on my platform that have less than 1,000 subscribers. Like, when I started, nobody wanted to help you. I don't understand why, but I do it. I hear you, champ. Go for it.
Malcolm, what up?
Yeah, real quick, I'm not. Oh, my boy, what's going on, my brother? How you been?
Good,
Chilling.
champ.
Yeah, man. Just real quick on that, according to boxing shit, I had seen the tweet yesterday. You feel me? When they put the shit up, and then they were saying that they were gonna give you your credit on a post, and then I looked and I'm like, damn, they never did it. It is what it is, man. But I think it'll be good credit because a lot of people were retweeting that whole situation that went on, man. And it should have just had the nice little tag that it was on the boxing voice. You feel me? Like that would have been cool for y'all. But yeah, the reason I counted in the last caller was Jay Billy, right? I just want to make sure if it was him.
The last caller was that Jay Billy.
Yeah, the one who was defending Canelo like crazy.
Yeah, that was definitely Jay Billy.
Yeah,
we had to get Norman in.
Yeah, okay, and then it was Norman, but he had said something, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it made me just think of something, right? Because he was just saying, if I'm right, he was saying something about this Benavidez shit would have been some nice, like it's gonna help promote. And I'm like, yo, if I recall, when Turkey Al-Sheikh was saying something about him making a fight with Crawford, he was saying, I'm focused on Berlanga. Why are you talking about having a fight with Bivol if you're focused on Berlanga? Like, that shit is fucking, it's a contradiction. And excuse the language, I'm not trying to curse as much, but it's just showing that energy, man. Like, for one fighter, you're saying you're focused on something, but then you want to just talk about something else. You know what I'm saying? So that I kind of didn't get. And we just got to hold, whether it's your favorite fighter or not, I get it. You know what I'm saying? We got to hold our fighters accountable. You know what I'm saying? If Shakur is my favorite fighter, I don't really like the bullshit that I kind of don't like the Cordino fight. You know what I'm saying? I didn't like that he didn't take the 25%. Anyways, one of my other favorite fighters, I don't like this fight that he's having right now, but I kind of understand.
You didn't like the Inoue skip 115?
We're not going to do that, Ness. Nah, you already know Chocolatito ain't want that smoke.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby.
Yeah, listen. But yeah, I just don't like certain things. So if you're a Tank fan or you're a Canelo fan, you know what I'm saying, and your fighter does some bullshit, it's okay. Just hold him to that standard. You defend Canelo all the time. You know what I'm saying? But you also have your shows where you hold him to a certain standard, even though you thought that it was a good idea for him to fight somebody like Danny Garcia. If Danny Garcia beats Lara, and you think the Shane Mosley Jr. fight is cool too. But that's you know what I'm saying? So, I got to throw a little shade in there. But shout outs to Boxing Boys. I'm going to keep tuning in.
All right. I got Troy on a check-in. Let me double check. No super chats. Go for it.
My guys, hey, listen. I want to see Boots and Brian Norman Jr. I want to see that. That's the fight that I want to see. I don't care about Canelo, Benavidez, and I love Canelo. I love my guys, but the best fight to make for boxing is Brian Norman Jr. and Boots. And to my knowledge, it seems that every time it's time for Boots to get to work with someone notable or got skills to unify, it's always something. Like before he was trying to fight Crowley, now he about to, come on, blood. Like, are we serious? Boots, bud, you got to get in there with Brian Norman Jr. We not trying to hear what your daddy talking about, what you talking about, what your mama talking, your aunties. No, your ass got to get in there with Brian Norman Jr. and unify. Same thing for Shakur. Like, bro, what is with these guys not wanting to unify? If you can't unify the belt because you going to get your Pacquiante opened up, and then they're going to put a new pack on you, then that's on you. Like Brian said, if I lose, I'm going to go back to the table and then come back with more work. That's how boxing's supposed to work.
These guys are doing everything but that. What you think, Akai? Brian Norman Jr. Brian Norman Jr. gonna win? That's what I'm talking about. You've been watching your boxing. We got boxers everywhere. Tell them how many fights you got, Akai Coley. 26 Emmys, 10. Talk to Dre every day. We not ducking no work in this crib. We not ducking no work in here. We got a young Kai Cassius. We got Dallas Coley in here. We got Aaron Coley. And we got Cuerno de Chivo. Hey, Brian Norman, bro, get your work. And you know why you gonna win? Because your daddy boxed. It's that simple. His daddy boxed. His daddy was a super middleweight. And when your daddy did something, it's only right that you gonna get passed down the gifts that your daddy had. But if your daddy lost his pro debut against somebody who was 6-7, like Bozy did, it could be a little bit different because now it seems like your skill set as a pro didn't pan out. It's two different skill sets. Even when you're a pro, it's people who could teach and it's people who can't. A la Michael Jordan, because he only hooping from the right hemisphere of the brain. Hey, I want to shout out to Amin, the hidden consciousness of God. And shout out to my man Ness. Y'all keep working. Warn yourself. I want to
You
see
may feel
Brian
like it's your
Norman
time,
Jr.
but it's not your time.
Brian.
Shout
All
out to
right.
Troy. He
So
be
so
putting in
wait,
work with a lot of them young athletes. Shout out to
but
Troy.
wait, was he saying that Boots ain't good because his father ain't
No, I'm
good?
not saying that. I'm not saying that, Ness.
What you said?
I'm saying that there's levels to training even when you're a professional. For example, not everybody who was a professional is good at teaching due to how they use their brain. These are facts. It's in books. And then some people are good at telling you how to do it even though they never did it, because that's because they're good at just breaking down definitions and information for the person to do. Like when you look at Jordan, he was the best, but it's hard for people to teach what he's doing because he using a certain hemisphere of his brain. I'm saying that when I looked at Boots as his daddy as a professional ness, to be fair, I looked at his record. Let me see how he worked, because I also looked at Derrick James as how he fought. And when I watch Derrick James, he teach everybody how to fight like he fought, which is not a good thing because everybody ain't you. When I see Boots, when I went on his dad's box rec and seen when you're a professional and you're in the first, 15 fights, you're a prospect and you're fighting certain type of guys. Boots' dad lost his pro debut to a bum. That lets me know that his skill set wasn't all the way there, because he lost 2 fights out of the 6 that he took. I think he had like 8 fights. And that shows me that something was missing in the skill set of his father, and now he's passing things on. And when I see the intricate detail in Boots and the mistakes that he make, then that's what I'm saying. Like, he's making those mistakes due to what he's being taught in the gym. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's not good. He is good, but he's not elite. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he's not good. He's a good young talent. But at 27, Ness, to be fair, when I watch old school boxing, a lot of these guys fought the best in their 20s, like Sugar Ray and all these guys. They were fighting the best in their 20s. By the time they got to their 30s and they mid 30s, they were done, bruh. They were done. Too much mileage. That's Roberto's, the Refredo Benitez. He turned pro at 15, and at 17, he was a world champion. In 2 years, Roberto turned pro at 15 too. Canelo too. I'm starting to notice like these guys at the 27-year-olds and all of that. Man, you gotta fight somebody. You can't. You're going to get them out your way in your prime, and then you can always rematch them. I ain't gonna do too much talking. I just wanted to say that because I don't want people to misconstrue what I'm looking at in the totality of boxing, far as who's training guys, the trainers' records, how the trainer fought when he was a fighter. You know what I'm saying? When I go to Bomac, people say, well, Bomac was shitty. Well, Bomac has a team of guys. You know what I'm saying? He has a team of guys. Also, Steve Nelson, different other guys. He got the Army coach in there. He got a lot of. It takes a team of guys. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, bro. You guys have a blessed day.
Peace, beloved. We going
Appreciate
out
you.
to Mike from Texas.
Tejas in the building.
DC3 $2. Troy act like what he say is the gospel.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Perfect.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Straight.
Pretty good, brother.
Hey, we've been listening to this. We've been listening to this for quite a while already, Ness. You know, at first, you know, it had me going. I couldn't wait, but you know, as time keeps going, like I'm starting to think, man, I think it's better for Canelo just to retire, man, just so people can just shut up already. You know, it's getting to that point. But you know, it's funny how you calling Jay Billy a fan, Canelo fan, when, come on, Ness, you be wearing his gear, man. You got Canelo gear.
I'm a fan.
All right, man.
But I'm an objective fan, and that's what I'm saying. We need to be objective fans. When he's doing wrong, he's doing wrong. When he don't make sense, he don't make sense. You can't say a dude looks bad in a fight and couldn't beat a retired fighter, and he's not good, but you want $200 million to fight him.
I'm gonna tell you what makes sense, okay? Because I'm gonna go back to what I said at the beginning of this call. At first, this was all good, man, but now it's getting annoying, bro, and it's getting on my nerves. But you said something the other day when you were talking to Brandon. You said something that made sense. You said, man, let it marinate a little longer. How long did Pacquiao and Mayweather have to wait? You made a perfect good point, bro. So why all of a sudden you wake up and you're just switching it all up? What's up, man?
I'm waking up because of what he said yesterday. What did he say?
Okay.
The only fight.
But it don't matter what he said yesterday. I'm talking about what you said. No, it doesn't.
What
It doesn't. You know why? Because you made sense.
My brother.
You made sense.
But I'm allowed to change my opinion based off what the person in question says.
So what does that mean? You're gonna throw your Canelo gear in the trash, or what? You gonna burn it?
I never said I'm not a Canelo fan. I said he's making it hard to defend him. He's not looking like he's telling the truth.
Here's the thing: you got fans and you got groupies. You got people who criticize, and you got haters. You got them all. And then something I want. If I go over, I got you, big dog. You hear me?
Yep.
But okay, I'm gonna skip over to Amin. Now, Amin, about this Al Heyman thing and this race thing. I think people are just saying it wrong. We're not saying Al Heyman is racist because, yeah, he named his kid after a Mexican fighter. We'll give him that. But we're talking about the fighters at PVC.
That's not what happened. What happened was Leo Santa Cruz named his Mexican kid after Al Heyman. That's the proper story.
Okay, that's okay. Either way, that's awesome. Awesome story. But what we're trying to say is we're not saying Al Heyman is racial. We're saying that most of the fighters that were over there at PBC, and I know you don't want me calling it Wakanda-ness, but I've heard worse calls. And look, I'm not saying
Mike, Mike using a little jab. He trying to throw
Mike,
you say I know you don't like me. Use go ahead, Mike. Just say what you say and stand on it, baby. Don't worry about it.
I'm just saying, how is that not derogatory? Like, what does Wakanda mean?
Of course it is, but Mike want to get that off.
But listen. No, hold on. Let me finish. I mean, because I understand where you're coming from, brother. Because I did 9 years straight in a cell, bro. So I know what you're talking about. Even when I was in jail, bro, in prison, I didn't like it. But it was an environment that I was in, and I had to live. Boxing needs Mexicans. Boxing needs the blacks. That's what makes it so great. It needs the whites. It needs every race. It's a world sport. We need it. We need the crap talking. We need all that. But the point I'm trying to make is when certain fighters start moving a certain way, and they're going to Twitter, and they're calling another black fighter that he's not black enough, and etc. Bro, they did that to themselves. I mean. We're not talking about Al Heyman. Al Heyman never put a stop to it. And that's why them fighters over there don't have no discipline. Have no discipline whatsoever. They're drunks. They're on Twitter talking reckless. They're doing cocaine, etc. They want to be Mayweather.
My brother.
Benavidez ain't do no powder. You out here tripping, Mike.
Wait a minute. 'Wait 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 a minute. Like, we both know that amongst the Latin community,
Howler's
Mexicans
much bigger.
specifically, cocaine is a bigger party drug.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
never said nothing. Hey, Ness, I ain't never said we did it, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Y'all making good points. Look, I like when y'all have these conversations, and we're men here, man. We're just talking, bro. Ain't no hard feelings. I
Yes,
don't
sir. Yes,
get
sir.
in my feelings. I don't get in my feelings. All I'm saying, is just we're not saying Al Heyman is racial, but he ain't putting a stop to it. When Wilder was over there talking reckless, when the Charlos were over there talking reckless, when Spence was telling Bud he ain't black enough, etc.
But bro, Kendrick is telling Drake he not black. Like that. That's just like Kendrick is telling Drake he's not black enough. Canelo fans are telling Benavidez he's not Mexican enough. That's just part of the world. That don't got nothing to do with the sport.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. I'm gonna rewind to what you make perfect sense in the boxing world, and we're not gonna get into the politics and the races. But Ness, I'm telling you, you made a good point. We need to let it marinate a little longer, bro. We wait longer for other fights. Did we want it? Hell no, we didn't want it, but we had to.
I never said. You're gonna have to send me my audio. I never said let it marinate because
you might as well by proxy. That's what you're saying. Because you told Brandon. You told Brandon. This is what you told Brandon. Man, we waited longer for Pacquiao and Mayweather.
We did, but Canelo,
so by proxy, that's what you're saying.
But it's not, because Canelo is too strategic, my brother. He made the man move up. Now what he gonna do? Make him move down? Like, he's fucking around, bro. It's not gonna be the same fight. How are you okay with it? Now Benavidez
I'm not okay.
Is at 75.
Look, I'm not okay with it. But I'm gonna tell you this: when Canelo gets beat or he retires, guess what? It's the next man up. And I don't care what race he is. He could be black, he could be purple. It don't matter what color. If he's great, he's great. You can't take that from Canelo just because he don't want to fight Benavidez. Let's talk about Benavidez right now.
Ain't nobody taking it from him. We just want the fight. And look at what
you're gonna get it, bro. Chill out. And if you don't get it, you're not gonna kill yourself. You're not gonna burn your Canelo gear. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Is David going to the Hall of Fame? Could you put him in the Hall of Fame today?
There you go. This is what your Canelo fans do. The extremists.
No, bro. I said you got groupies and you got fans.
No, and y'all all want to tear down David just because we want y'all to fight him. Y'all.
No, hey, bro. I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't even have Canelo gear. I don't even own Canelo gear, but I pay for his fights. That's my call.
I got the shirts. I got the shirts. Mike. I pay for the fights.
What's up, brother? What's up? I'm here.
You good? Would you okay with Canelo Benavidez at 175, or that's no good? Because I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it if he fights the winner out of Bivol and Benavidez. I'm okay with it. I mean, I am. Because I'm gonna tell you what. Mexicans are real tough about their pride, bro. There's a reason why Bivol wants to fight him at 168, and there's a reason why Canelo wants to fight him at 175. What do you think that is? I mean, why? Why do you think it is?
He want to get it back the same way he lost it. He want to get it back in blood, so to speak.
Exactly, because if Canelo beats him at 168, what is there always going to hang over his head? That he couldn't beat him at what?
Couldn't beat him at 75.
Exactly, brother. So it's something. It's our pride, bro, and you got it too. All races have it. You got the black pride, you got the brown pride. It exists, bro. It's just a human thing. It's not the skin, bro. It's not the skin. But good call, y'all, man. I love the show. Love the show, bro.
Pride, baby.
Hey, let me get to a few callers because I got another interview in 20 minutes, and I don't want to lose all these people. So we're gonna try and get to straight callers at the moment. We got Juan, Houston. I'm going to have Alex Getcha on the show if anybody wants to do a little research to participate. He's a prospect, and he fights for MVP. He's been on a bunch of MVP shows. He's also out of that Jack Rabbit gym with Aston Slive. I think I have a post on Patreon. I'm double-checking. If not, though, I will set one up for anyone that wants to drop him a question. Oh, yeah, I do have a post there. So he's going to be on the show in 20 minutes. Juan, you there? If you're a member or a Patreon, you can ask him a question. It's part of the subscription. No Juan. Nike Hendricks.
Yo, you got me?
Got you.
Hey, man, yeah. Tell that last caller, shut the fuck up, man. I don't want to hear that shit. If you can't beat him at 75, you can't beat him at 68. Fuck is 7 pounds, man. I want to hear that shit. Now,
crapping on Benavidez. I don't know, man. That's they rivalry. That's what he ain't be talking about them two. Like the fuck he talking about? He want Bivol like I mean said. He want it back in blood at 75. We beat him at 68. He's not gonna beat him. Shut that shit up, man. But yeah, I'm just joining the show, man. I just joined up on that car, hearing that bullshit. Like it's early in the morning out here. Nice morning. Wind blowing about 70 degrees. You know, we trying to get the best fights. They talking about Canelo. He fighting what? Belonga nets? That's what they need to be talking about. He might wash him because Belonga been looking sus. So shit. It is what it is. But y'all got I call back in later on this shit because I need to catch up. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing.
Peace, champ. Shout out
I
to
like
Nike
that guy.
Hendricks. Came through the door firing.
Yeah, I don't know what I walked in on, but
Looks like we're gonna get Sergey Bukacek on Monday, either at 8:30. Jesus Christ! Hold on.
couldn't tell if he was laughing or coughing. I think he's coughing. Oh, that's sticky, icky.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to Hardin. We open up in 18 minutes. Head on over to 2900 Desert Inn Road. Tell Kiki Ness sent you. If she's not there, holla at Stephanie. But make sure your camera's on. Tag yourself. Record a video. Take a pic with a sexy bud tender so all your friends get jealous. Make sure you use the code TBV so you get the 15% off. And sorry about that. I was because they trying to lock in Sergey, but they thought it was 4:30 Eastern. That would be Pacific Standard Time, 4:30 if they want to do the evening show. That being said, I need the community to know, like I'm back on my bull. I'm interviewing, but because we on the West Coast, we do need to go at least till 8:30 a.m. Not that that's an issue these days. We've been having very long shows, but you get those days where we only get those, 1 hour, 2 hour shows, which really don't get me to that 8:30 a.m., 11:30 Eastern time slot, which is the better time slot for, West Coast guests. Not every West Coast guest could jump on at 6:30, which is 9:30 Eastern. So in order to get more guests, we're going to definitely need more, caller participation to make sure we get to the threshold of that 8:30 mark so we can get more people on. Getting back to the phone lines, we got Noble. And remember to drop Alex Getcha a question on Patreon or members.
Peace and blessings.
What's up?
Yo.
Okay. Peace to the panel. Hey, yo, man, to spark it off, I was gonna speak about something else, but I'll get to that. But first of all, probably had 5 best friends in my lifetime. One was black, one was Mexican.
You're breaking up, man.
My last friend, because I ain't make too many friends when I was away. I had a lot of comrades, I had a lot of ALS. But made when I was away, he was a Mexican. He was from Sinaloa. And he brought me out some pit.
Big Gucci, Noble, you got to reconnect when you're in a better location.
Yo. Audio, man.
Yo, straight.
Shout out to King of Essex, King of Me. Shout out Marco Boxing. Everybody smash that like, hit that subscribe. Yeah, man, love the visuals, man. On Discord. I really love that, man. You gotta keep it up. Man, that's amazing that you gonna get Sergey on Monday, man. But when you get him on, you gotta practice, man. Cause you calling this dude Sergey Bukacek, man. His name is Sergey Boachuk. You call him Sergey Bukacek, man, he gonna look the other way. Just saying. You killing me with that. It's funny as hell. Um, but yeah, man, shout out to y'all with the interview earlier. Um, Brian Norman, he making some noise, man. I didn't know he was apparently like that, man. That makes me real hype about the potential fight with Boots, man, and Tio too, if that ever happens. But man, I didn't know he was a player like that. To be honest, I'll be honest, man. I call myself a hardcore, but I ain't never seen a Brian Norman fight yet. Not gonna lie. But yeah, man, that's pretty much all I got, man. But I'm looking forward to Sergey Bochuk on Monday, man. I want to hear what he has to say after that controversial loss, man. Cause I had him winning, and I had him winning before the fight, after the fight. So I want to see what kind of opportunities they're gonna give him because it was such a close fight, man. But yeah, it's my call, man.
Salute,
All right.
brother.
We got Counterpunch DC3 for H-Town. Watch his BS. H-Town Counterpunch DC3.
What up, Nancy?
Yes, sir.
H-Town, baby. Hey, man, so what we talking about this interview with Cejudo and Kamar?
We talking about 3 interviews: the pound for pound interview, the Cejudo interview, and the other one is. Oh, they're both pound for pound. They're both pound for
Yeah,
pound.
the pound for pound's the latest interview.
1 pound for pound, 2 pound for pound clips, and 1 Cejudo clip.
Well, you know what he said? He said, "I'm here 5 more years. I'm hungry. I want to fight. I want to fight everybody. We just need the price to be right." I mean, I don't know why everybody's crying. The man said we just need the price to be right. It's been the same story. You said you want a price, that's the price. You know, what you want to tell Canelo? I don't want to give you that money. Then you don't want that fight. You keep saying David Benavidez is a Lamborghini. You want me to race a Lamborghini for $100? Come on, man, that shit don't add up. You keep telling me he's a monster, the monster. He's the Mexican monster. So you want little old 5'7" Ginger Canelo to fight a monster for $100? Come on, man. You want me to go in them woods try to kill that big old monster? Come on, man. You gotta pay. Pay the money. Stop playing. You already know. The money's up, bro. It ain't change. I need that change. You know? But hey, I really want to talk about the big stepper, Brian Norman Jr. That's the real dog. What all these Boots fans? These
Hold
lugs,
on, H-Town.
Boots fans.
H-Town. That nickname belongs to Khalil Cole. It's only one big
Nah,
stepper. But
nah. The big stepper is Brian Norman Jr. Because he said, "I'm gonna step in your house and slap you in your mouth." Sign the contract. Come on, let's do this. He ain't scared, dog. Brian Norman Jr. is the real dog. That's the real boogeyman. That man said, "I'm gonna go fight you at your house. I don't care who the refs are. You're gonna have make sure your mama's in the goddamn audience." They need to stop playing all these goddamn boots. Where are the bootlickers at, man? Explain yourself. Explain yourself. I don't know this, man. Like I said, man, the price is the price. Brian Norman Jr. is the truth. Let's go, baby. Boxing. I'm out.
what we got next?
All right, champ. Let's see here.
That's nasty.
Joe Pilot.
Dímelo.
Yo. You hear me?
Yo.
You hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Salute to the panel, Amin and Marco, you know. Yeah, man, you know, we want to see that Canelo and Benavidez fight. I want to see it, but I just don't like you saying Benavidez is a horrible fighter, because Benavidez, at the end of the day, he gave a guy you called the horrible fighter that you didn't want to give an opportunity to. Sure, maybe he didn't deserve it because of his resume or he doesn't sell, but he gave Boo Boo a chance, and look at what he looked impressive. He, got him out of there. What, 4 or 5 rounds? He got him out of there. So Benavidez has earned a shot. He was there before you campaigned at 68. Give him a chance. If not, I think that should be the next fight for May. Bring him back down. Tell Benavidez to lick his wounds, fix his ribs, and do all that stuff, and fight him at 68. Bring him down. Bring him back down. Fight him and do it. If not, like who are you gonna fight? Like, Mbili isn't really ready for no Canelo. Like, Mbili got less skills than a Berlanga. Let's be honest, bro. So what are you gonna really do? And that's what I'm trying to see. And yeah, by the way, Mike sent a counterpunch for Joker, so I'm about to get off the line and let him get go to Baby Joker's counterpunch. He's about to go to work or something. Mike sent him a counterpunch, and but yeah, Canelo, Benavidez, May, bring him back down. You got the advantage. Knock him out, beat him up, or lose, or do whatever, and just do that. Or if not, like Bivol, cool, you can fight Bivol, but Bivol's busy. He's gonna be busy for probably the next year to the year and a half. Who knows? And especially knowing better, Bivol always getting hurt. Who knows? That might be for 3 years. They might be tied up in that. You undisputed, then the rematch and the trilogy. Who knows what's gonna happen? We don't know. Like, so Benavidez is probably the best thing, but don't say he's a bad fighter, because Benavidez ain't a bad fighter. Say he's not real Mexican, cool. You can say that because he's mixed with Ecuadorian. Say he's a weight bully, but really he makes the weight. Yeah, he blew weight a couple times, but he made the weight. So just fight him. If not, what are you gonna do, bro? I'm out. Baby Joker, don't forget about Baby Joker's counterpunch.
I don't know if Mbili is Berlanga's better than Mbili, but
that would have been a great fight. Mbili Berlanga.
Yeah, that's more on
fun.
That's what we should be doing. Yeah.
I got Daquan. Nope. Yo. There you go.
I don't know why we having to unconnect sometimes. That'd be crazy work, man. But man, I'm. It's a caller that called in like 2-3 calls ago that said you made a good point, Nash, when it came to the Canelo and David fight. But you said that you hold the right to change your mind, when new information comes out. And I totally agree with that, and I totally understand that. And I feel what you're saying where people don't separate the days from the days. But the part of his call that made the most sense is, on both y'all part, when you're defending him, it's like you don't see the writing on the wall already. Like, yeah, he said what he said yesterday, Canelo, that is, but we already knew that. Not that we were just assuming it. No, we already knew it. He's already told you in so many words he doesn't want to fight David. So if you defend him, because Canelo is one of my top 3 favorite fighters, I came to the conclusion that it just is what it is. He don't want to fight him, and it's okay. He done gave you 60-some fights. It's okay. Like, yes, I would love to see him fight David, but it's okay. You just got to come to the reality of the situation. He don't want to fight David, and that's cool, But he's put in a lot of work, unlike when the pressure be on this other guy. I don't want to say his name. I guess I want to take 12 months not saying his name too. But when it comes to that other guy, he ain't did what Canelo did. He ain't put in the work Canelo put in. Canelo is at the top of the sport right now, man. So that's what I'm saying. Just come to the conclusion. But as far as Brian Norman, yeah, I want to hear the Boots on fans call in. I want to hear what they got to say about this. Do they feel like this ain't no contest for them or what? Like, I want to hear them call in. I'm here for it. But that's my call, man. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, man.
Majid, we got about 4 minutes for our interview if he's on time. Remember to go ahead and head on over to the members page and drop him a question. You can also go to Patreon and drop him a question there as well.
I'm good.
You are.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Yeah, man, that shit with
You may feel like
Canelo,
it's your
you know what I'm
time,
saying?
but
Or
it's
when
not your
everything
time.
he said about Benavidez, I'm just looking at it as either we is getting it or we ain't getting it. You know, most of these dudes out here, you know what I'm saying? Like, if a girl say that he don't want you, you know, you need to get your weight up or you too fat. Like, y'all niggas gonna keep trying to change to get her. Move the fuck on. I don't believe in chasing shit except money. You know, and if you don't want to share money with me, I'll make my own. I'm a motherfucking beast. Yeah, I never going to stop me. So I think Benavidez going up to that 175 and trying to get undisputed and all that shit. Follow that road, even if you gotta wait a motherfucking year, whatever the fuck. Yeah, he a young ass dude. He don't got nothing but the future ahead of him. But never. Fuck all of this marinating and all that shit. If we gonna marinate, hey Boots, fuck Brian Norman. Let the shit marinate. Everybody that got a fight that people clamoring for and want, willing to pay 80 to a motherfucker $100. Let's let this shit marinate then. You know what I'm saying? We got that one caller talking about, oh, Al Heyman. Then this nigga talking about Wakanda and shit. That's that African shit. Africa people don't even fuck with the Americans and all that shit, but you gonna blame it on the American and shit. Yesterday, Timboski said, oh, we Africans, we don't know our identity. We think we American. So we gonna get shitted on by them motherfuckers across they little stank ass water. Then y'all stupid motherfuckers coming in here with the Wakanda shit. Like, we ain't saying nothing about y'all or insult nothing y'all got going on where y'all come from, y'all ethnicity. They just asking for a fight. But it's easier to blame it on Al Heyman, and I don't even like that dude. He created a money scale that make it all about A side, B side, and fuck up all the fights. So I'm not on some, oh yeah, wish that black almighty respect us. Nah, but just respect people in general. Like, make a point without having to bring color in this shit. You know what I'm saying? We got Canelo Spanish. I could say a lot of bullshit or whatever, but that man had 60-something fights. So if he don't want to do it, I ain't gonna tell a nigga to do nothing he want to do, but to sit there and play on where he from. Oh, Benavidez ain't Mexican. He is Mexican American or whatever the hell. Like, all right, so you got African American, ain't really African. Like Mexican American, ain't really Mexican. It's like y'all, bro, y'all some horrible ass people, man, and y'all need to do better for y'all brain and the future of the kids y'all raising and all that shit, cause this just nasty work, nasty discussion, and I don't know, Ness, that shit is so distasteful, bro. They can't keep it on just boxing, but shout out to you and your boxing movement, you know what I'm saying? And everybody like the motherfucking video. I'm out.
All right.
Well, I got Brandon Lands.
You may feel like it's your time, but
Yo,
it's not your time.
Yo.
can you hear me now?
Yep.
You know, it sounds like I don't know. I guess this is evidence piece number what? Evidence piece number 8. You know, maybe he finally realized this dude don't want to fight. You know, I mean, you know, they call in talking about blame Al Heyman. You know when Al Heyman offered him a 3-fight deal with the Charlo brothers and Spence on it, he accepted it. That was Al's fault. But when Al tried to revise the contract, you know, Canelo, he didn't. We tried to revise the contract to say if you want to fight Charlo, we'll give you that as long as you fight David in September. When Canelo said no, that wasn't, that was Al's fault too. You know, blame Al, not Canelo, not the guy who can make his own fights, not the guy who handpick his own fights. You can't blame him. Blame the WBC. Don't blame it ain't Canelo who can just say, I want to fight this guy. No. Make sure you put him on the contract.
We'll be right back, Brandon. Give me a second here. Looks like I got Phil Greco. Phil, what's going on?
What's up, baby? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Happy to see you smiling, huh? You in the driver's seat, huh? You got yourself a killer.
Yeah, I've been talking about it for a long time now, haven't I?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm glad that you first brought him to me because I get to get some of that credit that I put my audience on him. But we're talking none other than Lucas Body. We have the manager, correct? Not promoter, manager, right?
Manager.
Manager, Phil Greco on, former fighter Phil. So, what can you tell us about all these damn rumors that are circling your fighter Lucas Body? Because it sounds like he's fighting Keyshawn in Norfolk, Virginia, but according to you and your fighter, you're not.
Well, it's good that they're talking about him for sure, but that's not the case. Not even close. We haven't gotten no offers, nothing in black and white. I'm not even sure where you guys are getting these rumors from. I have no idea, but okay, if that's what the rumors are, let it be. But it's not true. Nothing. Zero. We have
So
options. A
what
lot of
is on the
stuff.
table for him? When can we
Well,
see
right now
him
we're
back? As because obviously he's made a lot of new fans. People want to see him back. So when can we expect to at least see him back?
I say before the end of the year we're gonna see him back against a potential, good opponent as well. We don't know yet. We are looking at all the options to see what's best for him. Fighters they need proper representation. You know, this is why they need proper guidance, and Lucas has that. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what is best for him, and see exactly how I can put him in a position where he's going to be able to be in a better spot than he was yesterday.
And will he be fighting on the same network he made the splash, or is he a network free agent?
He's a free agent all around, promotionally, right? He does have a manager and advisor as well, David Iskovich. I'm not sure if you remember David. You remember
Yeah, I
David
do. I
from
do. Formerly with Rock Nation, right?
exactly Rock Nation, Golden Boy. So right now we're trying to just figure out exactly what is the appetite, who's it for, who is he want to fight. I mean, yeah, he definitely spoiled the people because now they're gonna expect these type of knockouts, and he does have that power. I've been talking about it for a long time. I just, and I'll tell you a story if you guys have a couple minutes. So when I
Of
was in the,
course.
this is a pretty interesting story. So I get to the venue and I start, hanging out with people, talking to people. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna win by knockout, and people thought I was kind of nuts. And the day before, after the weigh-in, I went out for dinner with David, and I said, "Look, we're gonna win. It's gonna be by knockout." I had a dream. I had a dream the day before, and the day of the fight, I wake up. The dream was that Lucas knocks him out cold. That dream felt so real. So, in order for me to actually speak the truth, I recorded myself in the morning of the fight. I said, "Guys, this is the time. I just had a dream that Lucas knocked him out." So going into the fight, I was full of confidence. Now, in the change room, the trainer goes, if we're getting our ass kicked in the first couple rounds, 4 or 5 rounds, he's like, don't panic. This is part of the plan. We're gonna take over from the fifth forward. So I was calm the whole time because I kept going back to that dream. I mean, why did I have this dream? And then the knockout was exactly what I dreamt about. It was crazy.
Well, you answered my question because I was certainly going to ask you, were you nervous? Because he was down. He needed the knockout, but you said you were calm because it was part of the plan. I would have found it difficult to believe in the plan in that moment.
No, well, he's a slow starter in the beginning. We knew that if he was going to come fast, it's going to take some time for him to adjust and figure out a strategy. But that was no lucky punch. People that are saying lucky punch, they don't know nothing about boxing because a lucky punch is if it's just one shot. This was a series of combinations that was thrown. That was no lucky punch,
No,
right? Because if you see the
he even
knockout,
hit. Yeah, no, he even hit him on the way down with one punch. I mean, yeah, no, he
so
lit him
everything
up
was
for sure.
pretty much planned. I mean, his legs were not under him, Lucas. He wasn't. Remember, he took this fight on 3 weeks' notice on the B side. You know, he noticed he knew the fact that he wants to. And I told him, I said, look, you don't have to take this fight. There's gonna be other offers that are gonna come, and he wanted it more than I did. So what more can I ask for as a manager when the fighter wants to fight more than the manager? I mean, these are the type of boxers and clients that I like.
So
That
let
I
me
like to
ask
work
you,
with.
because Ashton Slive is certainly on social media saying he wants the rematch, and if he can't get the rematch, he wants to fight Floyd Schofield. Has there been talks for a rematch?
Why? What's the point of a rematch when
I
when
mean,
my when what is
he's
the
back.
point?
He's backed by Jake Paul. It would be another big fight. It would be for more money because you won. You don't have a network and a solid date for your fighter. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to consider the rematch.
No, you're supposed to go up. You're not supposed to go backwards. You know, you could still go up and fight other fighters because now, you know, he could pick and choose pretty much whoever he wants to fight almost. I mean, why would I take another rematch?
I
If they
mean,
were smart enough,
the
there's
platform, the
money,
stage.
money talks. But usually, you know what happens on a rematch when you get knocked out cold like that? It becomes even worse.
I mean, if
You
it's
know,
easy, do it twice.
well, look, we're always open to options for sure, but there's no reason for a rematch. Zero
Speaking
whatsoever.
speaking of options, so no one's offered this kid like Jake Paul hadn't offered him a contract after watching him
No,
knock out his own.
we're talking to a bunch of people, promoters for sure. We're gonna make an announcement soon. We're just sorting out to see what is best for him.
How soon
And
do you think? Can you give us a time frame where we should
yeah,
expect?
very soon. I would say it's in a matter of weeks. Like
Okay.
yeah, it's very soon. We'll know something. But we're gonna take this kid somewhere. You know, we want to make sure that he's properly positioned. You know, he's 30 years old. He hasn't had it easy, and he took a big fight, and he wanted it himself. People thought he was gonna take an L. We only believed in him. His inner circle believed in him that he was gonna win. And actually, a lot of people made a lot of money that night because people were calling me placing bets. I say, yeah, I'm not gonna place the bet because I don't want to jinx it, but just place the bet. A lot of people made a lot of money that night. A lot of people.
Yeah, no, my community certainly, some of us picked him for sure, and we're very excited. It was a great performance. I just don't want him to lose momentum, so I hope he is getting an announcement and we can see him back in the ring because, like you said, he is 30. He needs to capitalize on this momentum that he has. The fact that people know him now, he can't let that light die out.
For sure, he's definitely has the knock of the year He's the knock of the year candidate, right? Um, People are gonna want to see, okay, who is he gonna fight next, and they want to see if that power is real, if it was fluke or not. I'll tell you right now, I've been talking about it for years. It wasn't fluke whatsoever. The power is real, and now
He got a phone call.
lightweight wants to fight him. That makes sense on both sides.
Well, Phil, those are all the questions, man. Thank you, obviously, for coming on and clearing the rumors. There is no Keyshawn Davis fight.
No,
Um,
that's fake CNN, fake news.
Fake news. I mean, is there a world where you would have let Body fight in Norfolk? He got another call.
Hello, sorry,
Yeah.
my phone was
No,
ringing.
I was saying my last question is there a world where you would have accepted a contract for Body to fight a Keyshawn Davis in Keyshawn's hometown of Norfolk?
Well, it has to make sense. Money talks. What are we talking about here? What is the fight for? I mean, eh, there's
Well,
plenty
I
of
mean,
yes, there's plenty of
Keyshawn
options.
does have a high ranking and he does have 2 regional belts. I'm pretty sure he has a WBC and a WBO regional belt. He's highly ranked for sure.
Yeah, we're not saying no to anybody. We have to see exactly. I have to see what is best for my fighter, not what's best for the opposition. I have to see, what it looks like. I have to get something in black and white. We haven't received nothing in black and white, so it's all talk. If it's all talk, there's nothing really.
He blowing up. It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all good. We heard you said it's all talk, but you're blowing up. I know you got other businesses to attend to. Thank you for jumping on short notice and clearing up the rumors for us, Phil.
For sure, man. Thanks. My phone is blowing up for sure. I gotta get on
Get back
the
to it.
phone.
Get back
But
to
we'll
it.
talk
Busy
soon.
man.
Thank you.
All right. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Phil Greco clearing up the rumors that there is no Keyshawn Davis fight. Like I told y'all, all bull crap. I wonder who that opponent is, bro. That's driving me wild that I can't know. It's fucking bullshit. Back to the phone lines. Jay Billy, we went to. You got a counter punch? Let me refresh here. We got.
You see Phil getting to the money. His phone won't stop ringing.
Yeah, nah.
Word up.
Oh, shit. We got to get back to Brandon. But, Brandon, give me 1 second. Let me just catch up on this Cash Apps that they are late. Mike in Texas sent the counterpunch for Baby Joker. Jay Billy sends the counterpunch. Oscar sends a counterpunch for Jay Billy. Jonathan Sims sends a counterpunch for CYP. And Damian Clark, Eddie said he don't want Tank. Shakur still signed. Okay. Yeah, they're gonna. I mean, he signed the Eddie and Riyadh season, so it's like, you know, what better than that? That's a strong team. If you can't get the fight with Eddie and Riyadh season, you probably never get a fight. Demo,
True.
I'm convinced Troy and Marco banging Red.
Wait, what?
I know. Well, how'd you get involved in the gang banging?
Who's Red?
I mean, Red. Oh, did he mean that banging? Why I automatically took it as gang banging? Damn. Oh, okay. So y'all banging that
Banging who?
girl Red, that young lady y'all call Red. Y'all banging her. DeQuan Franklin sends $1 and says, I have a counterpunch the other day. I had an emergency. Okay. Mike in Texas sends that $5, what I owe you. Okay. Brandon, you're free to speak.
I forgot what I was even talking about in this. I forgot. But we know Canelo don't want to fight. That's the bottom line. He don't want to fight this man.
We know
like
that.
I've been telling you for years now. Say what?
It sounds that way, brother. Sounds that way.
I'm glad you finally realized that, we got a guy on PBC. Think about this. Ness, how many, we all know how much Al Heyman loves in-house fights. We know this. We know this for a fact. They saying blame Al. You think Al is the one suggesting that they bring 2 consecutive DAZN fighters over to PBC on his platform when the bigger in-house fight is David Benavidez? You think Al is the one doing it?
According to the conversation, that's exactly how it went. He said Al, Louis DeCubas, and Eddie Reynoso called on him on a 3-way.
Yeah, so Eddie asked them, do you guys mind? You think, can we do it? And I guess he just went along with it. Hey, okay, sure. You're not fighting David, right? You're not fighting him. No. Okay, I guess. Hey, bring him over, I guess. That's probably how that went. I mean, I don't know what. Then Ace Town and people call in talking about, when they say bring him the money, I thought Eddie said give us $55 million tomorrow and we'll fight him. But then somehow that gets swept under the rug when the dude go from 55 to 200. How we do that? How much? What kind of percentage increase is that from 55 million to I need 200? Is that a lie? Yesterday I heard people saying, "Oh, we're gonna trust the guy who always keep it 100." Is that not a lie? We'll give us 55 tomorrow, and we'll fight him. But somehow Canelo himself come out and say, "I need 200." Shit's crazy, man. I don't know how people defend it at this point, but David's moving on. And like he's saying, the only fight he won at 75 is Bivol. But when Bivol wanted to come down to 68, he says no. Now, will David also have to come down? Like if David wins undisputed, will he have to come down to 68 too? Or will he only accept the 75 fight against David? Or does that only apply for Bivol? Canelo got a lot of questions to ask. I hope you do get the interview because I do trust you to ask the real questions. Even though we done bumped heads on this topic, I know
You know what?
you're not
He ain't
afraid
even gonna be there though. He not even gonna
Oh,
be
he not.
there. Nah, it's gonna be every fucking. It's the whole undercard. It's not him. It's bullshit.
He heard about it. That's all it was. He got word to him. Ness gonna be there asking questions. Let me avoid this. Like he ducking David. He ducking you now, Ness. But that's my call, man.
Let's see who's next. Huang in Houston, you want to give me a check-in? Is Twitter working or not? What's going on over there? I see very limited people. I feel like Twitter might be down. That being said, let me get to these super chats and keep these lines moving. We got Notch.
You may feel like it's your
Welcome
time.
to the prospect level. Appreciate the support, my friend. We got a fat $10 super chat from JXV88. It's Nello's fault that David Benavidez went to 175. Laughing out loud. So it's also his fault he lost his belts. It's his fault he got injured. It's his fault he's not champion. It's his fault he weighs 210. Plus it's his fault he marinated Plant. Laughing out loud. H-Town, $2. Reality is in the building. H-Town. Jaquan Grace, $2. Off topic. You think Eddie can land Kerr the big one? If the big one is Tank, that's going to be difficult. CYP, can you hear me? Can I get a high five, handshake, thumbs up, something? Tip. Do you hear me? Let me text Tip. Is it working? He's saying it's still muted. That means it's a Twitter thing, bro, because we literally, ran a test. I ran the test, and I could hear Twitter. It's got to be the spaces not acting right.
Speaking of Twitter, Marco, be very careful how you sitting there because you will end up a meme on Twitter. I don't know if you've seen some of the work they had on you, bro.
Nah, what else we got besides the Berlanga one?
Oh, man, they got you as the Taco Bell Chihuahua.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I seen that one.
Get the fuck out. No, they don't.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I
So
seen
be
that
careful. You
one.
better smile more. Smile more. Trust me. They can't do that one. Smile more, champ. Trust me.
They turned them into
Chihuahua.
What was the other one they turned you into? Did I send you the one with the waves? You had waves?
Berlanga. The only one I've ever seen is Berlanga.
I think it was a thumb.
Nah, they got waves on you.
I mean, I would like some waves. I'm good with that. Waves, flat top, whatever you can give me, give it to me.
Flat top. Oh shit.
I would have my shit crispy, like Terry Norris, 91.
CT, $2. Canelo fans don't ever take the knee pads off. Counterpunch for CYP. Mad Bet, 100, $5. Daily dose of Tankwell. Boxing's Messiah returns this winter. Happy Thanksgiving. Merry Tanksmas.
Who's he fighting, though?
Rayo.
You think that's happening for show?
I mean, the latest article claims that he is a front runner, that he's moved up the line.
That'll be fun.
Quest on a check-in. Oh, this is not Quest. This is a whole new number in VA. Okay. Let's see who you is. VA? Is this VA?
Yo.
You calling in from Virginia?
What's good? It's Quest, bro. What's up, Ness? Marco Belanga.
Marco Belanga.
What's going on, man? Hey, I'm gonna talk about Brian Norman Jr. real quick. You can tell he want all the smoke, man. You can tell he want all the smoke. Boots, he just chasing after Bud, but he got to look in the man direction that really want to fight him, man. And that's the best second fight for Boots. So get him Brian Norman Jr. and let's run that. But look his body. He don't want no Keyshawn Davis, man. Keyshawn Davis knock him out like he did H2O, man. He don't want no Keyshawn Davis. I don't even want to talk about Canelo, man. We already know what he doing. He ducking David. It's like it's nothing else to say, man. He gonna keep on talking trash. He gonna keep on talking. It's like a little kid in the classroom got one bully, and like he gonna criticize everything he do, but don't want to step in there, don't want to challenge him. You know what I'm saying? He don't want no smoke with him, but he gonna talk about him behind his back and shit. That's what Canelo give me. And it's funny listening to all these people trying to back up Canelo. You can tell these dudes were scared of they bully in high school. Because if somebody talking smack, somebody on you, and they want to fight you, man, go ahead and get that smoke. I don't care if he had 100 fights. I'm going to fight the person that want to fight me, man. If he talking all that smack and all that crazy talk, then go ahead, shut him up. If you can't shut him up, then at least you tried, man. That's my take on it. It's crazy. People in here really backing this dude up. Like, I don't get it. Y'all really don't want to challenge y'all. So y'all letting this dude walk around, talk about David saying he bad at 75. Fight him. Fight him at 75. If he's so bad at 75, fight him. And I hope Bivol, if Bivol win, I hope he don't give Canelo the fight. I hope he do something what he did, what Canelo did with Tio. He told Bud fight Tio. If you want to fight me, fight Tio. I hope Bivol, Bivol. I hope Bivol does that, because that's crazy. You can't just come up to 75 and you get the clear shot, because David's there now. So you going to jump David at 75? I don't get it, man. Boxing, it's not like the UFC, man. UFC, you get the fights you want right now. It's all this waiting and marinating, man. What you want to marinate for? You marinate till they get 40? You marinate until they get like 60 when they can't fight no more, man. It's ridiculous, man. But hey, shout out y'all, man. Y'all always putting on. He had some fucking crazy ass Canelo callers today, man. Y'all lines blowing up with these Canelo fanboys. I don't know how y'all can listen to these dudes back up this duck. He literally backing up this duck, man. They backing up this duck. Hey, y'all do y'all thing. Marco Belanga, Admin, Ness, keep on the work, man. I'm out.
Appreciate you, champ. We got Harlem World. What up?
Harlem.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, what up? Shout out Marco King. He still here?
Yeah, he's up in here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, but for everybody criticizing you about changing up your opinion, you watch the show every day, based off of the information on the day, you might have a different opinion. And before you argue with me about Canelo's, you can see it's too blatant what he tries to do. I'm not gonna call it a cherry pick, but sometimes the shit is a little bit too blatant, bro, and you see it's too obvious and it bothers you. So that's all, people who not the biggest fans of him and probably are actually good fans of him, but when it's too obvious, you got to call it out, my boy, and don't get mad at Nets for saying it. Get mad at Canelo, bro. That's my call, though.
All right. We got J. Billy Counter.
Yo. Let me step out real quick. Damn, that's the dead air is crazy. We could do a little something during the walk, y'all. Got the people waiting, but I know you had to mentally get yourself prepared for me to call back in. Y'all got me in my straight.
Waiting on you, champ. Waiting on
Yes,
you.
sir. I know you are. So nice. Why would I take? I'm on the tail end of my career, right? I've been fighting since I was 15. I've been fighting for 17 years, damn near 18
champ.
years.
Damn, we
Why
be
would
right
I
back.
take?
We gonna
You
come
went
right
outside
back.
for nada. Hold on.
We gonna come right back, man. That's how shit goes. We got the champ on.
Champ is here.
Alex, what's up, brother? How are you?
What's up? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, bro. You always with that laid back. You just so chill. I was hoping that because it's a little bit later, you're gonna have a little more energy for me. But this is you. It is what it is, man. How are you?
No, I'm doing good. Just woke up about 30 minutes ago, so it's all still
Oh
good.
man. We hope we ain't interrupt the champ's sleep, man. So talk to us. You back in the ring. You're back in action. Where can we watch it? How can we see you? What can we expect?
Yeah, so this fight it's gonna be on the Zone. It's a Matchroom event. It's gonna be in Carson, California, at the Dignity Health Sports Center.
Are there any tickets still available?
Yeah, I have tickets available still. So if you need any, you could hit me up.
Bet. So what are you expecting from your opponent?
Well, we got a southpaw this fight, so I know he fights a bit rangy. So we're gonna get in there and make sure I use my jab, make sure I'm countering off of everything.
Have you watched tape on the opponent, or have you left that up to the team?
Yeah, I've watched tape, but I know my team has been watching a lot of it too. So they've been telling me a lot of stuff during training and sparring, like stuff I gotta work on.
Now, Zamora's been in there with a couple of decent opponents in the past. I know he has a couple of losses, but do you consider this a step up because of his experience?
Yeah, I definitely consider it a step up. I mean, he has 8 wins, so he's definitely experienced, and he has a decent KO percentage. So I definitely got to be ready for this fight.
And this will be your first southpaw as a professional, right?
No, this is gonna be my third
Oh,
now.
wow.
Yeah,
So you feeling comfortable with that then?
yeah. I fought like it was my third fight. I had a southpaw, and he was decent. So I think I'm definitely comfortable already.
I got a couple questions here from the people. I got Donald from Baton Rouge that says, do you see yourself making a statement after this? Can we expect a big name call out? I certainly think that's too soon.
I mean, I don't plan on calling anybody out, but this fight, I've been training really hard, so I'm definitely gonna put out a really good performance, and I'm definitely gonna do well this fight because I've been training really hard.
Any pressure to keep the knockout streak? Obviously, you're 5-0, 5 KOs, or is that not really matter to you?
I mean, all my knockouts, they really just came. You know, I never really looked for them to say, but that's just how I fight. I've been able to get these knockouts just because it's the way that I fight.
Nah, for sure. Next one is from Octo. That says, greeting, champ. Talk about the type of music you're into and who are some of your favorite artists?
Music. I listen to like a lot of NBA YoungBoy, Playboy Cardi, stuff like that. A lot of rap music. Yeah.
And you mentioned that this fight is on the Matchroom. I believe your last fight was with MVP. So you're a promotional free agent at the moment.
Yeah, I've been bouncing around. My last fight was actually on 360 Promotions, and the one before the two before that were on MVP. So I've been moving around. I'm a free agent currently, so I've been moving around.
Who's your manager?
My manager is Reza Tork.
Reza Tort. Certainly new to my ears. He's doing a great job, though. I love that you're able to, bounce around. This one is a Matchroom card. Any added motivation to look, spectacular because this is a big box promoter? Would you want to be with a Matchroom, or do you prefer to remain the way that you are, bouncing around on all promotions?
Matchroom does look good, but but obviously we still want to explore options. So we'll see what comes up definitely. But I do like Matchroom. I do like what they're doing with they have a lot of good fighters and they're doing well with them.
So I hear for this fight you've brought in a strength and conditioning coach. Is this true?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've been working with them since the amateurs, but it's my coach Eric. His gym is called Transcend Training in Buffalo.
So he's been there for the past 5 fights, or is he new to the team as a
No,
professional?
no, all my fights
Okay.
ever since I was like about 15. So since the amateurs really.
That's good. Why do you feel the importance to bring a strength and conditioning coach so early in your career? Normally we see fighters, wait till they get on a higher stage. I mean, to start with one from 0-0, that's impressive. What was the, thought process behind that?
Well, in the amateurs, I needed to start sitting on my punches more. So we started going, and like we saw the benefits, so we just kept going. I really go like two I go like 2 days a week. In camp or not in camp. So I'm always doing strength and conditioning.
I'm pretty sure you've answered this in the past, but I got to know again, where does the nickname the Alley Cat comes from?
Oh, yeah, I was just in the gym. Shit, I was probably like 10, and like one of the guys at the gym, he's like, oh, it's like a cat, or like he's like an alley cat. So and then my coach was like, man, the alley cat, and it just stuck. I never said anything. It just stuck with it. My coach just stuck with it, so I just left it at that.
I gotta know more though. What does that mean? Like he's like an alley cat. What? Did you stick around? Did you fight with any cat that walks around? Like what does it mean?
I just mean like I'm scrappy or whatever.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
I don't know, but I was sparring at another gym, and this coach, he said, oh, he fights like a cat. You know, personally I never understood it, but it just stuck, I guess. I know freaking Usyk, they call him the cat too, so it might just be like an Alex. It might just go with the name Alex. Like
Okay.
I know.
I mean, I know I've seen videos of cats throwing hooks. So hey, man, if you got the speed of a cat, I guess the reflexes are fast, right? That could be another double meaning there. But tell me about your social life. You're only 18 years old. I feel like, do you have a social life yet? Like, what are you doing when you're not in the gym?
Uh, I mean, normally I'll just hang out with my friends, do stuff like that, But like recently, like this year, basically, I've been doing a lot of fights, so I really haven't had too much time to do that. Like I've done 6 fights within the time I turned pro, which has been a year. So I've been busy. I just been focusing on boxing a lot.
That's what's up, man. Focusing on that craft. I know you went to the Crawford fight. What did you think of that environment? Did it look like, as good as it looked on television? And who did you have winning the fight?
Uh, I didn't see the TV broadcasting yet, but it was definitely a crazy crowd out there. But yeah, from what I saw, from my from my view, I definitely saw Crawford winning. But it was a close fight still.
For
I
sure.
just
I had,
think
I had Crawford winning 8-4. Did you have it closer than that?
I mean, from my view, honestly, I wasn't really counting the rounds just because I was there and we kept like moving around and stuff. So yeah, but I saw him controlling, to be honest.
I got Treese in Toledo, Ohio that says, would you go to Japan since they have a lot of top fighters in your division, and well, you already answered the alley cat part. So would you be
Yeah,
willing to go to Japan for some fights?
yeah, definitely. If I ever get the call and it's a reasonable fight, like like it would benefit me a lot. You know, I'll definitely go out there. You know, I'm definitely ready.
That's what's up. Looks like we got one more from Malcolm in New York. He says, if you could only eat one traditional Mexican food for the rest of your life, what would that be?
It has to be a taco or tacos, because it's like you put anything on a taco, like any type of meat. So definitely a taco.
For sure, tacos. You gotta love carne asada, right?
Yeah,
So you sparred Chocolatito, right? At the age of
yeah.
16, have you guys ever gotten working again or no?
Not recently. I was 15 the first time I sparred him, and I think the last time I was like I was 17, I think. Yeah, he's a good fighter.
I heard you a few seconds ago say you're ready. Was that like you're ready or you're ready for Japan? Because based off the people I've heard that you've sparred, you know, I can see your confidence. You know, you've sparred with a lot of world champions, big names too, you know. Junto Nakatani, Angelo Leo, Hector Sosa, Havanesian. That, you know, Hazat Havanesian, he's a tough fight.
Yeah, yeah,
Martinez, the flyweight champ. You fought a lot of champs, bro.
yeah. I mean, I'm definitely ready. I know my skills are ready, but I know how professional boxing is. I gotta get the rounds in before I do a 12 rounder. You know, I gotta step up 6, 8, 10, stuff like that. But you know, I know my skills are ready for the top level. You know, I know where I'm at.
I hear you prefer to spar outside of your own gym, that you want to be, quote unquote, in uncomfortable territory.
Uh, I mean, I can't say. I mean, I definitely like being in the gym, but if I have to go out and get work from these fighters, then I'll go out and get it. Cause at the end of the day, they're gonna help me improve my game and get better.
Who would be the best work you got out of Manny Robles' gym? Because he's a great trainer and he stays with a great fighter, you know, or at least world-class fighter, world championship level.
I mean, the most technical fighter probably that I've sparred so far would be Nakatani. He's very technical, but yeah, he's good.
Is his power the way it looks? Because he's been getting some stoppages, right?
Yeah, he has good power, but I think where he really excels is his punch placement and his counters. That's where I think that's why I think he's able to knock a lot of these guys out. It's punch placement, and he's able to catch him walking in.
What's your favorite movie?
Uh, Favorite movie? I like Adam Sandler movies. Tony.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, so you watch like old stuff because he hasn't had really nothing new in a minute.
No, he still makes movies, but uh, I watch everything.
What's
I
your
like
favorite
all.
Adam Sandler?
I think Happy Gilmore.
Okay.
Yeah, but now all these movies are funny. A lot of them are like kind of the same.
Yeah. And I like that he employs a lot of his friends. You normally see the same actors in all his movies, you know, everybody he basically came up with.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Alex, those are all the questions. Let everybody know where they can follow you on social media, and once again, how they can get tickets and watch your fight.
Yeah, so if you want tickets, you could DM me on Instagram. My Instagram is at Alex Getch. So if you need anything, you could text me.
And I'm sure you're happy for Angelo Leo, another one of your sparring partners, becoming a 2-time champ.
Yeah, yeah. Congrats to him. You know, it was a great performance against it's a very dominant champ. So that's
Yeah.
a big win for him.
Yeah, great win, man. Well, Alex, man, thank you for coming on. Can't wait to get you back on after you get the win for the Victory Lap, champ.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Getch, and he'll be on a Matchroom card here in a matter of days. I think it's on the 27th, so tune into that. And we're going to get back to the phone lines. Who we got? DC3. Cordina is a cherry pick gone wrong. Watch. Rolling on the floor emoji. Cherry pick emoji. We going out to J Billy. Where you at? Let's go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got me?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Shout out my boy Oscar for the counterpunch, too. I forgot to say that. But Ness, like I was saying, I've been boxing since I was 15, 17 years in the game. Y'all already know he's on the tail end of his career. Y'all said it plenty of times. So why would I take what the fans are making out to be my biggest fight when I already know I took my biggest fights, but the fans are making something else to be another monster or another big fight for me? Why would I take that next instead of last? You see where I'm going here? Like it's all about business. That's all it is. It's just business. Why would he take his biggest fight next? Because then they're just gonna build up the next monster. Okay, I'm cool with that. We can do that, but you got to give me 200 mil for this one. So how much you think you're gonna have to give me for the next one? 253? I'm in Floyd territory now. You know what I'm saying? When you the boss, you get to make the rules. So we can't really be mad at it. He already stepped. We give credit to the walkers, not the talkers. You know what I'm saying? What has David done? And I'm gonna continue to say this, and I'm not shitting on his resume. It's just when you compare it to Canelo's resume, like I've said before, he hasn't done a quarter of what Canelo has done. So how can you really call for the fight? Then you got stripped twice.
Bro, you sound silly, man. Nobody's done what
Okay,
Mayweather did.
What
one
part?
did a
What
quarter.
part is silly?
The quarter. When Mayweather gave anybody a fight, nobody did a quarter of what he did. That's some weak, weird argument,
So
bro.
this is what I say, Ness. When you say nobody's done enough, then I say because he chose you. You're gonna get chosen when you get chosen. Nobody's done enough in the game to get a Canelo fight. Nobody deserves. No, wait. Let me finish this first because you know. Hold up. Let me finish this first.
Understand that. He
Let me get
picks.
this off. All right. Let me just finish this part first, and I got you. I'm gonna shut up for 30 seconds. Nobody in the sport in those two divisions, not even Better Beef, have done enough to deserve a Canelo fight. I'm sorry to say. So he's gonna choose you when he chooses you. When you compare it to his resume, nobody has stepped the way he's been stepping. Let me not say Better Be because he has been stepping. But the guys that's in contention for the fight, that's calling for the fight, Benavidez saying he's dunking, no, it doesn't go that way. How can I duck somebody? And I know we're on the same boat, like we're on the same page with this. How can I duck somebody that I've done more than? All right, I'm gonna shut up for 30 seconds, let you go.
It's nothing for me to say, bro. We're just on two different spectrums.
And that's cool, bro. That's cool. It's no problem with that. That's why we have this show, like I said yesterday, so we can call in, have a difference of opinions, and we can have some discourse. That's all it is. We try and get people through their day and talk about boxing. We try to talk about the face. You know what I'm saying? Then we're going to get him back in September against Berlanga. Did we want it? No, but we still going to watch it. People still going to pay for it. But it's another fight people calling for, and we going to need 200 mil for that. All right, let's keep on putting in that work. I'm going to tap back in. Somebody say something.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. A lot of shucking and jiving on Canelo part, man. Either you want to fight or you don't want to fight. It's just that simple. We got Demo, Dollar Cash at Bud Tenders, Earl Sexuals, and Bootlickers. Laughing out loud. One more dollar. Shout out H-Town for that one. Laughing out loud. Then we got Demo. Marco says, what's poppin', and Troy says blood. Oh, okay, they both banging red. Now I get what you mean. See, y'all both gangbangers, Marcos.
Popping is a red thing.
Oh yeah. What's cracking
It
is
is
blue, what's popping is red. Come on, where you been at? Ain't
in
you
New
from
York.
Brooklyn? Ain't you from Brooklyn?
No, I'm not from Brooklyn. Where am I from, Ness? Good lord.
Hell's Kitchen.
Thank you. I mean,
Hell's
that
Kitchen.
Hardin, man. No bueno.
Hell's
That's right.
Kitchen.
Hey, Marco, he messing with that Hardin.
The
He
only
need to
person
holler
I
at my
know
man Naeem.
the only person
There
I
we
know
go.
from Hell's Kitchen is fucking
Daredevil.
exactly. I was gonna go with Ben
Lisa
Affleck.
Lisa, famed freestyle singer. Lisa grew up on my block.
Oh shit, I think I remember Lisa.
Alicia Keys.
I wonder if I take you home.
I
Yup.
wonder if I
Yup.
take you home.
Head to
Would you still be in
toe.
love, baby? Yo,
I
that
know.
my uncle used to play the shit out that song. That's older than my time.
Yo, did you hear the story of how she got that nickname? And this has been told by the guys that gave her the nickname. Did you hear the story?
Lisa?
Yeah.
Nah, what? Her name's Lisa.
So full force.
Damn, bro. Keyshawn fighting Gustavo Limons.
I've been calling for that fight.
Yo, that's a good fight.
Very good fight.
That's a good
Very
fight.
good fight.
That's a good fight. Even off the laws, bro, because honestly, that was a tough fight. You know, people could argue Gustavo won that fight versus Richardson Hitchens. Yeah, Marcos, don't get involved. We know you didn't watch that fight. We know you don't know who the freak Limons is.
Never heard of him.
I've heard of him, but I couldn't pick him out in the lineup, no.
Okay.
So what were you saying about Lisa?
So
Damn.
Full Force. You know Full Force from House Party to
Yeah.
So they said that she was so her adornments, her breasts were so large, they would be like, hey, Lisa. So it was like two Lisas. So they gave her the nickname Lisa.
Or adornments. All right. Yeah, Alicia Keys from my block too.
Which Alicia?
Alicia Keys, a singer.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right.
Marco trying to allude to something.
Nah, I'm not saying, you know.
You better
Maybe
not.
I am. I don't know.
You better not be. You better not be.
Mysterious.
Al in the Bay, what do you say? Damn, bro. Keyshawn fighting Gustavo Limons in his hometown.
That's a great fight, though.
That's wild. He's
Yo,
he's a
what's
bad
up?
boy, bro. He's a bad boy.
Al, what up?
No easy
Yo,
shit.
shout out to all y'all on the panel, man. Yeah, I missed it. Did you have a 4 o'clock show yesterday?
Bro, you know I fell asleep, bro. I overslept, man. My bad.
Damn.
Yeah, I overslept.
Oh.
This was actually yesterday's topic, bro.
Oh, okay, because you said something about the welterweight division that you was gonna say, but
Yeah,
you
no,
just didn't say.
I didn't need to do that as the second show because we end up getting Brian Norman on the show breaking the news in the morning, remember?
Oh, I wasn't listening in the morning. I literally just got up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, we all know that Canelo's scared. You know, he's not just scared of losing. I think he's scared of getting dropped. I don't think Canelo's worried about Bivol's power. Even though he should be, but I think he's more scared of Benavidez' power and getting dominated. Because Bivol, he fights like a machine. He jab, hook, left, hook. But, David, he coming with the uppercuts. He's coming with the hooks. He's coming with the jab. And he's pushing forward. So it's kind of like, it's overwhelming. And so I think that's why more Canelo is worried about losing to him because it's going to make him look extremely bad if he gets dominated. We seen that fight with Canelo where, yeah, he lost
but it didn't make him look like he got dominated. You know, it just looked like he couldn't power the big man. He couldn't get his right shot against the bigger man. You know, so I think that's the one of the reasons why he's willing to face one guy instead of the other. One guy's pushing forward, the other guy's sitting back, and he's just trying to win. One guy is trying to take a head off, and the other guy is just trying to get points. You know, so um, not saying that he couldn't not saying that he couldn't dominate Canelo, but he didn't really try to dominate Canelo like you would understand Benavidez was going to try to dominate Canelo. I think that's the most important reason. But yeah, that's what I got the call for.
All right, champ. You think that Gustavo Limon's fight is gonna be at 35? I'm trying to find out. Are they making Limon's come back down? Cause he moved up to 40. Ooh, it is 35. Damn. I don't like that up and down shit, man. Hitchens had him at 35. I mean at 40. So, you know, he might have more power. He might be stronger at 40 because he's got to cut less. I don't know about that 35, but either way, that's a tough fight. Good fight for him, man. Shout out to him. He gonna get some attention for that. That's gonna be a good fight, man.
Who's gonna win?
I mean, Keyshawn should be able to beat him, bro. He's got to have more pop than Hitchens, so he'll be able to get more respect than Hitchens did. Is back down at 35, so now we got to see how is Limon's going to be. Is he better at 35, or is he going to struggle to make the weight? That's the thing. We seen him look like how he looked at 30. I mean at 40, not at 35. But yeah.
I tell you what, I think while I think I'd have to think about it from Limos's perspective in terms of does he feel better or is it the opposite? And is it like, damn, I'm losing some of my power. I'm not going to be as strong or be able to have the endurance because I'm coming down. So that's the part I'm curious about. But what I do think is the fact that this fight is happening, it does put Keyshawn at another level from his peer group at 135 because it creates that flexibility of perceiving Keyshawn as a fighter that, hey, you know what? He fought Lemos. Yeah, it was at 35, but Keyshawn could always move up, you know, not even about revisiting that fight, but just kind of, you know, being able to transition one division above. At least I think it creates that idea. Like, what if Keyshawn got out of the 135 business and moved up a division?
Yeah, it's a good fight. That's all I care about. It's a good fight. I wasn't expecting something this good in his hometown. Like this is a good fight. This is a you know, shit. That kid fought very well, bro. You know, it could be an upset. We don't know. This kid fought well. You know, obviously Keyshawn has to show that he's on a different level from Hitchens, which I believe he will show because of the power. I think they probably both are good boxers, but Keyshawn has slightly more power that's gonna maybe get the respect of Limons. But if it don't, I mean, we got to fight, right? Like yeah, I'm interested.
Yo, before you go to the next call, I just got to cut out of here, man.
You got it.
King, I mean, Investix1 on Instagram, and fucking Twitter. Damn, so shout out to Girl Scout cookies. Championship rounds on YouTube. New episode already up, and of course, be back later, y'all. Marco, peace, man.
King, I mean is what I mean.
347 new caller. Who's this?
347. Mic check.
1212. Who's this?
What is this?
Me, Johnny from the Hangout spot, man.
Johnny,
what up, Johnny?
This is probably the first time that I actually call instead of going through Twitter Spaces. That's probably what it is. What's good, Ness?
Yeah.
Marcos, what's the deal? What's the
Cracking, Johnny.
deal? Chilling, man. I just wanted to call in, Ness, because you had a caller a couple calls ago that said, what has David Benavidez done to earn a Canelo fight? How about win every one of his fights to become the number one contender for Canelo's title? That's what he's done. Is that not enough? This is boxing, man. The last I checked, champions are supposed to fight the top contenders. David Benavidez, accordingly to the rankings, has earned his right to fight Canelo for the title at that division. So I don't understand how people are not seeing that this shit is a blatant duck. Point blank, period. It's a duck. I actually interviewed Paulie Malignaggi this week when I was at Pro Box. And shout out to Pro Box for treating me very, very well while I was there. And shout out to you, Ness, for hooking me up with the opportunity. But I interviewed Paulie, and he said the same thing, man. This has got to be one of the biggest ducks in boxing history, man. I mean, because what's the excuse? What's the excuse? Now you want to fight Dimitri Bivol, you're willing to fight Dimitri Bivol at 175, but you want to fight David Benavidez at 168. Why? Because he's going to balloon up to 190? I mean, the last I checked, Canelo has rehydrated, before his fight, and he's usually 15 pounds heavier. He wasn't complaining, when Amir Khan moved up a couple weight classes to fight him, and he was the bigger guy. He knocked Amir Khan out. Like, I got to see, Canelo got to, and trust me, I like Canelo, but he got to stop the cat, man. Get it popping. I have more respect for him if he just said, listen, I don't want to fight the guy. He's a young lion at this point in my career.
He kind of did, though, Johnny. He kind of did. He goes, look, the guy's too big. His last interview, he kind of was honest.
Yeah, but now in this interview,
Right.
you say that he looked like shit at 75. He can't even beat a retired fighter from 2019. Like, my man didn't beat him if it's so easy. You out here talking like you could beat him.
See, the thing is,
that's true.
The thing is, Marcos, is he'll say David Benavidez is too big, but then turn around and say, well, if they give me $200 million, I'll beat him. Which one is it?
He said that
one
one
is it,
first,
man?
and then just recently he kind of was like, look, the guy's too big, blah, blah, blah. He kind of was honest, so I gave him a little props for being honest.
You keep saying just recently, my man. Just recently, he called him a dude that didn't look good at 75, someone that was finally fighting in their own division and looked mediocre. He couldn't stop a dude from 2019 retired. So he changed his stance. You keep saying recently. Recently is yesterday, and yesterday he said something different. Yesterday, he don't think Benavidez look as dominant. Maybe now he ain't as big as he thought anymore. Because, he's seen what Vazdik did to him.
Yeah, no, that's true. He definitely switched it up again. So now it's less, I don't respect him as much as the first time. I thought he was just being honest. Because we all knew he was scared of the size. Or not scared, excuse me. Concerned.
Yeah, I don't know about scared.
For sure.
I don't even know about scared or concerned because, you moved up to fight Bivol. You moved up to fight Kovalev.
Right.
There's no difference. Like, Kovalev is a cruiserweight, bro. Like, there's no difference. So
I think, Kovalev was at the end. I think the Bivol fight really put Canelo's mind back into reality. Like, okay, look, Canelo said it himself, and I had said this for years. He's really a 160-pounder, but he's able to be successful at 68 because of his skills, experience, his power. And he said this himself. He's like, I'm really 160. Like, I can fight this dude who comes in at 190.
he don't want to go down to 160. He capping, man.
No, he doesn't go bad down there, but he's saying he's naturally, that's what his
If he
frame
was
is.
naturally 160, he could make 160. He fucking capping.
Maybe he is.
Moose, what up? I got a counterpunch. Daquan, you never claimed that, I think. And if I did, then all goody. But CYP, you gotta, Twitter's down and down. What the fuck going on? And Baby Joker, yeah. All right, we got TM, $5 salute TBB. Seems like Keyshawn versus Gustavo Limons is what's next. We got us one real fight out here. We got us a real fight out of the young guys. Okay. 2 fire emojis. DC3 $2. Lay off the biz. Al, GGG didn't drop him, fam. Al in the Bay, that was directed at you.
Drop who? I wonder if you heard that. I'm sure you probably talked about it. That GGG rumor coming out, fighting Crawford, coming back.
Oh, Eddie. Oh, Eddie. Oh, they playing games in the media, bruh. They playing games in the media. Whatever. Let's see what happens. Hopefully we get
Well,
that
what
boost
happened?
fight. Eddie saying that he sent offers and never received counters. Come on, man. Adrian Clark don't do business like that. If Adrian Clark says that his company sent the counter, they sent the counter, man. Come on, bruh. Don't do that to Adrian. He ain't the type to be on interviews going back and forth. He don't clout chase. El Pito Negro, aka Moose. Moose. No Moose. H-Town.
He's back.
What up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
H-Town, baby. You know what that sounds like? The Boots Protection Plan. But yo, hey, Brandon.
Yeah. I mean, this is classic Eddie, though. Let's be real. We haven't heard him say, "Oh, we made offers," and then you end up seeing the dude fight a mandatory, and that's what's gonna happen. He's gonna fight Karen.
Yep. Hey, Brandon, 55 million was the number. What happened to that number is that your guys' camp sat down for like a month, and when they asked about, they said they were happy at PBC. You need to go talk to your camp, get new management. I don't know what's going on between y'all, because none of y'all have never been on the same damn page, even about this fight. One guy said 35 million, then the other guy said 75 million, then it was 100 million, then he wasn't on the contract, then he was on the contract. Then Eddie Reynoso lets his nuts hang and say, "Y'all show me the contract." That y'all said that y'all send us with Benavidez' name, and everybody went quiet. You know, why don't we just forget these things, Ness? I know we want Canelo to fight the fight, but come on, man. David don't act like he want the fight either. He just talks in the media to get his name out there. David Benavidez is not talked about unless he's talking about Canelo. You know, if he don't mention Canelo, don't nobody want to talk to him. Like I said, you messed up, bro. You should have stayed at 68. You should have made Canelo vacate the belt or fight him on purpose. Either way, you would have been a champ, and you could have fought the William Scholes. You could have fought the other guys, and they just took belt by belt and make them look worse every time. But you decided to go to 75, and now you'll be waiting to 2026 before you get a shot at a real belt at 75. But you're young, bro. It's all good, man. Go party, chill in Miami, do what you got to do. Beat the lesser opponents, and you'll be relevant again in 2026. It's all good, Nance. I don't know why Brandon's so mad. I mean, you need to be mad at that team, the worst team in boxing. Name me a worse team than that, Nance. That's fumbled the bag. I'm out, man.
Shout out to Johnny who called in a little bit earlier. Definitely head on over to theboxingvoice.com. /videos or to right here on youtube.com to the videos, and you can check out the latest interviews conducted by Johnny. He was in Pro Box covering the event for TBV. He got great interviews with Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, and JoJo. Remember, JoJo is not only training at White Sands, at the Pro Box facility, but he's also 50 yards across, staying at the White Sands Treatment Center, battling his alcohol addiction and substance abuse. Shout out to JoJo. Shout out to White Sands for having that facility. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. We rocking out every day, twice a day, unless I don't wake up like yesterday. That was an accident.
Damn.
I want to be consistent with my 2 shows.
But that's good because you only get like 2 hours of sleep, right?
Again, I take naps, so I don't know. I haven't done the research to find out, do you need that 8 hours straight?
Nah, I mean they say it's better for you, but I think as long as you get it in,
So
your body's okay.
I can get like a 5 4, 5, 6, and then add in the 1 hour, maybe 2 hour nap that I may get if I can get it certain days. It's tough, man. That's the worst part of working out, right? Everything that you read says you need that 8 hours of sleep in order to truly have the working out be effective and gain the muscles and the recovery and stuff. But it's just difficult when you're an entrepreneur and you're a hustler. You know, there's not enough hours in the day. You know, I'm trying, but that's what happened yesterday. You know, I crashed out and I was not able to make the show. You know, sometimes I crash out and I still start late, like at 4:30, even though that's not what I like to do. But I'd rather start at 4:30 than miss the damn show. But
Am I coming through?
now you are, my friend.
All right. Man, hey, man. That Keyshawn versus Gustavo Lemos, man. That right there. Keyshawn just went up on my favorite fighter list. You know what I'm saying? He up there with Brian Norman Jr. right now. You know, Brian Norman Jr. He just became my favorite fighter in the game. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Oh boy, was my favorite fighter. Uh, Sobrio Matias. You know, but he didn't show nothing extra to his game. You know, I still respect the dog in him. You know, it's all love, Subial, but right now, it's Brian Norman Jr. and Keyshawn. I think Keyshawn up there, man. That's what it's looking like. Because Keyshawn, he fought a dog in Miguel Madueno last fight. You know, I don't think people understand how tough that guy was. You know, and he knocked out most of his opponents as well. You fighting a Mexican who don't go down from a headshot like that. You know what I'm saying? And then man, shout out to Keyshawn, man, and his team. You know what I'm saying? That kind of came out of nowhere. It's like it came out of silence. You know, and bam, look at that. Hometown fight. A dangerous fight. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But man, what's the topic today? You know, we got the topic.
Canelo saying he'll only fight Bivol and not Benavidez at 75, saying that Benavidez looked not good at 75 and couldn't even stop a dude that was coming off retirement.
Yeah, that don't make sense, Canelo. It don't make sense, my guy. You know, you say this guy is not that good, then you ask for 200 million. I don't know what's going on, Canelo. You know. Now I'm not saying that David is perfect either, but you know, I fought both of these guys. You know, we got guys on here choosing sides. You know, go ahead, choose your side. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it, but the stuff that's coming out of Canelo in the mouth right now, it's not adding up. So if you're a Canelo fan, just be real. You know what I'm saying? And say Canelo, that's not making sense, my guy. But I'm with you. Uh, and let me see. Yeah, Brian Norman Jr., man, you had Brian Norman Jr. on today. He was sounding kind of like Roy Jones Jr. over the mic. You know what I'm saying? The tone of his voice, you know, and confident brother. He was honest, you know, and that's why, you know, I could see that. You know, I knew he was the one. You know what I'm saying? That's why I rock with the brother. You know what I'm saying? I like my fighters honest. You know what I'm saying? As long as you're honest, I rock with you. And as long as you give it your all when you in that ring, I'm gonna be behind you. Uh, but yeah, man, Boots don't want that work. You know what I'm saying? He do not want that work. His father don't want that work either. The father and the son, they can both go at it. They don't want that work. You know what I'm saying? But shout out TBV.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. Let's see who's next on the line. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Absolutely free. Helps with the visibility. Hopefully, it helps us get to the next goal of 1 million subscribers. We are on the hunt. We need your help. We got James in Atlanta. What up?
Yo, what's up, Ness? You hear me?
Loud and clear.
I missed that interview and everything earlier, man. But shout out to Brian Norman, man. We all know it's some bullshit from Team Boots over there. Like, I wish Boots could just be honest instead of goddamn looking like a little kid. It's like talking to my daughter and shit when I know she lying and shit, moving her eyes left to right and shit. You know, I'm like, bro, I know you full of shit, champ. Just say we're gonna try to make that fight after I fulfill this mandatory. Stop with the bullshit, man. But you know, Eddie Hearn playing Eddie Hearn tricks. And you know, we're gonna take that nigga shit when the time comes. You know, y'all niggas just be ready. I told y'all about what happened to Santillion, and y'all about to see what happened to Boots. You know, and y'all can go ahead and try to undermine Norman and say he ain't ready for the fight. But long story short, he's going to be the best name on Boots' resume when he gets that fight. It's just clear. So y'all going to see. Other than that, with today's topic, man, I
I
really
mean, they
don't
the
care
best
about this
name on each
Davis.
other resume, to be fair, because they both gonna be
sure.
facing champions.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I'm not going to discredit Boots, but I just know we're going to come out on top with that fucking belt. You know, so I ain't going to diss the nigga, but you know, I just know the end result. You know, and y'all just going to go ahead and just be like, man, he going to be a plus 800 or whatever the fuck going to
You
be.
ain't hear
But
the interview, huh?
nah, I ain't hear it, man. I need to go back and watch
Yeah,
the
you
show. I
gotta
was in
listen
meetings
to it,
earlier,
man. He made it sound like Bud hit him up and said if he get the fight, that he gonna spar him to help him get ready.
I mean, shit, we already gave Bud good work before. So I mean, shit, he's only going to help elevate us to another level, man. So we probably going to get Bud. Hopefully, Derrick James is involved again with the additional eyes.
Well,
It's
he
going to be
cleared that up.
coming out.
He said that's a lie.
They didn't have.
Yeah, he said both of them said
Then
that
who?
was a
Then who
lie.
was? Then who was that? Then who was the extra eyes? Then you got any info on that? Or
I
if
mean,
not, don't disclose it out
it
here.
was supposed to be Derek, but I guess things didn't work out. That's why they was in Dallas.
That's what I assumed as well.
They was supposed to
But
be Frank spawn partners, and David was supposed to be overseeing. Maybe something didn't work out, chemistry, I don't know. But yeah, he made it clear that they did not were not overseen by Derek, and you know that they stood in Dallas for a month though.
Yeah, because at that time, like, what, didn't Frank have, what, Elijah Pierce and a couple other characters down there?
Yeah. Frank was in camp for
At around
Tank.
that same time? Yeah. All right. It is what it is, man. Well, shit, he get Bud involved, anybody from Team Bomac or whatever, man, we'll go ahead and take down
I mean,
this
he ain't
so-called
confirmed.
boogeyman
That's why I want you
147.
to. That's why I want you to go listen. He ain't confirmed, but he sure as hell made it seem like it was Bud without saying it was Bud. That's what I know.
All right, bet.
You may feel like
On
it's your
top of that,
time,
hey, salute to you and salute
but
to the
it's not
community
your
as
time.
always, man. I'm out.
All right.
Peace.
Who next on the check-in?
Yeah, I guess Canelo started feeling a little emasculated, so he had to say something.
Yeah, he had to
I don't
get
know.
tough, but now you got to back up that tough talk.
I mean, he's not gonna fight him, so I was gonna back it up.
Exactly. So now you're looking like a chicken. What up, Jaime?
Yo, what up, what up, Marco? Amin still on? He's off, right?
He did.
What's up?
What up, Marco? Man, yo, what are we talking about? Why we mad Canelo talking this shit, man? David done been on every podcast, every YouTube
Yeah, because
channel.
David want to fight. David actually wants to fight. That's why he's talking shit. Why is Canelo talking shit if he don't want to fight? That's the major question. That's just the major question we have. If you don't want to fight, why you talking shit?
Bruh, because look, this reminds me of right after the Bivol fight. You know, Bivol, was like, yeah, I'm doing something different. I'm trying to get undisputed. You know, I ain't worried about Canelo till they frustrated that man, and he was like, all right, if you want it, let's do it at 68. You know, so they gonna fight, man. They gonna fight. I'm calling it 2025 September, because Canelo was being respectful, just saying you ain't done nothing, but now he's talking this shit. So we gonna see it, man. And shit. Did y'all speak on what's his name? Shakur signing the Matchroom? Hello?
Hello? Shit, something happened. Yo. Something happened.
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh shit. Did y'all hear my call? I think my Bluetooth disconnected.
I don't know. You're in right now though.
Word. So yeah, did y'all speak on Shakur signing the match room?
I'm not sure. I just got to the show not too long ago, but not while I've been on today. Maybe earlier.
Okay, cool. No, all right. No, I just wanted to speak on that real quick. Um, shit, Shakur might get Shakur might get the Canelo fight before David, man. You know how Eddie do, man. He gonna get you that Canelo fight. But that's all I got, man. I appreciate y'all.
All right, champ. That'll be wild, though. I know that was just sarcasm, but that would be crazy.
That'd be hilarious.
Spider Re
Oh, snaps. Esteban. What's up?
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
It's really my
Esteban.
time though. Y'all hear you? Grand Rising,
We
God.
got you.
Grand Rising. We never mourning. We never grieving. We're here to stay. We never leaving. Shout out to Danny. Stay on your feet. Stay alert. Stay swift. Stay on your feet. Stay alert. Stay swift. I'll stop taking them naps if I was you, mister. Don't take no naps. Stay on your feet. Stay alert. Stay swift.
You
We
need
can
that.
sleep later.
You need them hours though, champ. How you going? Build muscle and recover the
No,
body if you ain't giving it proper sleep.
Esteban gets 1 hour of sleep a day.
no. I slept 10 last night. But sometimes you go without,
Ah.
you starve yourself. Sometimes I go days without eating, but when I eat, I really eat, and it be the best of the food. But you gotta deplete yourself sometimes, all the way down to nothing. Break down the muscle fibers in your brain, in your body, everything till it's gone, and then you sleep.
I don't like
And it
that.
sometimes it take longer than 24 hours to do that. Sometimes it take longer than 24 hours. It take up to 72 hours to deplete yourself completely, and then you gonna sleep better than you ever slept.
I
You
don't
gonna
like
sleep better
that.
than you ever slept.
I don't like that.
But
Esteban's
I'd
he's an
just sleep.
extremist.
I'd rather just sleep decent a day than sleep better than I ever slept one day.
Spider
all right,
Rico's an
all right, my
extremist.
fault.
I get it.
My fault though. Let me get back. Shout out to Danny. We never leaving. The UFC. Somebody said the UFC is an abomination. The man
What?
choked Adesanya from behind. He attacked him from behind, choke him from behind, and then the crowd scream and they go out into the world and they act as so. All these people will attack you from behind, and this is abomination, and this is what they do to the fight game.
Abomination.
This is what they praise.
Yo,
This is what they praise
is
now.
you talking about the topic or you just going all over the place today?
Okay, Canelo is not what he is doing is not an abomination. It's not something that we should abominate and say this is wrong. No, Canelo, we already
What?
He's trapping out.
Yeah. Hey, Esteban.
He's the abstract.
his name itself means he's connected to the cartel. So you
What?
think this is a Mexican? They're going after the others. Canelo's already said it, and there's already this is what I feel. They're not gonna fight each other till it's time. How when Crawford and it's not like Crawford and Spence yet. It's not that yet. But if it is, we gotta wait. And it's a money thing. Canelo not scared of nobody. Y'all tripping. Cino after that money, just as all of us men have to do. And when we don't go after the money, then they blame us. The money. And every man has to go for his money. That's why I call him Cino. He the real example. He know other things too about purifying his body. And he don't want to show all of his knowledge to you. It's deeper than this boxing game. I try to stick to the topic,
You may feel
but
like
I'm
it's your time,
Champ.
but it's
That's
not
the
your time.
bell. But why you ain't answer my text, bro?
hey, it's me again. Whoa, there, do. Say that respectfully.
What the fuck?
Yo,
Don't let your past haunt you. Protect your mental health. It's Esteban from Oregon with love. I'm gone.
can we get you to check your text?
Damn.
Sir. All right.
You're
Anybody
talking
else
to
from
him, right?
Oregon? Anybody else from Oregon out here, man?
He's abstract.
I need some questions answered about Oregon. I was trying to make a trip out to
Oregon's
Oregon, but my boy Esteban acting crazy, man. Can't even
he's
help a
just
brother out.
he's eccentric. That's what we call it.
He's out there.
He's smart though, just eccentric.
He's just out there.
He probably builds straight nuclear bombs in his basement without
Whoa,
ever having formal
whoa,
schooling.
whoa. Why you gotta go straight to the bombs?
Because he's a genius. I bet you he does shit like that.
Mm-mm.
He doesn't use them. He can build it and then he'll sell it to the Russians.
So now he's a spy too?
Yeah.
Damn, bro. You trying to make my man a terrorist. No bueno, bro. Who we got here in Northern California? Northern California? Hello. 5:30. You're 5:30. We're talking to you.
Oh, check 1 2, check.
Yes, sir. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh yeah, this is Franco. I'm a first-time caller.
Frank?
Franco.
Oh, Franco. First-time caller from?
F-R-A-N-C-O. From Northern California, greater Sacramento area.
You got it, champ. It's all you. Floor is yours. Take it away. 3 minutes to knock him out.
What was the topic? Why Canelo ain't fighting David Benavidez?
That's the gist of it.
It's the gist, right? So I mean, I was thinking it's just that David Benavidez just wasn't ever at the level of like commercially. Like he didn't have the marketability yet. I mean, I don't think Canelo would not fight him, but I think David just needs to get to that position where he don't need to attach his name to Canelo for him to be somebody. Like once David makes himself a somebody, essentially, I mean, I don't like saying that he's a nobody, but once he gets put on by himself, I'm sure Canelo would fight him. But that's just my opinion on it. I think Canelo really just wants the biggest and best fights that are going to garner the most attention and get people the most interested. But he don't want to do all the work just by himself. I don't know. That's just me, though. What do you think?
I think Canelo is concerned about the size difference, and I feel like he feels like it's a unfair advantage that Benavidez has. That's what I think. But it's within the rules of boxing. He makes the weights, so you know.
About the weight difference, the weight disparity. I mean, I don't really think it's all that. I'm sure he's fighting. I mean, he's fighting at higher weight classes. I mean, he even considered fighting that one dude at cruiserweight. African dude like in Combi or something like that. Like he was willing to go like that high.
Because it's about who you're fighting. He sees Benavidez and he sees the skill that accompanies that size, and he says to himself, "Nope."
No, well, I mean, I guess possibly. I don't really think so. I mean, I think it just comes a lot from the fans who think that he's gonna go and destroy Canelo. So it just kind of plays into like his negotiations. Because I mean, if all y'all saying that, then like that's like an entire career that he might go and lose out on, right? Like if David Benavidez is that guy, he's gonna go and kill Canelo, you know, and like ruin his career. Then you gotta pay up front for everything he's gonna lose, right? And personally, he might even still beat him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think it's all about who Canelo wants to fight. It depends on a lot of things, and you know, he's making the best decisions for himself right now at the end of his career. And even though we don't like it, that's just what he wants to do.
Yeah, but they're still like marquee matches. I mean, like
Champ, that is the
still like
bell. You get 3
yeah.
minutes. But
All right,
listen, if
all
you
right.
want another round, you got to send a counterpunch. That's a $5 Cash App or Super Chat with the words counterpunch and CP. Obviously, this is your first time calling, so you want to put the word CP for, you know, maybe your area code, or you can put your name since I have that now.
90 seconds.
I got Damien with another $2 Cash App, and he says, ain't no contact until you agree to terms. Clown emoji, but he meant contract. Shout out to someone that sent $50 and wanted to remain nameless. They said keep it on the low, low. I said you already know, though. I need about, I'm going to say 300. We had 230,752. I need 300 more subscribers. So what you got to do is, if you're Marco, you hear the kids in the background. Grab all the kids' devices and subscribe. It's all good. They don't have to have the notifications on. You know what I mean? I need those numbers. Numbers mean bigger interviews. Bigger interviews means you get more enjoyment from the actual show, you know, and then everybody's happy, right? Right.
Mutually beneficial.
Exactly. Hey, El Tanque, you got a counterpunch. Here's so I don't get fined. Okay, I read that wrong. I guess it's here so I don't get fined. What up? Why do people use weird screen names? Whatever happened
Hey,
to just
fool.
going with
Hey,
Marco?
you got to start writing shit down, man. You, damn, you be forgetting shit quick.
Oh, that's you. Why would you?
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't be like, yeah, because I don't be on Discord like that. You know what I'm saying? But
You got a
yeah,
counterpunch, FYI.
That's CYP.
I got a what?
You have a counterpunch courtesy of.
I think I got two.
I'm reading here. Jonathan Sims and. Yep, that's it. Just from Jonathan Sims. Let me check on YouTube, though. That was a Cash App. Let me check YouTube.
Yeah, I think I got two.
But go ahead. Yes,
No, I was
DC3. DC3.
cool. Shout out to the fellas. Shout out to the fellas. Oh my goodness. You know what the craziest part is that I'm all about a criteria, right? Because if you really want to rock with a dude, let's hold him accountable. So I told people if Devin or Shakur or anybody signs with PBC and they don't make that fight with Tank, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna let Tank have it. That's a criteria, right? The Canelo fans are scared of a criteria. They're scared to come up with something that if it doesn't happen, he'll be a dub. They don't want no criteria because they're afraid that Canelo's not going to honor that shit. If they say, oh, $200 million, I say, you know what, man? The craziest thing about $200 million is that nobody's ever been guaranteed that much money for any fight. And I'm going to tell you something about $200 million. I know y'all not dumb, but these big paydays came based off of what Floyd Mayweather was generating, what Manny Pacquiao was generating, right? It didn't come off of what you just want for yourself. So I'm trying to figure out, if you give one man $200 million and you got to give the other man something, and the fight don't generate 100, didn't you just give away 170 something million dollars? Like, who would do that? You wouldn't do that as a businessman. Nobody would do that as a businessman. But for some reason, you won't call that a duck, even though it makes no logical sense to no investor on the planet. And we ain't talking about just boxing. We're talking about anything. They wouldn't do that. It wouldn't make any kind of sense. But we still going to talk about it and act like, hey, but remember this, Ness. Remember this, Ness. Remember this, Ness. And I hate to say this shit, man, because it's bothering me. But we need more Mexican callers to call in and call this out, because the ones that do call in, they making Mexicans look bad. I promise you. Did you know that he offered Badu Jack a fight when Badu Jack was at cruiserweight with the 200-pound belt? And Badu Jack, he said, you come in at 190. Now, I'm trying to do my math. 168, 190. Damn, that's a lot of weight. That's circling around the 25 plus pounds that he said David comes in at. So you can fight Badu Jack, who's 40, at 25 pounds heavier, but you can't fight the young gun Dave Benavidez, who will come in around the same weight, according to you. That's a ducktail. Like, it's something about this that I just don't get from y'all. Like, you want to bring up certain things but forget everything else. Like, I don't understand it. Oh, $55 million. We'll fight him today. Where's it at? Man, every day he's out here making DuckTales. Like, I don't
Understand this. I need more Mexicans to call in, save the day, because the Mexicans that we got representing this show, they making y'all look bad. And I'm telling you right now, La Raza ain't pussy, dude. This dude making y'all look pussy. I told you, part of my family has Hispanic. They Mexican. We ain't scary like that. Like this dude making y'all and a part of me look like we pussy, and we not. That Mexican style of fighting should be the Mexican style of thinking too. Y'all come forward, y'all throw them punches, y'all down to fight whoever. That's that Marquez shit.
You may feel like it's your time,
All Canelo is doing
but
is
it's
Yo,
Mark
not your
ass
time.
shit.
you got another one from Stainless. You got another one from Stainless. So if you want to run one, that's
Yo.
Hey, I appreciate this. Let me cook again. I'm gonna save the last one for a rebuttal. But listen, I'm serious, man. I've been trying to figure this shit out. And then somebody was calling Al Heyman. They were calling Al Heyman the racist against the Mexicans. I was like, well, damn, that's kind of cruel. Didn't he? Isn't he responsible? Like really responsible for giving a whole bunch of dudes who are not black their biggest fights and their biggest paydays and their biggest guarantees? Like, isn't he? Didn't he give Pac-Man the most money guaranteed? Didn't he give Conor McGregor the most money guaranteed? Isn't he involved with helping Canelo make the most money guaranteed per fight with PBC? They're not black, my man. They're not. Didn't he give Plant Canelo, which gave him $8 million? Doesn't he give Leo the best fights? Didn't he give Pitbull opportunities? Didn't he buy out the contract for Andy Ruiz to make sure he can go fight AJ and make himself $8 million and the biggest fight of his career? Didn't he put on fights with Fury and Wilder where Fury actually won 2 of them? Like, didn't he put on a fight? I mean, like, I'm confused. A lot of the fights he puts on with other guys who are not black, he loses them, and he still does it again. I'm confused. Like, if that's racist, I don't get it, because Eddie Hearn is not a racist. In my opinion, he's not. But he gives AJ a whole bunch of opportunities, a whole bunch of money. So that's good enough for that white man to not be called a racist because he worked closely to AJ, Anthony Joshua. But all the men I just named who are not black doesn't give Al Heyman the same respect. Brothers, I want y'all to listen to me. This is a serious moment. It's always a line in the sand where we have to do fucking so much more to get the same respect and admiration that another dude get for doing one. Eddie Hearn rock with one dude over there. That's the savior. That's Mr. Kumbaya. That's Gandhi over there. Al Heyman over here employing people, getting people rich that ain't black, and he the fucking racist. Like, I'm confused about this shit, dude. And I really, really mean that. But the next person to call in, make sure if you go give an excuse for Canelo, give me a at the end. If any of y'all who don't know what that is, that's DuckTales theme song. I don't know how y'all don't know that. If you don't know, now you know. CYP out.
The
all
singing
right.
shit was
All
funny.
right.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was a throwback to DuckTales, baby.
Nah, the way he said it though was really funny.
Treese, Toledo.
Yow.
Y'all. What up, though? What up, though? Marco, man. Hey,
Chilling.
man. My nigga Marco. Hey, I fuck with you, gang. You becoming one of my favorites, gang. But
Appreciate you.
hey, this I'm getting all this Mexican and black talk and all this shit. Listen, man. I told you motherfuckers, man. I'm not a racist, I'm racial. And I'm not a racist, but I'm a regionalist. You understand me? Shout out to the Midwest Mafia. The godfather of this Midwest Mafia shit, Al Heyman. Y'all need to put some respect on Brody's name, man. Shout out CYP. He just said that shit so eloquent. We good. I ain't even have to, because y'all know what the fuck going on. And all I know about this Spanish shit, Canelo, he ducking, bro. It's obvious, man. If he gonna fight him, it might happen at 175, and he talking about it's too much weight, but motherfucker, you been at 175 fighting guys. Now, if man's Benavidez take this belt off of Bivol or better BF, and Canelo don't go up there, because I just heard CYP talking about stipulations. You see me? So we gonna set them. I'm gonna set them for y'all. If Benavidez get one of these real straps, because I ain't gonna hold you, that interim shit, that's kind of shake. We always got an interim. If you get a real strap, because if you get multiple off of Bivol or Benavidez and Canelo don't go up there and fight him, or he find a way to bypass light heavyweight and make his way up to cruiserweight, because I've been hearing him talk about cruiserweight quite a bit, more than he should. And I know they got a Mexican champion up there, and Zerto Ramirez. So if he go up there and he fight a Zerto or something like that before a Benavidez, man, quack, 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 quack. It was a real issue. Cause I got a real issue with Canelo now. I ain't gonna, cause the Bud Crawford shit, man. I feel like you need to go ahead and take him out. You talking crazy. If you're not fighting Benavidez and you're not fighting Bud, and you gonna keep fighting Berlangas and Munguias and maybe a fucking Pacheco, because he looked like he the next foreigner up on the list. You feel me? It'll be a Pacheco or an Mbili or something like this. I have a huge problem with that shit. Like I say, man. Shout out to the Mexicans, though. All I know is Toledo Campeonato Boxeo. La Tierra de Campeones. You feel me? And my nigga Alberto Campaña, you understand me? We about due for our shot, bro. I don't know what's going on. I'm watching Kenneth Sams get credit and shit for beating up Jonathan Romero, which we knocked the fuck out in 2 rounds. We about to fight this guy who Conceição just beat, and he found a way to get a title shot off of beating Young Ortiz or Jesus, or I don't know who the fuck he is. All I know is he about 15-2. Conceição just fought him, and he got a world title shot off of him. We up next. Albert Bell, the best 130 pounder. Shout out TBV. Shout out Toledo, Ohio. Midwest Mafia. Y'all know what the fuck going on. Be cool.
All right, champ. All right. For people think I'm being extra nice, what I was doing is I'm working in the back. So I was trying to get Danny Garcia for Monday morning, so that it doesn't overlap with Serhii Boca-Chuck. But it looks like it's gonna have to be Monday evening. So if you're a member or a Patreon, go ahead and drop him a question. The post is out and available for you to ask Danny Swift Garcia a question. Everything goes well, he should be on Monday. I got a counterpunch from Moose. Moose, let me send you this Cash App, Moose, because you keep using the personal. And Cash App has an issue with the personal and me receiving too much bread there. So we're going to go to Pito Negro and send you a private message. All right? In this private message is the right Cash App so that you don't fuck up the spelling, okay? Use that moving forward, my good friend, sir. All right? Moose.
Nada.
All right. I got one lump sum, $10. One lump sum. You gonna get the ticket. Thank you for reminding me, even though the super chat has nothing to do with it, right? Cool. But the gentleman that gave me the ticket for the Pacheco fight DM me. Obviously, your DM got buried. I don't remember your name. I know you sent the ticket already, but I need your name so I can get your email so I can find a ticket so I can forward it to One Lump Sum, who I'm going to give the ticket to for the Pacheco fight. One Lump Sum with the $10. Wish I could call, but I got to work. Okay. He says, wish I could call, but I got to work, B. Al loved his fighters, but stalled out Gary Russell Jr., Stephen Fulton, and Wilder to Fury. He got Mikey the Spence fight, but sold out Easter Jr. to Mikey. I mean, it's all part of the plan. Shit. All part of the plan, you know. Easter had the opportunity to upset Mikey. He didn't. How could you say he sold them out? You know, you can't call that selling out. Okay, so Marco dropped off. No outro. Just, you know, follow him, you know where. Tip Bellet. Oh, Tip, don't go to you. We got to go to Pito Negro here. Moose, what up?
Chequera, unos dos.
Well, chequero is not a real word, but we get what you meant.
Canelo.
That's a real word.
Hey, man. Canelo no perro adentro. No más perro. His perro es mínimo. Porque Canelo mucho dinero.
His dog is minimal?
Mucho. Mínimo, yeah, sí. Sí. David Benavidez, Perro is Máximo.
Mm.
You know, so Canelo no quiere problemas con David Benavidez. Porque David Benavidez es mucho rápido.
Okay, because it's too
Pero
fast.
my shit ain't. But yeah, man. Damn, man. I forgot what I was gonna say when I called it. Other than that, you know, I was kind of y'all saying something in this shit. I should have wrote it down. That's why I be writing stuff down. Damn.
You
So
good, champ?
Marco got up out of here, huh? Marco didn't even say that, huh?
Take your time. He got kids. We all understand.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
He got them
Yeah, well, when
little ones running
Amin
around.
said that Amin said they used him as a Yo Quiero Taco Bell thing. I pictured that. That shit made me laugh.
Yeah, they sent me that
Cause I
meme.
was
I
like,
thought it was mean, so I never said nothing. That's old.
oh, okay. Yeah, man. Let me go. I did make some kind of notes. Let me see. I had something earlier. I'm going in right now. You shit. Oh, yeah. The other day when I called in, I did my little rap. I went to the YouTube comments. Everybody was like, Moose acting like Puerto Rico. I was like, man, look, I'm from Bakersfield, California, Central Cali. You feel what I'm saying? And Puerto Rico, he from Oregon,
Oregon.
which is not far. And, you know, I guess we kind of sound the same. And we both Aquarius and we're both like outdoor people. And we're both like, I guess you would call, I don't like the name because I don't use none of that shit, but woke. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Like we're
whoa.
different.
Yeah, whoa.
You know what I'm saying? So
So that mean I'm
we see a
sleep.
little different.
So I'm sleep. Because if
Yeah,
you woke, I'm
yeah, you
sleep.
sleep. Yeah, you sleep right now. But you getting
Mm.
that bread though. You know what I'm
Sleep
saying? Just because you
sleep
woke
is the
don't mean you go
cousin
get
of
that bread.
death,
I stay
man.
broke
Sleep
every
is the
day.
cousin of death, man.
Yeah, it really is. You know what I'm saying? Me and Puerto Rico, we have a heightened awareness. You know what I'm saying? And we like to be outside a lot. I sleep outside. I sleep on top of my van. You know what I'm saying? So I be outside. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Let me see. Looking at my notes, see if it's. Yeah, I ain't really got nothing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Keyshawn once again. Oh yeah, I wanted to say. I said,
You
oh
may
boy, wasn't
feel
my
like it's
favorite
your
fighter no
time,
more.
but
Matias,
it's
he
not your
not my
time.
favorite fighter, but he's one of my favorites. You know what I'm saying? Still one of my favorites. But that's it. Salute TVB.
All right, champ. All right. Let's see what we got. Who's next on the mic? If you rock it out, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. DC3, what it do?
What's to do, miss?
Chilling.
Yeah, man. What you guys gotta realize, H-Time gonna down this. He gonna down the hill, man. About Canelo, he gonna down the hill, and he gonna go out on this shield. It's like, man, like y'all, come on, man. It's clear as day, the man different. We gotta stop this. These excuses for him and all that. Come on, man. Oh, I'm not gonna fight him because he don't respect me. But Berlanga talking crazy to you too. So come on, Canelo, man. I'd rather you just stand on him being a bigger guy than making all these excuses. You know what I'm saying? Then one of these guys called in talking about marketing and all that. Come on, man. Don't need no marketing. This is what the boxing world wants. You know what I'm saying? This what everybody wants. Yeah, trying to make it seem like David ain't doing this, bro. He's done enough to deserve that fight. You know what I'm saying? And we gonna blame it on L. Come on, y'all. Come on, man. All these excuses. How we gonna? L can't make Canelo fight him. L can't, like these promoters and these people, these CEOs, they can't make nobody fight nobody. These guys 60, 70, 80 years old. Come on, man. I don't want that smoke. So come on, y'all. We gotta stop making these excuses, bro. It's clear. Canelo, in my opinion, is the best Mexican fighter ever, bro. Like, I'm not no hater. I'm like, bro, people gonna say Cesar Chavez, but you know, outside of them big names, you know, the rest was cans, bro. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta stop making these excuses for this guy H-Time. Come on, man. It's clear as day as a duck. It's clear. You know what I'm saying? And next, when you get a chance, go look at Shakur fights at 35. You know what I'm saying? It's nasty. Like that's horrible. When you get a chance, go look at his body. I'm like, damn, like that's nasty. His Shakur resume at 35 is nasty. Nothing but cherry picks. You know what I'm saying? And then he thought
Everyone was gonna be a cherry pick, and look what happened. Got everybody. Now he became the laughing stock of the boxing community. This guy left Matchroom to fight Joe Cardino. I'm out this.
I mean, there's a rumored bag attached to it. Nobody had a problem when Crawford did it, and this is what I say about, I always got to be the one to keep that equal energy. Like, I had an issue with Crawford walking away. Y'all motherfuckers called in here talking about, oh, it's a bag, Ness. It's $10 million. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, it's crazy how y'all forget, The energy's never the same, man. It's just so weird. Very weird, very weird, very weird. But the internet undefeated. They got David Morrell photoshopped as Mr. Glass. And they saying, and the caption was like, not Morrell, I said David Benavidez, my bad. David Benavidez as Mr. Glass. And the caption was something like, what was it? Damn, where'd it go? It was something like David after one fight at 75 and shit. I'm like, damn. Oh, one squabble at 175 and he's already falling apart and they made him Mr. Glass. That's wild. But let me show you the picture though. We gotta at least show you, Why they doing that? Yo, Canelo fans is so mad that he want to fight Canelo, boy. They will do anything to discredit that poor man. Noble, trying you again.
Indeed, peace. Sound better?
Loud and clear.
Absolutely. Now, what I was saying with my life story was, the point I was getting to was my man was from Sinaloa. We had nothing in common. You know what I'm saying? He was a millionaire. I was broke. He had a wife and children. At the time, I had no children. I ain't had no significant other. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't my Conrad, wasn't my Aelite, nothing like that. But, you know what I'm saying? We was friends. We got along. You know what I mean? We kicked it like on a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? Just on some friendship type shit. You know what I'm saying? No give or take, no none of that. We just kicking it. You know what I mean? So it's foreign to me. You know what I'm saying? This shit that I be hearing, that's going on in West Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, or California, or whatever when it comes to Mexican and black, man. But I'm gonna leave that shit alone, man. Let me get to the point. Tyrone, man, if you still listening, man, make sure you wrote my shit down, because a couple weeks ago when Ness was talking all that bullshit, like Terrence Crawford had a nemesis, even though they had never engaged, had never sparred in Boots Ennis. And I was like, nah, that's not his nemesis. But guess what? He got somebody that's on his level, that's in his weight class, named Brian Norman, and I want to see that shit. Look what's happening. Brian Norman want to see that shit. Brian Norman Sr. want to see that shit.
Yeah, you just
And
throwing up roadblocks, though.
You said what?
You just throwing up roadblocks. Brian Norman wasn't even.
I don't give a shit about that shit you're talking about. I'm talking about the real shit right now. Brian Norman Sr., Brian Norman Jr., Boots Ennis, I think, wants that fight, and I think Bozy wants that fight. Is Eddie Hearn getting in the way? Because he want to shortchange them guys. That's what that shit is. Shout out to Adrian Clark. Man, listen, I want to see this black on black violence in the ring. This shit finna pop. I can't wait. Shout out to Esteban from Oregon with love, the caller of the year. Shout out to the breast cancer warriors, the breast cancer survivors, and the breast cancer angels. It's on you, Ness, man. What you got to say? Peace.
I mean, I said what I said. Can't remember now. You was mad. I was trying to say something. But what I will say is I'm about to have Jose Benavidez on, so I do need a few more callers to keep me going till he jump on. You know, people say 5 minutes. 5 minutes can mean 30 minutes and shit. So we'll see how that goes. If you a member, though, or a Patreon, come rock out with us because we about to get him on the show. and
You
you
may
could go
feel like it's
ahead.
your time, but it's not your time.
You could go ahead and drop him a question. You know, make sure it's respectful or it's gonna get looked over. You feel me? I'm keeping it at a reasonable rate for so that everyone can ask him a question. So again, be respectful. Don't get them doors closed for your fellow man because you an idiot. And don't purposely be an idiot to get them doors closed for your fellow man. But we got Boxing Patron on the line. What's up? Once again, you must be a member or a Patreon in order to ask Jose a question. While you're there, drop your question for Danny and Sergey Bokachoke. Bokachoke, we gonna learn that before he come on.
What's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
Street.
Good show today. Good show today. Um, man, I'm one of the very few. I see where everybody's frustration's coming from. It's totally understandable, man. We all want this fight, but the more we talk about it, the more we crave it. And I believe Canelo's a kind of like on that Floyd Mayweather level, man. I think he's a businessman. I think he plans on fighting him all along. I think he's just marinating it. Because the day they do fight, it's a Cinco de Mayo fight, and it just keeps on going. I think it's going to be one of the biggest fights. You know what I mean? I think it's his last big payday too. When he sees that. You know what I mean? I'm not really big on that $100 million talk. I don't think he knows he's not going to get that shit, man. He's not going to get that. But yeah, I do believe he could get like 70 to 80 million. I do believe it's his last big payday he's ever going to get in his, you know what I mean, in his boxing career. I think the rest of them will be the Munguia type of fights, the Berlanga fights. He's going to build his 40, but I think this is his last 80 chance, 70 chance, something like that. So it's just going to marinate, man. It's going to happen. I believe I've been saying it all along. This fight is going to happen. We need to just wait on it. But I see the more we talk about it on this show, the more it just marinates, bro. Everybody's waiting on it. It's going. But I see the frustration. I do. I see it. But I never believed Canelo scared him in the first place, man. Triple G was killing people, dude, at 160. What do you have, like 20 straight knockouts? Man, you know what I mean? Benavidez wasn't doing that shit like that, man. What's he beating up 160 pounders? Coming in and fighting Boo Boo at 200, dude, making Boo Boo come up to 190, change his strategy. You know what I mean? Boo Boo ain't no damn 190 fighter, dude. He had to train his body to be 190 in order just to handle that dude's weight. And he was still bigger than Boo Boo. And when Senior comes on, dude, ask him what he weighed on the fight night. Because I remember that day you asked him what he weighed on fight night. He avoided that question. Let's see what he weighed. I'm curious, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, man, great show, man. The fight's going to happen. We're all going to buy it. And we're all going to be having a badass Cinco de Mayo party the day it does happen, man. All right, man. Thanks.
Yeah, man. It's open. You could drop him that question. Go ahead and drop him that question. Kerry G, $5. Seems like Al actually favors you in your 30s and older when you got grown man problems. He like you, young, grind. I'll get you with you when I'll get with you when I do. Okay. Seems like Al actually favors you in your 30s and older when you got grown man problems. He like, you young, grind. I'll get with you when I do. Okay, I read it twice.
You may feel like it's your time.
Maybe he's referring to...
But it's not your time.
Who exactly? All right. Jose, what's going on?
What's up, Nance? How you doing? Everything's going well, man. Super happy here in Seattle, Washington. Beautiful day, rainy day. Everything's going well.
So, first and foremost, obviously, congratulations on the win with Fed Pacheco. He's looking good and continues to win. What were your thoughts on that performance?
You know what? Diego Pacheco's doing a great job.
No. Fed.
Federico Pacheco, I'm sorry. He's doing a good job, He's super motivated, super focused, very disciplined. He moved here to Seattle. He's been here for almost 2 years, man. And little by little, he's progressing. I think he needs a lot of work still. We're working super hard. You know, we won the fight. He stopped the guy in a fifth round. It was a six rounder. But we're working hard in order to look spectacular and keep learning and getting more experience.
And what's next for him? How often, how soon do you want to see him back in the ring?
We're trying to keep him busy. Hopefully, we can fight him one more time before the end of the year. Uh, but yeah, they like his performance. I want to thank also, Showtime Promotions, boxing promotions in LA, Long Beach, California. They want to put him back. They want to bring him back. So they're working on the dates right now, and hopefully we can fight again in Long Beach, California.
So he's not with Matchroom. He's a free agent?
No, no. Actually, you know what? He's blessed, man. To be honest with you, he fought a couple of cards, maybe like about two, three times, and two times with Matchroom. So these guys, they've been really good to us, and we just been fighting with them, and I would have, well, he's a free agent now, but we're getting fights here and there.
For sure. And obviously, his brother Diego is in a fight with Masil Selecki. This is another step-up fight. But Selecki is moving up to 68. Pacheco's right there on the cusp. Now, keeping on Pacheco, it
Yeah,
doesn't
you know what?
seem.
That's
What I'm trying to say is
yeah.
he's number one. If he get, do you see him getting the Canelo fight because he's not David? Because guys that aren't David are getting it. Jaime got it, obviously. Berlanga got it. Pacheco is on that level where he's not so experienced. He hasn't beaten, former world champions. Do you think he has more of a shot to get the Canelo fight?
I don't think he has a shot, to be honest with you. You know, what they're looking at is guys that are not looking and not progressing as well as they should, you know? So, Pacheco, he's a dangerous fighter, man. You know, he's been looking spectacular. Last fight, he looked a little bit slow because he just had his baby girl. Being the first time parent, waking up and all that worries, but they see that Diego Pacheco is looking very exciting. Hits hard and he's improving little by little. So I don't think they would like to face somebody that is improving and looking good. I don't see Canelo calling out Diego or even trying to fight Diego Pacheco.
For sure, for sure. Man, that sucks because he's number one, and I don't know. It just seems like because of his lack of, elite level experience, he might get chosen like Berlanga was chosen and Munguia was chosen because of the lack of the big fights. But he is in a fight with Selecki. What are you expecting from Selecki? He's a tough veteran, man. No one's really beating him up.
Yeah, he fought Daniel Jacobs. He fought Boo Boo. He fought a lot of big names.
Mm-hmm.
He's to be honest with you, in my opinion, I think he's a gatekeeper. He's a tester. He's somebody that's gonna take you to the deep waters and see if you can swim. And at the end of the day, you can't just beat him. You gotta look impressive in order, like I said, in order to get the bigger fights. You gotta. This is the fight where you see where you're at and are you gonna be the next big thing or are you progressing, so in my mind, we gotta look impressive for this fight. We're training super hard. He's super focused, also very dedicated, and you guys are gonna see a great fight. He's we did yesterday, we did 12 rounds of sparring like nothing. Condition is good, everything's good, no injuries. So we have to look impressive in that fight in order to go to the next level.
I'm sure you've been sent the recent comments from Canelo towards your son's performance and debut at 175.
Yeah, to be honest with you, man, that's the reason we went up to 175 because I didn't want to talk about Canelo anymore. We were waiting for 3 years. Every day is Canelo, Canelo, Canelo. He wants $200 million. That's impossible. That would never happen. And still, I hear everything. Yeah, this and that. At the end of the day, well, if he didn't perform well, if he's not that good, why not take that fight? Yeah, you get maybe like you think you could get 100 million. That's a lot of money, you know. But if you don't think that he's a good fighter, and I mean, why not fight him? Why all these excuses? You know, we're ready to go to 168. We're ready to stay at 175. We're ready for both divisions. You know, to be honest with you, uh, everything's good, and we're just ready to come back to 168 if that's the fight that they want to make. If he wants to make. But if there's nothing, if there's no Canelo, there's no point for us to come back to 168.
Now, Jose, if you come back to 68, are you gonna hire, you know, a strength and conditioning coach? Because there was a difference in the way that he looked. He looked a lot more muscular when he
Yeah,
was with.
yeah, yeah, no. Let me tell you what happened. What happened was, you know, that a lot of people didn't know. This is our camp was in Miami, Florida. This is the first time I was there. You know, he suffered the right hand. He tore a ligament, and we had to go and put stem cells. I think they're called, you know, to repair it and all that. And you know, it was a that torn ligament. We never had that problem. So the doctor said that, you know, it would take like about 4 or 5 weeks or six even to start using that hand. So we started using the left hand, and he overused the left hand, and he messed up the left hand. 2 weeks before the fight, we were sparring, and he got a cut over his left eye. And you know, that was the worst camp we ever had in history. But I knew that the monster that he is, that you know, we just needed to make it to the fight, you know, because he was not going to cancel the fight. He didn't want to cancel the fight. In my opinion, I would have canceled that fight, but he said, no, let's make it happen. And to me, I'm so proud of David, what he did, because a lot of people don't know what happened. And it was just a terrible camp, you know. And a lot of accidents happened there, but we were able to make it to the fight. And to my opinion, he looked spectacular the way he got there. You know, I just wanted to win. We just wanted to make sure we make that fight and don't cancel it, and make sure everything was okay. And he did it spectacular.
For sure. Before we get you out of here, I got a couple from the people. First one is from Manuel in the 408. He says, "This is Manny from San Jose, California. What do you think about Anthony Yard? Would you like David to fight him next at 175?" I really like that fight. I've been asking for that fight before the Vazdek fight. I think the Yard is a great fight. What do you think about Anthony Yard?
Anybody, we gotta keep proving ourselves. Anybody that they put in our way at 175, we only have one to fight, you know, get the bigger fights, and prove ourselves that we deserve a shot at 175 for the world title. So at this point, you know, we're ready to fight anybody, and uh, have those opportunities to keep going forward.
Now, what can you tell us about these rumored opponents that have been, you know, out there for your son? I believe a Colombian by the name of Alberto Ramirez, maybe, or Rodriguez. Have you heard anything about this? Is that a potential fight?
Never heard of this person, to be honest with you. I don't know who he is. But if he's a good fighter, why not? You know, like I said, you know, right now we got to test ourselves, and see where we at, and keep proving, and giving the fans the fights that they want to see. You know, so that's what we're all about. You know, to fight the best, or whoever's gonna give us a challenge, and make a good fight.
There was two rumors. His name is Alberto Ramirez. He's number 4 in the WBC. And then there's Jesse Hart. He's number 12 in the WBC. You've heard none of these names? They've not
Yeah,
come
yeah, yeah.
across.
I know who Jesse Hart is. You know, Jesse Hart fought Sudo Ramirez. I mean, Jesse Hart was a good amateur fighter also, and he has a good record. I mean, that would be a good fight. You know, that would be a great fight too. You know, he's a 175, and been at 175 for a while. So, um, like I said, you know, we're ready. We're ready for whatever our promotion company says. You know, we're ready. I know that we're fighting in December. So we're right now they're just they're busy with the Canelo fight, and after that, I think they're gonna look for the venue, maybe L.A., maybe Las Vegas or Texas. So we know that we have a fight in December.
So there's no way you guys are fighting on the Tank undercard again in November. Too
I don't
soon?
think so. I don't. Not too soon, I think. But that's the day that they gave us, and that's the day that we're looking at, December.
I have Malcolm in New York that says, why didn't David just call for Canelo fight with the WBC mandate at 168? Would this have affected his status at 175 if Canelo chose not to fight him?
Yeah,
Wanted
I
you
don't think it.
guys to call the
I,
bluff.
I don't think it would affect nothing. Like I said, I can't talk about the organizations. I don't know what they do, what they're gonna do. At the end of the day, we're here, we're ready. Everybody knows what's going on with all the organizations. With the belts with Canelo. Finally, somebody stripped them. I think it's a WB, IBF, I think, or I don't even know, but somebody, but not everybody's willing to do that. So. Um, let's see what happens, man. People don't really understand what happens here. I think Canelo has a lot of power, and they're gonna keep taking care of him until I don't know, until he retires. I think I don't know. To be honest with you, it's not that easy. We're ready. We're ready to go. We're ready to give the people the fight that they want to see, and we're excited.
I got Toledo Treese. He says, what fights do you think can separate you from Canelo? Because some people have claimed that David needs to boost his marketability. Would you fight in Chicago?
It'll be an honor, to be honest with you, to fight anywhere. We just want to fight, and if they make the fights anywhere, we're there. We're there. To be honest, we're not picky. We're not looking for a specific place, and we just get the dates and the venue, and that's it. But we'll be happy to fight in Chicago.
Next one here is from Jerry Soriano. Hola, señor. Feliz viernes. Con respeto y cariño, el monstruo fans are begging for you to move on from Samson and Al Heyman. They are stalling his
Okay.
career.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me? Uh-oh.
Bow, bow, bow.
Do you hear me? The Seattle weather got him, guys. Damn. Damn, Jerry, right in the middle of your cry for separation. I don't even know why you think that's going to happen, Jerry. That was like a waste of a question simply because he gets paid so much money. They're never going to be mad at Al. Like, yeah, I'm not getting a big fight, but I'm getting $5 million paydays, bro. Like, my family's set. So I was saying, I was reading a question here from this gentleman, Jerry Soreliano, for you. One moment. He says, hola, señor. Feliz viernes. Con respeto y cariño, El Monstro fans are begging for you to move on from Samson and Al Heyman. They're stalling his career. Any chances of linking up with Eddie Hearn and Turkey Al-Sheikh? Por favor, amigo.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, right now, we're super happy where we're at. David gets treated very well with Al Heyman. I want to thank actually Al Heyman, Luis de Cubas, and PVC. We're not in a rush, man. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know what other promoter could do better at this point. We're in a good position. We're happy. Everything, in my opinion, everything is going well. We're going there little by little. Of course, we want to get the big fights, but we got to be patient. But I mean, now that everybody's working together, I think that could be a good thing, and hopefully they keep working together, and maybe we can make this fights, with everybody. And But right now we're happy, everything's going well, and like I said, hopefully they can start working together.
Coach, what was your thoughts when your son told you, Dad, Turkey Al-Sheikh called me and he wants me to make 164 for Terrence Bud Crawford?
Yeah, there's no way, we can make 164, if Terrence Crawford wants to come up to 168, it would be an honor. I think it's too much weight. I think David would knock him out, to be honest. I like Terrence Crawford, he's a good guy, a great talent, but it's just too much weight, man. Uh, but yeah, definitely, if he could come up to 168, definitely not a problem. I don't think we could go down more than 168.
Why do you think that fight was only offered at 64? Like, if Turkey Al-Sheikh wants Crawford to fight Canelo so bad, why can't he just give Crawford the Benavidez fight at 68?
Have no idea. To be honest, that's a good question. That's why I was thinking. Why does he want him to bring him to 164 and Canelo? He wants to fight him at 168. It doesn't make no sense. But at the end of the day, I have no idea. But there's no way we can do 164, and I wouldn't even try to do 164.
Do you feel it's a more fair situation? And I feel like you should take this opportunity to, send that message to Al-Sheikh. Like, why can't Benavidez Crawford fight each other for the opportunity to get Canelo? Like, why does Crawford get an automatic shot and he has all this backing from Turkey Al-Sheikh, where Benavidez has been there waiting for this? He deserves that backing and that push, but instead it's Crawford receiving that.
Well, I believe that they feel that they got the best fighter in the world, and I think they came in. They wanted to come in strong, and that's why they're giving him a lot of publicity. And that's the only thing. To be honest with you, I'm not excited about Terrence Crawford's fights. But they got a good fighter that they think that it's an exciting fighter. But that's why they're backing him up and doing all that. But I don't. To me, that doesn't make me excited.
So you say you're not excited for Terrence Crawford fights. Who would
I'm,
you
I'm
say
not.
had
I'm
a
not. No,
more?
I like him. I like him. To be honest, I was not excited about this last fight, and that guy gave him a lot of challenge. So I would be excited if he fights maybe Brojo Ortiz, fight somebody that we kind of know here in the United States. That the other guy that he fought, I didn't really know nothing about him, and he looked really good against him.
Who do you think did better moving up in weight? Did Crawford do better versus Israel Madrimov, or did your son do better versus the former, champion Alexander Vazdek?
Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna tell you again. David was not at his best at that fight. I never excuses. You never heard me say this about David. The only time that happened that was when he fought Graviel the first time, and the next time he gave him a beating. He was not well in his career. He's only been bad two times: when he fought Graviel and when he fought at 175. I can't even. David's gonna fuck. To be honest with you, I'm not even gonna compare David to Terrence Crawford. David's an exciting fighter. David comes and throws punches. David comes and risks a lot. He comes and puts a performance. Terrence Crawford is a really good fighter, and he always plays it safe. He wants to win the rounds, but I don't think that he risks, and he doesn't give that people that excitement. That he's gonna come and have a good fight. To me, Terrence Crawford is like uh, Shakur Stevenson. They're good fighters. Don't get me wrong. They're fucking pound for pound. Terrence Crawford's a good fighter. I think, but to me he's not exciting. To me, it's like I was watching this fight. I had to go back because it just got bored. People were booing, and it's not just me. So I mean, he always plays it safe, and I mean, he wins the rounds, and that's it. So I can't even compare him to David. David is an exciting fighter. David's a fighter that people want to see, and the last performance, like I said, he came injured, but I'm proud of what he did.
Having faced Crawford already with your son, Jose Benavidez Jr., and Benavidez made it to the 12th. That same Benavidez was not able to be stopped by Jamal Charlo, but Crawford did get the stoppage over your son. How many rounds does Crawford last versus David?
Yeah, nah, fuck, man. Maybe like about three, four. Like maybe it's like a boo boo thing or something, you know. To be honest, and let's go back to no excuses, but when Crawford fought Junior, that was the best fucking fight in his career. You know, it was an exciting because we made it exciting, you know. And you know, David Jr. was shot on the leg. He was fighting with one leg that night, you know. So I'm so proud of what Junior did that night with Crawford. That was the biggest fight of Crawford, you know. And like I said, Junior had just gotten shot on the leg, and he came back, and I was more worried about the fucking leg that would break or something that the fight with Crawford.
So again, to be clear, the outcome is similar to Boo Boo.
That would come maybe, yeah, maybe something like that, you know. At least, you know, Crawford doesn't move as much as Boo Boo. Boo Boo was a very slicky fighter, very tricky fighter, you know, and David was able to stop him real quick. So I don't see Terrence Crawford, you know, being slick. You know, he has good legs. He moves well, but I think he will stay there in front of David a little bit more.
All right, we got James in Atlanta that says, "Come on, Jose, be real. Terrence Bud Crawford would be the best name on your son's resume. Honestly, I feel you need Bud. Be creative. Is how you build the superstar."
Listen, I'm not saying that we will not fight Terrence Crawford. I just said that, you know, he's pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world. But like I said, he's not an exciting fighter. You know, he's a little guy, man. He's a 147, 154. You know, David's a 168. You know, right now 175. You know, his frame is small. You know, he doesn't even bulk up. You know, but like I said, I would love to fight him. You know, why not? Let's make that fight happen. But we cannot do it less than 168. So, I mean that he's a great fighter, like I said. But David's too much, too bigger for him, too big, too strong for Terrence Crawford.
All right, just a few more from the people, and I'll get you out of here. Last one. This is Donald in Baton Rouge. If Big Turkey sends a contract to fight Bud at 168, would you take it? The answer is yes. You just said that. We have Electro. Ask him if he's happy. Excuse me. If he's not happy with the WBC, why doesn't he let David fight for a different sanctioning body belt? The IBF would have enforced Canelo like they did. Do you feel like maybe David, if he was with a different sanctioning body, specifically the IBF, he would have either got the belt or the shot at Canelo?
Well, you know, we'll fight for any belt. You know, any belt is good, a good belt. But like I said, you know, these organizations is not what you think. You know, there's rules, there's this, there's that. We'll fight for anything, man. To be honest with you, we'll fight for. We would love to fight David Morrell for his belt. You know, at 175. I think that would be another great fight, another exciting fight. You know, for us. You know, so. That's a fight that a lot of people would like to see. David Morrell against David Benavidez. So yeah, we're down to fight for any belt. But like I say, you know, we're trying our best to. It's not that easy, you know. We can't just say, "Hey, we're gonna fight for this belt." Hey, well, you know, Canelo has all the belts, and Better Beef has all the belts, and I think Bivol, I don't even know he has a belt. So Morrell has a belt, so there's no belt. So they gotta give us the opportunity. So if they don't want to do it, you know, I can't force them. But we're here, we're ready, and yeah, we would love to fight for any belt.
What was David's fight night weight for Vazdek?
What was his fight night? What do you mean?
Like, what did he weigh on fight night?
To be honest with you, he only gained like about 15 pounds. You know, normal weight. You know, that was another weight. You know, so it wasn't. I don't remember weighing him. I don't remember if they did weigh him, but it wasn't. It wasn't that much. You know, to be honest with you, I think Boss Leg looked bigger than David. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so. Uh, so it wasn't a big problem. But you know, I wanna give a big shout out to the new champion, Rayo Valenzuela. We got another world champion, and I'm proud to be in his corner, to be his manager. And I want to thank Robert, Mario, and everybody that was involved, you know, in this adventure with Pitbull. and super excited about that. And we worked so hard for this fight for all these years. Finally, we have a new champion. So I want to congratulate Rayo Valenzuela for his victory against Pitbull.
Yeah, man. A lot of news broke yesterday. It sounds like Rayo could be landing the big fight with Tank in November. Do you think it's too soon, or is it perfect timing because of the momentum just becoming a champion?
Well, let me tell you something. When Rayo was undefeated, we wanted to fight Tank. Um, so it wouldn't change anything now to fight him. I think it's a great fight. It's a fight that, uh, it makes a lot of sense, because if he upsets Tank, that I think he has all the tools. But before people start talking, my respects to Tank, he has adjusted to every style. He's a great fighter. He's a very dangerous fighter, and he has a lot of experience. And it will be a tough fight for Rayo Valenzuela. But if Rayo Valenzuela focus himself and does what he did, and the dedication and and goes to Robert again and stays focused for that fight, I think will be a great fight. And I think he has a really good chance to defeat and upset Tank at 140.
Did you find that fight to be close between he and Pitbull at all, or did you think Rayo won it fairly, easily on the
You know
scorecards?
what? I'm not going to say that he won it fairly easy. I think it was a very close fight. I think that Rayo did enough to win the fight convincingly. He was throwing a lot of uppercuts. He was touching with the jab. He was tapping. And Pitbull was coming with a lot of shots, but most of the shots were blocked. But he was looking for one shot. So I think Rayo did the right thing, stayed on the outside angles and come up with those uppercuts, body shots, and counter. So, in my opinion, I knew he won the fight. I knew that after the fourth, fifth round, I started feeling more comfortable. Actually, this is the first time I sit down and watch it. So I was watching it. I was nervous and I was excited. I would say that the first rounds were very tense. But after the fourth round, I think Ryo started loosening up and starting getting control of Pitbull. And I think he won fair and square. And I think the next fight will be even easier because he already knows how to beat him. And I don't think Pitbull could make any adjustments, and Ryo could definitely make more adjustments into the fight.
So my last one, what was your thoughts on Morrell's performance versus Hot Rod Kalajic?
Yeah, I'm not. To be honest with you, I thought Morrell was gonna stop him maybe like in about 5, 6 rounds, and to look. I was looking for him to look spectacular. Uh, but there you go. He's been fighting like I always said. Uh, he is getting better and better and better. But the opponent that he has fought has made him look good. But now when you have a veteran, when you have a guy that it's in another level, he's gonna have problems, and he did have problems, in my opinion. He didn't stop him. Yeah, he won, but I think that he didn't look impressive.
Yeah, I actually thought, Hot Rod did enough to win. I don't know.
You said it, but I think that's what happened. I like Morrell. I talked to Morrell. He's a nice guy. He's always talking shit, but I like him. I like him, and I think he's a good fighter. And I think my opinion would be that that he underestimated this opponent. I think he has to just, stay a little bit more serious. And he's a dangerous fighter. He's a good fighter. But let's see how he does from now on. Now that he's facing another level of opponents.
Do you have time for two more?
Yeah.
Tip Bellis says, would you match Pacheco with Jamal Charlo or Demetrius Andrade? And do you think Crawford can beat either of those two names?
I think he can beat what's the name? Charlo, no problem.
Wow.
I think no problem. He can beat him, no problem. Boo Boo, like I said, he's a little bit. His weight is a little bit bigger. He's very slick, and he's a good fighter, man. Boo Boo's a good fucking fighter. I think I would think that Boo Boo would beat Terrence Crawford. To be honest with you, even people are gonna laugh about me and say things, but I think I will go with Boo Boo, to be honest with you, because of the weight, because he's bigger. But talent, Terrence Crawford is more talented.
All right, and the last one is from Rod in L.A. Why do you hate Berlanga?
No, let me tell you something. That's what everybody's saying, that I hate Berlanga. I'm gonna tell you here right now. I want to say congratulations to Berlanga for getting this big fight. Everything that we all wanted to. I mean, all the fighters want to fight Canelo, right? Congratulations, you and your father, your team, for making this happen. And to be honest with you, I would love for Berlanga to beat Canelo. I don't hate him. I think he's a good kid. He's been struggling a little bit with the fights, and he landed a big fight. I think he's getting focused, and he's training hard. He's dedicating himself, and I think that he has a great chance to beat Canelo. I would love for him to win so he can take all those belts away from Canelo, and maybe we all have more opportunities, to fight Berlanga. uh, Even though I know they have a rematch clause, maybe I'm thinking that that's what's going to happen. But still, if you beat somebody once, I think you could beat them again. So I don't know where, I think Memo Heredia started all that. He's working with them, and Heredia's always talking shit about me, man. To be honest with you, and I gave that guy a job, and the only thing that he does turn your fighters against you, and he's a bad person, bro. And I would tell people, be careful when you hire this guy, because you don't know what is he gonna do to these people's bodies, in order for other people to take advantage. He has the power to make them faster or make them slower. So I will be really careful with this guy. I don't trust this guy. I don't like this guy. And he's always talking a lot of shit. So now that he's with Berlanga, he's just talking a lot of shit about me that Berlanga doesn't need right now. He needs to stay focused. A lot of people are talking shit about Berlanga, but I like that guy. I think I saw him when Canelo fought. I took a picture with him. I gave him a hug, bro. But there's so many people around boxing that talk a lot of shit. But I'm telling you right now, I don't hate Berlanga. I congratulate him for getting this fight, and I think he's a good fighter, young fighter, strong fighter. And we'll see. Everybody has a chance when they get up there. But I'm with Berlanga. I want him to win, and I want to let you know that I'm going for Berlanga for this fight. For he has all my support. But just be careful when you start listening to Memo Heredia. He's just talking a lot of shit. I wish he could tell me in my face. But he's just talking a lot of shit. Memo. He's always talking shit about everybody.
Well, that's all the questions, Jose, man. Thank you for your time as always. Wish you guys the best, and can't wait for the next one.
All right, brother. Once again, Puerto Rico, vamos con todo. Berlanga, chale ganas. Hope you win all those belts.
All right. Hey, yo, and that's what I said. I hope Berlanga win, right? Because people are tired of how Canelo is reigning, bro. It's like, if you're going to be a reigning king that gives everyone an opportunity, then cool. But you picking and choosing, and you setting different rules and boundaries and parameters. This one is respectful, so he gets it. This one, you're disrespectful, you don't get it. Well, this one, he's part of an ancient rivalry, so he gets it. It's like, come on, bro. He could disrespect you because he's Puerto Rican and y'all got a rivalry, but this one can't disrespect you because he's Mexican and he's supposed to rock with you. It's just a lot of baloney, and that's what I'm saying. Like, dudes like Ness, you flip-flop, and no, this is called maturity. This is called assessing all the information and being able to understand that, damn, I missed that. Somebody sent me a message, very important, and then unsent it. I should have read it immediately. Son of a gun. All right. But yeah, man. That looks like everybody. Let me see if I got any super chats. We do. We got Nano, member for 6 months. Spider Rico, wild. I'm in Oregon, Ness. What's up? What's the weather like, Nano? I'm trying to go out there for a hike, man. Trying to put in a little road trip. You know what I mean? What's the best time of the year to go out there? I'm trying to go now, like immediately. CYP confirmed that Tank is allowed to duck. B. Ussy. Dre Bogus, $5. Just showing love. I appreciate the content as I recover from back surgery. Keep up the great work. Peace and love. Damn, salute, champ. I hope you ain't got to only lay down. Shit. Fuck. DC3, $2. G-Von, Baby Joker, H-Town, patiently waiting. Boxing Talk, $2. Celebrating his first super chat on the live stream. Salute to you, champ. Opening that wallet with us for the first time. David is not more exciting than Bud. He real a dog. Okay. Hopefully we get this Bud fight, man. This is what I'm talking about. You know, this is quality aggression coming from Jose for Bud. Like, yo, you know, you skipping the line. Come fight my son. You know, why y'all want my son in catchweights, though? Why y'all trying to put my son in catchweights, though? You feel me? Why he could fight Canelo at 168, can't fight my son at 168? You know what I'm saying? If this was Canelo, though, trying to fight David at 164 and only fight Bud at 168, he'd be called a duck. You know what I'm saying? He'd be called all type of names. You smell me? H-Town, counter.
What up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Yep.
H-Town, baby. I'd like to thank Jose Benavidez Sr. He's very happy at PBC. He's very happy how they've been running David's career. I'm glad all that's clear. I mean, I hope Brandon was listening. You know, he's very happy how they're being treated. They're very happy with the money. They're very happy with the position. They're very happy with the sanctioning body they're at, you know? This is a happy bunch over there, Ness. Very happy. Try to get that Bud fight, I guess. You know, all the way back to 68. Let Bud get to 68, get that fight, you know? Because Bud the horrible fighter, according to Jose Sr. See how everybody else takes that comment. See what Bud has to say about that. But yeah, man, I mean, we already knew this, Ness. I mean, we've been knowing this for months.
I mean, I don't
For
get what you
years.
want him to say. Like, that's not vindication that he's not bad-mouthing Al Heyman. People that badmouth their promoters end up being in legal situations. You know, you can point at Andre Ward. You can point at, you know, who else did it? But whoever,
Ness,
bro, you can't do it.
my dog,
While you currently with
I know it's your
someone,
job
you
to
can't
find a
do it.
loophole to
There is no
keep the show
loophole. It's the
exciting.
truth.
But bro, he's been saying this before. When they asked him, hey, was David on an actual contract over there? Well, we're happy how we're being moved. You know, he's never answered any real questions. He's danced around the real questions every time. It's all good, man. I mean, he's happy. Like he said, they're young, they got time, so they're waiting for Canelo to get old to actually want the fight.
They can't force Canelo to fight, bro.
No, they're waiting for him to get old. He just said it. They got time.
Can't force him.
They're aging Canelo out. They're just talking. They're just talking till he gets old. They're trying to get the fight for real. It's all in the plan. PBC is running it perfectly. Yeah, man. See, now it's clear. We're waiting for him to get old, Brandon. Don't be mad. It's going to happen. David will be serious. David and his camp will be serious about trying to get the fight in about 3 more years. I'm out, man.
All right. These people expect you to badmouth your promoter and get put in a worse situation. Jeremy Alcantara. Yep. Jeremy Alcantara. $2. 12-fight KO streak is not exciting. Abusador. Right? Habladorazo. So Dominican. Yo, but that's the thing, man. You only as good as your last performance. Y'all can't go tapping into the well, he had 11 knockouts before this fight. Not that was then. We talking now. We talking now, baby. Oh shit. Michael Williams Jr. is back. He's going to be fighting Chop Chop Corley. Shout out to Michael Williams Jr. back in action. ASAP TV, $5. I'm disappointed with you, Ness. How do you not call out the BS when he said Bud was boring? You're supposed to call that ish out. I ain't getting involved in that. I want that fight. Fuck out of here. I've been wanting Bud to fight a real 68. You can't just cut the line. Go fight Benavidez on Jaime like I've been saying. I ain't getting involved in that. Let that man fight. He got genuine aggression. He don't like that he cutting the line. Let him fight. They got history for the brother. He just said that. Like, bro, we gave you one of your best fights and my son was shot. Let them fight. Bud said he need to feel disrespected. Let that man disrespect. Don't get me involved. Trying to get me to stop that shit. Nah, we want violence, maximum violence. Shout out to Dillian.
Yes, sir. Yo.
Mm-hmm. Loud and
Yeah,
clear.
man. Y'all heard the man, bro. Y'all heard the man. Terrence Bud Crawford is a born fighter. You know what I'm saying? Born, and he don't even know if the man could beat Boo Boo. He don't even think he could beat Boo Boo, man. It's just, what I'm saying? I just speak realistic things into fruition, man. You know what I'm saying? I make the people believe, you know what I'm saying, when I ask the real experts of the world, the questions, man. Not the BS, man. And, shout out to the H-Towns of the world, the delusional callers that just keep calling in saying David Benavidez is ducking, but you got Canelo openly saying, yo, I don't want to fight him. He got 20 pounds and all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? You dudes are really weird, bro. And where's that dude, Adrian? Where's the other dude from Texas? It just seems like every time Canelo says something, that refers to him ducking, this dude never shows up. But yeah, he want to call in when there's something about David Benavidez and talk about how he Guatemalan and all this other BS. You Canelo fans are weird, bro. Honestly, y'all are weird. But anyway, man, shout out to Reha Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations on your long-term deal with Matchroom Boxing, man. I can't wait for the UK tour to start up, man. Honestly, I can't wait for the UK tour. We're starting off with Joe Cordina. You got Gary Cully over there, a bunch of other guys, The UK tour is about to be in full effect, man. And, Boots Ennis, man, it's like I said, man, when you earn with her, you going to burn with her, man. Ain't none of y'all going to get these big fights. Hearn talking about he want to match make Boots with Barrios. That we know that's not happening. Hearn talking about he gonna make the tank fight happen. That's not gonna happen. Like, come on, bro. Like, these dudes are slow, man. They gonna be put in the same position that Demetrius Andrade was in when Demetrius Andrade signed with Eddie Hearn, bro. I done told y'all before. Notice the real reason why all these U.S. fighters are 0-8 against these dudes in Saudi Arabia is because they affiliated with Eddie Hearn, man. Like, bro, like we gotta stop, man. We gotta stop, bro. Our fighters are looking bad every time they sign with Hearn, man. You know what I'm saying? They looking bad out here. We gotta save our American fighters. You know what I'm saying? And from going over there with this UK dude, and, putting them on the back burner, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to bring Golden Boy back to life, man. We got to bring Golden Boy. That's the only thing that can save the U.S. fighters over on the zone right now. About putting, you know what I'm saying? We got to save Ryan Garcia, bro. We got to save Ryan Garcia. Dad done took a massive L. Regis done took an L. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just looking bad over there. Shakur next, man. Joe Cordina about to get him out of there. Respectfully, Joe Cordina is about to get Shakur Stevenson out of there, bro. On his comeback fight. You know what I'm saying? That tank fight over with, man. We ain't getting that no more. But anyway, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Demetrius Andrade. I don't know. I gotta disagree with Senior about Charlo. Charlo cooks Bud easy, man. But we know Bud won't even go to 68 and test them dudes, man. Bud don't take real fights. But that's it, man. That's it, man.
Like
Just
it's your
know, at the
time,
end of the day, I was right.
but it's not your time.
All right. We got Drew, counterpunch.
Hello, you hear me? Hello.
Yep.
Yo, okay. Yeah, the other two are for all the other, like CYP said, the real Mexicans to call in. Dying man, Tip Bayless be acting like he on the back call 24/7. You don't agree with the expert only when it suits you. You agree with him. Crawford smokes both them chumps, that Cape Verdean and
Make it
Andre
happen.
and Charlo. Nobody caring about them, bro. But on the more important news, like two things could be true, Ness. Canelo could be ducking, and David could be waiting it out too. Like you said, you didn't like that he went up to 75. You wanted him to put the pressure. They're both in on trying to make the fight bigger than what it needs to be. What did you say the timeline is for super fights, Ness? We're like right on schedule for this fight. I don't know. I don't know what you said. 4 years, 5 years. What is the usual timeline?
Yeah, about 4 to 5.
Yeah, so we right on schedule for that. I just want to know where that lender for life is. Jerry Soriano, you getting cooked, my boy. David Benavidez, his father, just said they happy where they are, and he threw flames on your other fireman. So come call in, Jerry. Get the delusion out of your brain. Stop watching all the other LDBC channels and clouding your brain, man. There is no fireman other than Terrence Bud Crawford, and David's not that fireman. And no more PBC slander, Jerry. You need new material. But let someone chime in there and use those counters. I'll call back in if I see something, say something. I hear someone say something I don't agree with. But that's my call.
All right. Well, Javon's Mexican. You get one.
I'm American. But look,
He
man.
identifies you as Mexican. I mean, y'all could take
Yeah,
the
that's
counter
crazy. Shout
back.
out,
I can take the
that's just
counter
shout out to
back.
Drew. Shout out to Drew, man. You already know this. I already know you scared what's gonna be said next. It is what it is, man. Look, man. I need people to listen. Please listen. All right. I've been said this. Canelo needs to fight things. I'm saying Canelo don't need to fight David. All I'm saying is Canelo does what he does. Canelo is big dog. You get what I'm saying? And everybody knows that shit. Even Al Heyman. That's why he's scared to lose fucking Canelo. Try to give him all these easy ass fights. And then once he try to finally, even Al had the fucking nuts to step to fucking Canelo.
Wait. Which
Right?
one
What
is
if I
it?
throw
Is he
David in there?
oppressing? Is he oppressing
What?
David, or is he giving Canelo all these
Hold
easy
on.
fights?
I'm getting to that. Because two things can be true. He finally felt like, hey, this is my opportunity to try to let my nuts hang and ask Canelo, can we please get David in the mix? But for the same price I was going to give you, Charlo? Nah, Al. You got to understand. You got to pay me more. Well, we don't got more right now. Well, then you're going to have to let me do what I want. I want the zone fighters. Okay, Canelo. But two things can be true at the same time. Al's still pressing David. Man, I'm gonna call it like it is. Jose fucking senior, fucking coward, bro. How you not gonna speak up for your own son? It is what it is. To say that you guys not being overlooked over there at PBC, that's coward talk. It is what it is. I don't know what they must have promised them. They act like those, women that be out there selling they, whatever for the pimps. You get what I'm saying? They get promised a lot of nice, shiny things. None of it ever comes true. It is what it is. You guys gonna see in a couple years' time, maybe even in a year's time, how they gonna switch up on Al. It is what it is. People don't want to believe it, but this is the truth. And Jose, that dude is a coward, bro. But it is what it is. I say that for another time. Maybe when I see him face to face, or even David, whatever. You know what I mean? People always have some weird energy about him. He don't even sound as confident as he used to about none of this stuff, and he lying about everything. Oh yeah, well David only gained 15 pounds overnight. Oh yeah, so what was his weight? Well, I don't remember. But how do you not remember? But he only gained 15 pounds. Which one is it, Jose? You know what I mean? It don't matter, because at the end of the day, I think Canelo washes him. But my opinion doesn't matter. Why Canelo's not fighting him? I don't know. Maybe Canelo isn't as confident as I am in Canelo himself. You get what I'm saying? But if you just look at the breakdown, look at the skills, look at the fucking experience that each fighter has, Canelo washes David easy. You get what I'm saying? Counter puncher versus a volume puncher with poor
You may
defense,
feel like it's
who's
your
super
time,
flat footed.
but
Come
it's
on, man.
not your time.
That's the bell. Somebody literally hit me up talking about Drake. I mean, that's a lie. Kendrick ain't say Drake not white. And my man called the Malibu's most wanted, bro. What the fuck is you talking about? Like, how much more not white is it? I mean, not black is it? we got H-Town.
Yo, Dennis, can you hear me?
Perfect.
H-Town, baby. Nah, man, like I said, man, my stance on this from day one's been this, and this. David don't want the fight right now. He's just building his name, using Canelo's name to build his name. You know, that's a good way to build his name. Look at all the guys he's got here. Like 6 or 7 of them, I think, maybe 8, rooting for David. You know? But yeah, man, hey, he's building up little by little. You know, next year he'll have 16 on here saying, you know, that he's the man. Maybe 24. Hey, might be a big year. I mean, let's see who's he got lined up next to fight to give more validation on his resume. I don't know. You don't know. Who knows? His own dad don't know. His dad don't know what he weighs. His dad don't know who they fight. We're all in the hands of PBC. We're not running our own
Bro,
career.
you know
Al's running our career.
that's sensitive information. You keep that to yourself. They already
Yeah,
calling your
come
son a
on, man.
weight bully.
Come on, Ness. David posted himself, him weighing 232 a couple weeks back. You know, but hey, it's all good though, man. It's all good. At least he's honest. He was finally honest. He said that they're young and they're waiting. They like where they're at. They're making money. They got time. You just let us know. You let everybody know. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're waiting. You know, they might be trying to age Canelo out and just keep their name in, keep their name out there by talking about him. He's relevant with Canelo every time they speak, so people still want it. Because if you stop talking about Canelo, there's gonna be no more David fans. Because the Canelo fans or the Canelo haters are David fans. So once he stops talking about Canelo, he ain't got no more fans. He's got to keep talking about Canelo. He ain't got no choice. He ain't got no choice. You know, he'll be down from from 55,000 to 25,000 if he stops talking about Canelo. But that's a good plan, man. That's a good marketing scheme. You know, it's just how Shakur and them keep talking about Tank, right? Then they say that's the only reason Haney was talking about Tank to get them fans. He didn't really want the fight. I mean, everything looks the same to me. So I mean, if it's true for one, guys, it'd be true for the other, right, Ness? I mean, am I lying? They just talking about the big dogs. They ain't be out there. It's all good, man. David's what, 27? In 3 years, Canelo be 39 or 36, going on 37. So and he'll be 30. So 30 and 36. It's a good fight. Let's see how many fans of David there are by then, because by that time David might be retired. David might be at 190 by that time. He might be a cruiserweight by that time. Who knows? But at least we got that out the way for all the Benavidez fans. They like their career the way they're going. There's nothing wrong with it. There's been no problems. They've gotten the fights they wanted. They're making their money. They're young. They're moving ahead. They're building. Hey, where's Treese at? Let me build my fighter.
You may
Let me
feel like
build
it's
my
your
fighter.
time,
I'm out, Ness.
but it's not your time.
All right. Those are all the Mexican counterpunches. We got a counterpunch, remember, for Troy, whenever you want it. We got a counterpunch for Jerry Soriano.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Feliz Viernes, amigos. Señor José Benavidez, if you're listening, gracias por contestar mi pregunta. I think I did achieve half of what I was setting out to do. He did thank Al Heyman and the Cuba, but he didn't thank Samson Lukowitz. So perhaps mi amigo has seen the light. And at some point, he'll have no choice but to come over and see Turkey and Earn with Hearn when the PBC goes out of business. Amigos, I don't expect Jose Benavidez to see Crawford any other way. If you look back to Crawford versus Jose Benavidez Jr. I have never seen Crawford that heated. He actually went over to watch Benavidez train and was calling him out, mocking him. He said, watch what you say before you don't make your fight. And at the weigh-in, they swung at each other. And if you look at that fight, Jose Benavidez Jr. has never looked the same. Terrence Bud Crawford took life out of his career that night. I don't expect Jose Benavidez to show any love to Terrence Bud Crawford. But he's a good man. I told you before, and I'll say it again, Canelo Alvarez will never fight David Benavidez. We need to stop talking about this. Canelo fans, when I say Canelo Alvarez is no longer in his prime, although he's 33 years old, you need to go look at Canelo Alvarez that fought Danny Jacobs when he was moving like the goddamn Matrix. And Danny Jacobs, the slick black fighter, couldn't land one punch. If you really care about Canelo Alvarez, you don't want him to fight David Benavidez. I say the closest big payday that Canelo has left is either take a fight with Terrence Bud Crawford for fight of the era, or close it out with Jake Paul. But by all means, stay the hell away from David Benavidez, because that jab will be coming at you all night. Those punches will be coming at you all night. And I'm taller. I've got longer reach. And I don't stop throwing punches. That is not a good combination for Canelo Alvarez. On another note, if Jerome Buchanan does not accept his fight at 147 against that young bull, please stop mentioning his
You may
name
feel like it's
and
your time,
Terrence's
That's the
name.
but it's not
bell.
your time.
That's the bell, Jerry. And yeah, man. Tell Bud take that fight. CYP counterpunch.
Jerry, I'm gonna deal with you after H-Town. H-Town. Hey, does anybody around here find it funny that H-Town cries about CYP picking on him in the 9 to 5 man because his fat ass is in a forklift with a fork? Anybody remember that? Anybody hear those calls? But he gets on here every day putting down rich, successful boxing champions for not doing what he wants them to do with their career. Like, did anybody find that ironic that he could pick on the successful millionaires who have led themselves from a 9 to 5, but if somebody pick on his fat ass for his 9 to 5, then they bullying him? Like, my God, that makes you a hypocrite with your big ass mouth. See if you caught that. So I'm gonna leave you alone because it's bully season, and I'm here to bully your ass, and you just prove why CYP should bully you. You have this weird way of thinking about people who are more successful than you, and that you have a right on their fucking life and what they do with it. And if they don't do what you say, they're dummies. They're this, they're that, they're that. Cool. Well, I'm on your fat ass. CYP's on the case. Now, Jerry, I'm gonna have to disqualify you, dog, from the Kapler of the year. The Kapler is the capper who calls in. That would be what you were nominated for. I'm taking you out of it because you just made history, right? You just made history. You had a PBC signed manager and trainer telling you loud and clear those 8 magical words, Jerry. You know what those 8 magical words are? I want to thank Al Heyman and PBC. Man, that is history. We need to make that a GIF or whatever y'all do. Chop that up. You literally paid to ask a question that you thought was going to give you runs and validate everything you say in here about the BDZ, the Man Boys, the DeLorean. And he told you those 8 magical words that you never thought you would hear, man. I want to thank Al Heyman and the PBC. This shit is getting better and better. What y'all do? Everybody go get somebody to subscribe because we this show should be to the roof with the characters that we have on this show. And a serious note, y'all make this show great. It's not just me. Y'all make it great because we have moments like that where people listening can hate us and then see us put in our place. The problem is I'm trying to get put in my place too, like y'all just got put in y'all place today. CYP out.
Champ, appreciate you. We got H-Town, you back with another one? Refreshing. Yup. My man back. What up, H-Town?
What up,
You
Ness?
may
Can you hear
feel
me?
like it's your
Loud
time,
and clear.
but it's
Hey,
not your
Sean,
time.
baby. Hey, both told me to please leave CYP alone, and I left him out of all my calls recently. I know CYP used to dealing with children and trying to influence children to do what he wants. You know, run the gym or whatever. But I'm not a child. I'm an adult. And from what I said if he wanted the outcomes that he's asking for in his career, he should have stayed here. He could run his career however he wants. I don't care. But if fans want certain outcomes and you see certain avenues to get to that outcome, or at least closer to it, or at least to validate your road to the outcome, then it'll be spoken about. Because this is what we're doing, speaking on the sport. You know, I don't want to take no personal shots, at you, Carlos, hair extensions, your insecurities, your need for validation and all that. That's on your time, bro. It's all good. Just leave me and my forklift alone. I like that, though, Ness. I like the forklift joke. Because the forklift joke at work, they're always going, you know. But yeah, Ness, I mean, is it my fault for pointing out the avenues that were there, Ness? I mean, is it my fault that I say these streets were there for him to get closer and be more validated in his point? If he would have stayed at 68 and got the belt forcefully, wouldn't it make him look like more of this guy was about his word? He really wanted that, at least in the perceptions of the fans.
Nah, for
I
sure,
don't.
man. We all wanted him to stay there and force it.
Have you ever heard me say I don't want the fight, Ness?
Nope.
No, man. I'm just mad that he didn't stay there and make Canelo look like a fool. But the Canelo haters can't see that. They can't see an objective fan. They want to group you all in one because they hate Canelo so bad. They hate that little 5'7" redhead. I don't know, man. Maybe if he was a couple shades darker, he would have get them unshade. I don't know what it is, Ness. I don't know what it is. The color thing? It's a height thing? Is it because he talks with an accent? I don't know. You know, I don't know, Ness. But maybe Carlos just hates his Mexican side. It's in you, buddy. Probably why you got such a good work ethic, because you're part Mexican. Hey, cherish it, bro. I'm out.
All right, champ. We got Damn Demo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, this Demo from Twitter, but Twitter down, so I couldn't get in on there. This actually cool. Shout out to the boxing boys. It's actually cool to see the shit on Discord with the screen. I'm driving and I can actually see the screen live while I'm talking versus having to go back and forth. But to the topic, from the interview, my biggest thing is Canelo. Everybody knows that comment from Canelo sounds like a duck, so it's not too much to even go into that. But like, I sent a late question. I know you didn't get a chance to get to it because it was towards the end of the interview, but I really wanted to ask. He started off by saying Crawford was one of the best, and all of this nonsense. Well, it's not nonsense because that's what most people believe, and that's what I believe as well. But then he turned around right after that, like everybody else said, and started saying he's boring. He doesn't take chances. He's like a Shakur, all of that. Now, I know from listening to all these shows, every time we got on here was a bunch of motherfuckers that said the same shit when it came to Eastside Cruz, including me. If you gonna say somebody is boring, they're a mover, they this or they that, that means that you can't cut the ring off. That means that you can't step in there and make them look like a regular fighter. You want to say that they born because you can't do nothing with them. So the way that came off from his dad, it just sounds bad. So Canelo and David look bad, but David needs to get a PR team or somebody to speak for him. Because every time his dad come on the show, it just seemed, I don't know, he just seemed like he be backtracking, like he's trying to keep certain stuff secret, or I don't know. He just seems like everything ain't the truth coming from his side. But that shit look bad when you say somebody is, one of the best, but you won't fight them because they're a mover and they born. Crawford's best fight, well, one of his best hype fights was the fight against Junior. And it's because of the mystique that came around. You don't think David gonna want that get back for his brother and the drama that would come with that? That'll be a big fight. That's why I was really wanting to ask him. So you telling me if that came across the desk, you wouldn't sign it? But we'll see. We'll see how that all play out. Shout out to the Boxing Voice. I'll tap back in later.
All right, champ. Appreciate you. We got N Conquest, $3, no words, all love. Shout out to N Conquest, always the same. DC3, $2. Take the PBC fighters outside of boxing ish week. Shh emoji. Looks like everybody. Last call for alcohol. Now is your time. If you want to get on the show, now is the time. If not, we back 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern. Looks like we got Tip Bellis.
You may feel like it's your time.
Man,
But it's
I'm
not
so
your
glad
time.
it was a Crawford fan that called in last, man, because y'all just want to live in this world of delusion, man. Like, yo, nobody's ever gotten up for a Terrence Crawford fight outside of Earl Spence, man. Like people just don't get up for Crawford fights. It's like trying to get up for a Shakur fight. You just can't. You just don't get excited, and you just don't get the big fight feel when Terrence Crawford or Shakur fight. It's like, have you ever got excited on a big fight weekend for Andre Ward? No, bro. Like I keep telling y'all, it's that little group, man. That little group. You know what I'm saying? The Shakurs, the Buds, the Andre Wards. What's my boy who played in Creed? Like nobody even gets up for Creed, bro. Like Creed ain't got the same feel as a Rocky movie. Like, come on, man. It's just the truth, man. Like, yeah, Bud is a skillful fighter, bro. Skillful as hell. You know what I'm saying? Great fighter. But he's not exciting, bro. Bud doesn't give you performances that make you jump out your seat, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only fight we got that in was the Smith fight, bro. We've never jumped up out our seats for a Bud fight. There ain't nobody 20 years from now gonna go back and say, damn, did you watch that Bud versus Julius and Dongo fight? That shit look like an HBO classic. Like, nobody's gonna say that, bro. Nobody in the history of boxing is going to say, go back and watch Julius and Dongo versus Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? That was a great fight, a classic. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, y'all just got to, you know what I'm saying, get with the times, man. You know, we want bomb burners, man. Like, even if it's on a high level IQ of boxing, man, we just want to bomb burn. We want to see engagement, man. We don't want to see Shakur versus De Los Santos part 1. We want to see Devin Haney versus Kambosos part 2. You know what I'm saying? When Dev, you know, who is the better boxer, actually took some risk and got in there and brought it to Kambosos. Yeah, even though Dev didn't get the knockout, Dev came to fight in that second fight and he put it on Kambosos still, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Devin Haney, bro. And y'all know I talk a lot of shit about Dev. But that I can say that about Dev, man. Dev even tried it in the Ryan Garcia fight. And you know what I'm saying? That was a hell of a fight, bro. That was a hell of a fight. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no complaints about that fight. You know what I'm saying? Dev has started to learn how to capture the crowd. Now, Shakur and Bud got to do that. But, you know, they got these egos, you know what I'm saying, where they don't want to, man. So it just is what it is. You know, it just is what it is. But, yeah, man, shout out to Riyadh Stevenson, man. Shout out to Duck Crawford, you know, and the defenders of the universe. You know, I just hope y'all realize that your favorite fighter is just boring, man. And it's going to take a A-side opponent or a B-side opponent to make him exciting. You know, somebody who we want to see. And it ain't Virgil. I'm telling you, it ain't Virgil. It ain't Virgil. But anyway, man, shout out to Boo Boo. Shout out to Big Charlo. The comeback, you know what I'm saying? Probably December, January, February. One time we will be back. Yeah, man, I'm out.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right, Tip. Appreciate you as always. We got Jersey Bob on a check-in. And Terrence Nelson, no words, all love. Thank you for the $2 for celebrating your first super chat with us. Salute, champ. Yo, listen, we got a new raffle. Still A Crown, who I usually say A Crown and Young Cheese. He ain't claimed this black set. It's all good. We're going to put that away. We got more in the tuck. We're going to bring out a new black and a new white, and we're going to set that raffle up for this month as well, but it'll end next month. You know what I'm saying? So we're just going to give you an extra 7 days to get the raffle on. So know that if you want a black set or a white set of the Kenichi Bear Hibernation 5C, which is the black, or the 5, which is the white, we doing a raffle. We back at it. And we also got some hats here that we're going to give away. Shout out to Fanatic Fits, who did a collaboration with us. So we got a couple hats we can give away. And we are giving those away, but you know I don't pay your shipping. This is you know, we just don't do that. You want the hat, you can have the hat, but you paying the shipping, not I. You, not I, you. Jersey, Bob, are you there? No Jersey Bob, okay. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter.
Hello, Ness. Hello.
We here.
I'm bad, man. I was on. Yo, man. I listen to all these dudes. And I'm gonna say something great, man. We might have to have like these fighters, all these fighters lose, man, so these dudes can shut up, man. About they got well, man. We might to save boxing. We might need Canelo. All these dudes to lose like once, man, just so everybody can shut up about they guy, this, that, and the third, man. It's getting crazy, man. Like I just wish these guys would fight, man. That's all. I just wish these guys would fight, man. We got this, that, and the third. I know Benavidez wanted to fight, Canelo wanted to fight, man. We got to go back to when I was younger. I hate to sound like an old guy. When them dudes fought, Sugar Ray, Hearns, them dudes fought, man. And it's just getting frustrating that these dudes won't get in the ring. It really is, man. I mean, I don't know, but he talking about we ain't excited. Who's excited about Canelo Belanga? Be truthful, man. Ain't nobody excited about that fight. So he's like, oh, Clarence Crawford, he's boring. He don't have the. Who wants to see Canelo fight Belanga? Nobody.
Yo,
So
y'all don't
we
get
got a
it.
problem.
Y'all don't get it. I love it that he got y'all all mad, but he did what he needed to do. He trying to bait Crawford into a fight. It ain't y'all that got to get mad. Crawford got to get mad and say, oh, I won't last 3. Oh, you'll do me dirtier than boo-boo. Oh, I'm boring. Let me shut you up. Crawford the one got to take disrespect. I'm glad y'all getting under y'all skin, though, because hopefully it get to him, too. We want a real fucking fight at 68. Ain't no cutting the line out here.
I see that. I agree with you, man. But man, yo, I would say one other thing, man. That the Brian Norman, his dad, man, Joker went about 8 shows, man, talking all this trash. Man, he's another one, man. He gonna get people to want his son to get knocked down. Not like Brian Norman Jr., man, but him, that dude Schofield, these dads, man, they the worst. You might have to start banning the dads and say the sons can only talk for real, Ness. These dudes is clowns. They just keep talking and then they go to the next show and say the same thing, man. You might have to ban the dads. Just think about that. But you have a good day.
Yeah, I can't do that. Sometimes you need the father to talk for the son. Shout out to Angel Garcia and all the other dads that step up to the plate. You know what I mean? We got dads like Floyd Schofield that need to talk for Floyd. Kid Austin, don't get me wrong, Kid Austin did his damn thing on the last interview we did. So just like Sean eventually became the full-blown broadcaster that he was, but if you know Sean, like, and you knew Floyd when they first started, they wasn't like that. You feel me? Like, people got to grow into these things, man. Shout out to my man 702 Exotics. Check him out on YouTube if you into the bud. He doing grow videos from seed to flower, which is power. You heard? All right. Looks like I got. Let me see. I see Jerry here, but I don't see no counter, Jerry. What's going on, man? What's going on? I see my man Demo here. He said, I'll pay the shipping. Where can I send for the hat? You got to send right here for the hat, fam. Right here for the hat. Let me double check with the wifey because it's either 10 or 15 for the hat, so I don't know in terms of the shipping rate for basically anywhere in the world. But these are like some collabs. I don't know if I'm going to give this one away because this one he made for me. It actually say my name here. I just don't really wear hats. This one say Ness GTO right here. But there's some other ones here. This one is Fanatic Fits, and then it's got, and then this one is what? This is another Fanatic Fit. You know what I'm saying? So we giving all these out, man. All these is Fanatic Fits. So it looks like 3 of the same. These 3 the same. And then this one is different. And this PG Sports, shout out to PG Sports. And then this one is a Danny and a Ness. So I'm keeping mine, though. But y'all can have a Danny and have him sign it for you. You know he's still out here grinding. He actually uploading some videos as we speak. We got Tip Bellis.
Yo.
Yeah,
man. Shout out to that last bug caller, man. Y'all just keep getting me worked up, man. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a great day, man. We're gonna make this a great Friday. Well, it's Friday, right? Yeah, we're gonna make it a good Friday, man. Yeah, man. Who's getting up for Berlanga versus Canelo? Hey, bro, let me tell you, just wait until fight week. You know what I'm saying? Just wait until fight week. I think everybody's gonna get up for Berlanga versus Canelo. Berlanga versus Canelo is gonna be an exciting fight. Like when we see Berlanga versus Canelo, bro, we're guaranteed fireworks in that fight. We weren't guaranteed no fireworks in a Madrimov versus Crawford fight. Nobody had ever seen Madrimov, and we know Terrence Crawford ain't no dude who just coming with fireworks like that. You know what I'm saying? With the exception of the Earl Spence fight, Crawford ain't no come forward fighter, bro. He's a dude who fight on the back foot, and I've been telling y'all that. Have I not? I said, Terrence Crawford has a problem with dudes that know how to come forward. You know what I'm saying? And it showed in the Madrimov fight, did it not? I told y'all that. I told y'all why Keith Thurman would have been a problem. But you know what I'm saying? You got to keep letting these Bud fans just talk in delusion, man, because they don't even know their favorite fighter. Who knows a fighter best other than their biggest hater, man? Like just think about that, bro. Just think about that, man. You know what I'm saying? You Bud fans don't even know your favorite fighter. It's crazy. It's crazy. But the nerve of the last dude to call in and say nobody's getting up for Berlanga versus Canelo, bro. We're expecting a brutal and vicious knockout in that fight. It's guaranteed. Berlanga knows how to talk shit. He's a New Yorker. Like, people don't like New Yorkers. People are going to get up for that fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? Sorry to tell it to you, man. Maybe Bud should do work on learning how to speak more. You know what I'm saying? Show him more personality. Just driving to Monte Carlo won't do it. But anyway, man, shout out to all the Bud tenders, man. Shout out to Delusional Jerry, man. Duck, dip, dodge, man. Duck, dip, dodge, man. Jerry out here playing dodgeball, just avoiding me. Nasty work, man. Nasty work. But anyway, shout out to David Benvidez, a guy who really wants to fight a real fireman. You know what I'm saying? Not like Bud Crawford or Canelo Alvarez, really out here in the media pressing issues for a fight, A real fireman. A real fireman.
All right. Boxing Patron.
Hey, what's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Ness. You think that the people calling in talking shit about Canelo for the last 5 years, calling for the Benavidez fight, you think they'll be talking the same shit after the Benavidez fight, or you think they'll get humbled and start liking him? Or do you think the majority, let's just say, the majority of them will still tell you talking shit?
Say that again. The Benavidez haters? Would they
start
liking him?
Hey, Canelo's has been calling in, talking shit about him for the last 4 or 5 years, whatever it is. You think they'll be liking him? Let's just say he beats Benavidez' ass, right? Next game with a mile. Do you think they'll start liking him after?
The
majority?
the majority is hard to say, but certainly an amount of them will convert to being fans, and the rest will continue to hate. You know, Floyd said it best. You know, after you beat one, they just build up the next.
Yeah, they'll be the next guy coming up, man. They're gonna hate him no matter what, man. Most of them will. You know what I'm saying? The only thing, like I always say, what pisses me off about, you know what I mean, about these guys is these guys are all knowledgeable guys. You know what I mean? It's like when they call up, they said, you know, the word "but." Everything before the word "but" is bullshit. Is horseshit after is before. You know why? Oh, but I like Canelo, but Canelo's a great fighter, but Canelo's one of the best fighters ever, but you know what I mean? It literally dismisses that before. No, you don't think Canelo was. You just want to talk shit about the guy. Don't, you know what I mean? Oh, but, you know, come on, you don't like the guy. If he beats Benavidez' ass tomorrow, you ain't going to like him. You'll find some excuse that he brought him back down to 168. If he beats Morale's ass, you'll say, you know what I mean? You'll say, oh, Morale was just, he only had 15 fights, where the fuck it is. Dude, they will never accept that man no matter what. You know what I mean? That's what I can't stand about the show sometimes, about the callers, is that these are all smart fucking guys, man. Stop doing that shit, man. You know what I mean? But like you said, they'll miss him when he's gone. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? They'll do the same shit to Tank, man. No matter what Tank does, they're gonna talk shit about Tank. I don't care if Tank beats Shakur's ass tomorrow. They'll find, oh, you're ducking Teal or somebody. It's gonna happen. It's gonna keep going. It's in Spinball. But hey, man, you know what? Hey, Ness, on a side note, man, I'm gonna grab one of those hats, man. Start sporting it out here. I'm from Northern Cali. Man, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate your show, bro. You entertain me every day for years, man. Great fucking show, man. It's an awesome show, man. I love you, love the fans. I love everybody talking. It's enjoyable, man. And start sporting your shit out here. You do more for me and entertainment-wise than any television show. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, appreciate you. Just to be clear, guys, there's only one TBV hat, and it says Danny on it, because I'm keeping the one that says Ness. The other four are the person that made that for us, which is Fanatic Fits. Those are 4 Fanatic Fits hats that we're giving away because he made 2 for us. But Danny ain't here. He don't want his, I guess. I can ask him, but he knew it's been here forever, so I doubt it. Mr. Jerry.
Let him cook. Let him cook. Ness, I guess if my first call is a counter, I lose my free call.
This is a free call. I don't see no counter from you, Jerry.
I got you, man. I got you, amigo.
I'm
giving
you your free call. If you said you cut the line with your paid counter,
we're good.
you
We're
definitely
good.
deserve your free call, my brother.
We're good, amigo. That last caller, I need to know if that is Ring IQ Julius's secretary. Because he sounds familiar, like the guy I torched up when I went on their podcast. But anyway, Ness.
Yes.
Some names: Oscar De La Hoya, Rick Patton, Juan Manuel Marquez, Shane Mosley,
great fighters,
Victor Ortiz, Miguel Cotto, Roberto Guerrero, Saul Alvarez.
Is this Canelo?
Marco
Is this Mayweather's resume you're reading off? Okay.
Manny Pacquiao, and Andre Berto.
Okay.
The view that's saying that Canelo is on his soft touch. Those were Floyd Mayweather's last 13 fights. Manny Pacquiao, Berto, and then he set the stage with McGregor. So, when we're talking about Munguia, Erlanga, Mayweather never had an era or point in his career similar to what Canelo is having now. And back then, Floyd Mayweather was ducking. He didn't like competition. He runs. He doesn't like getting hit. My friend, when you've been around boxing, you've seen everything come in cycles. And I am telling you right now, Canelo can retire tomorrow and he will be a Hall of Famer. But the reason why Floyd Mayweather was still able to make big fights is because he was undefeated, because he felt he was still the best in boxing. Canelo no longer feels that way. So when my good friends, my Canelo fans call in, that's if I go over, I'll send you a counter. So when my good friends that support Canelo, which I feel is the greatest Latino fighter of all time, when y'all say you think he will beat David Benavidez like this last caller, wondering what the hell we're going to say the next day after Canelo beats Benavidez, have you forgotten that Bivol beat Canelo? I don't understand. It's like you don't remember. You don't remember Canelo losing to Bivol. Before you think and ask yourself, how the hell is Canelo gonna beat Benavidez when he couldn't beat Bivol? And after Benavidez wipes out 175, after he stops Bivol, because I feel Bivol will beat Benavidez, that will answer all of your questions. But to my good friends, and I'm going to combine you because time is running out. CYP's main tip. CYP, I love your story. I don't know all the details, but I know some in bits and pieces. And you do come across as an honest person. So I am glad that you admitted to everybody, the whole community, that you support PBC because Al Heyman is African American. You see, CYP, my friend, you are exactly what's wrong with the boxing fans today. And there's a part that you're what's good about boxing fans today. That you are inspirational and passionate. But yet, you are a fanboy. But it's worse because you're a fanboy of an owner of a promotional company. That is worse. You should never call here and complain to Canelo fans. You should never call here and complain to Shakur fans. Because, amigo, at least they're supporting boxers. You're supporting somebody you have never heard speak. You are supporting somebody you have never seen. You have supported somebody that hides behind the scenes and doesn't even communicate to you. So who the hell are you really supporting? When you come up with the answer, I'll respond. Say good night to the bad guy. This is Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let him cook.
All right. We got a counterpunch for CYP courtesy of Stainless, the pound for pound supporter. Salute to Stainless as always. We got Terrence Nelson, $2. He says, I've been watching since Haney vs. Cambosos won. Prayer hand emoji. Salute to you, champ. Salute to you, man. Really happy you found us and that you're rocking out. And that you just became a prospect. Salute, salute. And CYP paid for his own counterpunch. Salute, salute.
You may feel like it's your time,
But it's not your time.
but it's not your time.
All right. But before CYP, we got Boxing Patron, but I don't see you. Patron, so, okay. Get ahead, CYP.
Big Jer, Big Jer. That's one. There's a couple things you confused about. To say I've never heard him talk. I know nothing about him. I'm just da 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 da. Well, see, you ain't been here that long. You just got here. You know what I'm saying? But my man, Coach Wade, which is Larry Wade, one of my best friends for 20, 21, 20 years now. Yeah, been 20 years. Been a long time. We've been down with each other before he was even into boxing. Well, he works with PBC. He sat down personally at his house and told me stories about PBC and Al Heyman. So he's verified to me what kind of man Al Heyman is before I even started representing Al Heyman personally. He's told me personal stories because he knows him. He shakes his hand. He has his cell phone number. He know like he's a real person. He knows him for real, for real. He's told me about the things he's done for certain fighters, how he helps them out. He told me about the charitable things that Al Heyman has done. So it's not what you think it is, my man. I know he's a good dude because I've heard personal stories from people who know him about what kind of dude he is, right? It's kind of simple. Like, you know how when Ness says Majid has gotten dudes from the community jobs, that's a personal story to help validate Majid as a good person. So I'm a rock with that, right? That's how it works. Like there's certain people we know here that they are good dudes, so we rock with them. So why wouldn't I use that in my real life? Al Heyman to me, to TYP, is a good dude because of the personals. But it's not just because he's black that I support him at PBC. It's because I didn't really support Don King because Don King was full of shit, right? I support I support good people. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Somebody asked me, do I love people the other day? I said, no. They said, you don't love people? I said, no, I love good people. It's very, very simple. If you're a good person, I rock with you. If you're not a good person, I don't rock with you. I do believe that there are bad people in this world. I do believe there are people who are born to be fucking killers, born to be haters, born to be rapists, born to be all of that. And we as good people need to make sure that we in the way of that bullshit. So I'm always in the way. And in our community, the black community, it's filled with haters who will try to tear you down if you're trying to do well. We have actually been taught to look down on each other from slavery. The house nigga looks down on the field nigga, so the house nigga feels better. We have been taught that from the enslavement of the start of America before it was even called America. I'm sorry to give the history lesson, but it's something that I do not like, and I fight against that shit. So the reason I rock with PBC and Al Heyman is because he is actually one of the first black men to be the head man in charge of an industry that's largely ran by white folk. He literally is the head man in charge. There's no more powerful man in boxing than the colored man that you know as Al Heyman. And that makes me proud because there was a time where we couldn't even do nothing like that. So I'm very, very proud of that. If he was Mexican, the Mexicans should be proud that it is a Mexican up there because there were times where they couldn't do that. You see how it works? It's just about history and me being proud of my people and the accomplishments that we make where we don't have to beg nobody that don't look like us for a handout. No, we could just go to somebody who we know and ask them, yo, man, can I borrow something from you? He says, yeah, I trust you. Go ahead and do your thing. That's what I like to do on a serious note of where CYP comes from.
You
I
may
just
feel
don't
like
like
it's your
us asking for
time,
handouts.
but
Al
it's not
Heyman
your
makes it
time.
so we don't have to do that no more. That's all it is.
Yo, you
It's
got
all love.
another
I'm
one from
gone.
Stainless.
No. I'm gonna say that. No, you know what? I'm gonna end on that. So let me finish this shit off. And on a real note, I am what's good for boxing because if it wasn't for the tribalism in boxing, boxing would not exist. I'm trying to tell y'all, boxing is actually my favorite sport. People think it's track and field or football. No. I just coach track and field and football players. But my actual first love is boxing. I actually love boxing. I love Roy Jones growing up more than I love Jerry Rice and Scottie Pippen, which are my other two favorite athletes when I was growing up. But I really, really love boxing because I've always had to be a fighter and I love throwing these hands. I had to learn how to throw hands to stop me and my brother from being bullied in foster homes and group homes in juvenile hall when we was young. So I had to learn how to fight. And Roy Jones was my guy that I learned it from. And I just became this fucking warrior. And I love combat. Anybody know me for real? They know I love fighting. I actually need to stop loving fighting so goddamn much. But on a second note, I love this sport, but I also understand that the Mexicans help keep this sport very, 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 very big, right? Because of their tribalism, right? And when Manny Pacquiao came, the Filipinos made this sport very, 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 very big because of their tribalism. So the more races and groups we get into boxing, the bigger the sport will actually be, so it never dies. I don't want boxing to die, yo. I want boxing to be as big as possible. So if I gotta contribute to it, I'm gonna contribute to it. So if it's La Raza over here for y'all, it's gonna be power to the people over here for us. You understand that? Don't cry because the power to the people got a whole lot of power behind it. Don't cry because when the black community get into sports, it's like the real Wakanda on your ass. Don't get mad because we are better at sports than you because you might have more money than us. And we got to deal with that. But when it comes to these sports, we'll whoop your motherfucking ass. CYP out.
All right, CYP. We gonna get a lot of new Discord people because Twitter was acting up today. So about to get crowded. Bo Rogers.
Yo,
Yo.
what's good? What's good? Man,
Yo.
man, I'm still thinking about what we were talking about the other night, man. I know it's a different topic, but you said that you don't. What makes a fight a good fight to be a pay-per-view fight? You said you don't care about how good the fight was. You just look at it like it was a good ass fight. but they don't, like you said, we looking at these fight hindsight. You remember when we were talking about that the other night?
I mean, what's the question?
What makes a fight pay-per-view worthy?
Bruh.
Because I have seen
What you
some pay-per-view
mean?
fights that
Ain't no fight pay-per-view worthy, bro. Ain't no fight. We shouldn't be paying, man. Like, football don't pay for the Super Bowl. Like, y'all got to get that shit out your head. We need to find a new way. Like, we not supposed to be supporting the fighter, not financially. We supposed to be like every other fucking enthusiast who buys jerseys and goes to the game. We not supposed to worry about their fucking bank account and pay for their livelihood. Like, that's not our job. I don't want no fight. I don't want no fight on pay-per-view, my brother. None. I don't want to pay to view nothing. Nothing. Like, why do you want to pay? Why is it a big fight? Why is it a big fight to you only if you pay? Like, you tripping. You might need to get out the house more, because I've been to club shows that's great. And I ain't fucking paid no $89.
How much did you pay to go to see it? Was it worth, paying anything to go see it?
What you mean, was it worth anything? It's always, if you go into a fight, you invest it. If you go into a fight, if you physically go into that fight, you invested in someone. Even when I go to amateur shows, I'm going because of someone specifically. I'm paying that $25, that $35 for an amateur ticket because of the kid that I'm going to see. Whoever I see along the way, that's just bonus, and it's the same. When I went to the Earl fight, I was paying my ticket for Earl versus Mikey, but to see Earl, even though I crapped on the Earl versus Mikey fight. I wanted to be there, so I was there. You pay for the dude you rock with.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out what your criteria for pay-per-view. You said you don't think no fight should be on pay-per-view.
Hell no. Why? Why do you think it deserve to be on pay-per-view? Like, why should you have to pay?
I mean, I just like the sport to grow, though.
And so you think it takes your dollars? You think it takes your dollars for the sport to grow? Meanwhile, the Super Bowl ain't got no pay-per-view, and that's bigger than our shit.
Don't it take them? You gotta spend money for stuff to grow, though.
And why are you making it your responsibility? Don't you need the money to grow your family? You making it your responsibility to grow the sport of boxing with your money?
Yeah, because if the sport don't grow, then it might go away.
My brother, if it go away, Bo, something else gonna pop up. But you damn sure shouldn't be giving the money that your family deserve to the sport, bro. That's the bell. Mike, what up? I got a super chat from Stainless. Roy Jones and Scottie Pippen, CYP, we are on the same page, my guy. Mike,
yo. What's going on, brother?
Chilling.
Yo, this shit is pretty. This is what's up. I didn't used to seeing the Twitter, but this is what's up. This is what's up. Nah, brother, I'm a little bit disappointed in the questions that you weren't able to push back to Jose. I mean, even at the end, he started mentioning Memo Heredia. And I'm surprised that you didn't ask him about them fucking minerals that he was talking about giving David, because rumor is that Memo is back with David in camp. That's the rumor that's going around, and even Memo has mentioned it.
It can't be. He just literally shitted on Memo, saying that he's with Berlanga in camp and talking shit about David to Berlanga. But I didn't push back because I want. You didn't hear me. I went to the strength and conditioning question because I want David with Memo. Or whoever the fuck he was with last that had him looking like he had muscles. He went to this other fight with Vazdek looking like he was like he took Ozempic. My man was skinny fat.
Yeah. And I mean, you got a point there, but outside of that, just thank you for coming to the light. I know that you you're a fan of the sport, but you also back Canelo and a lot of his antics and a lot of the BS. But like, why is he talking about fucking Benavidez? Like, if he doesn't want to fight, just keep on moving, move forward,
Exactly.
and that's it. And at the end of the day, the fight never happened, and that's all it is. And as far as the whole racist thing on Al protecting, I call BS on that. I think that the reason Spence and the Charlos are getting the fight is because they were the first ones to go on and open up the PVC that came over from Golden Boy. So that whole shit on protecting the black fighter and all this, that's just BS. He's just being loyal to the guys that were loyal to him first. But that's my call.
All right, Mike. Appreciate you joining us. Looks like El Jerry is back. Let's see. He is certainly back. What's up, Jerry?
There's going to be a lot of
Slow
slow singing
singing, flower bringing.
when El Moreno steps in the ring. Ding, ding. Let's get down to it. My good friend CYP, I hear you, man. I hear you. I listened to everything you said, and all you did was confirm everything I said. You have never heard him speak. You have never seen him or met him. You're hearing stories. But your guy Wade, maybe he should tell you why Al Heyman came into boxing, because after all, he was in the music business for many, many years. Maybe he should tell you that Al Heyman and Papa Knowles were named in a lawsuit for stealing, allegedly, money from Beyonce, and Jigga Man ran his ass out of the music business. Why don't you get those details and get back to me? And you're right, Al Heyman is a smart man. And if you don't know it now, my friends, rich people don't care about black and white. They only care about green. Ask your boy Al Heyman when he was negotiating with Terrence Bud Crawford and he was trying to steal from him, run him through the cleaners, have him work for peanuts because, I take care of my black people. I was trying to steal money from Crawford, have him fight for peanuts. But let me ask you this, CYP. All of these fighters that were under the PBC, where are they today? Who from the PBC has become the star and finished their career in Hall of Fame fashion like they should have? Keith Thurman, Adrian Broner, the Charlo brothers, Danny Garcia. Where are these fighters today? All of them, mental health issues, jail, they're broke. What's happened to them, CYP? Please tell me a goodwill story from Mr. Al Heyman, because he takes care of them. Because that's the reason why he's your hero. And I get it. I get it. To each his own. But I tell you this, you cannot complain to Canelo fans because Canelo is an all-time great. You cannot complain to Crawford fans, to Shakur fans, to any fans that support and will bleed and die for the Warriors to get in the ring and throw hands. When you support somebody
You may feel like it's your time,
that has
but it's
never
not
thrown
your
a
time.
punch in his life. This is Jerry Soriano, your lender for life. Let him cook.
All right. That was Jerry, our lender. Salute, Jerry. We got Tip Counterpuncher from DC3, and we got H-Town Cook Jerry frying pan emoji with the egg in it. Crock pot or cooking food in the skillet with the chef cooking emoji. But CYP back with another one. What up?
I'm starting to think that Jerry he retarded or something. Like, excuse my language. Man, you might just be slow or something, dude. Like, do you know that Al Heyman don't take no pictures? So if I was in Vegas at the right time with Wade and shit, and I saw him right there and I would have shook his hand, like, you wouldn't even believe me. So there's no reason to meet him. Nobody back here would believe that I shook his hand anyway. Nobody's going to believe that. So I don't need to see him because we're in a community where dudes just hate. So who gives a shit if I ever shake his hand or meet him? So so my best friend gonna lie to me. He gonna lie to me about the things Al Heyman did because Al Heyman has a past from the music industry. This is the boxing community, my man. We talking about boxing, and since your stupid ass get proved wrong by Jose Benavidez live, now you want to talk about the music industry. You a clown, dog. Like I just lost respect for you. Because the argument was about boxing, about him not taking care of David, and how they need to leave him and Samson. That was the argument, dog. And now he proved you wrong. So now you want to talk about Beyonce. Man, I'm telling you, Jerry, I'm trying to be nice to you, dog. You just wasted my time. If I knew you was that kind of debater, I would have left you alone. You're a coward. You stick to the topic. You lost. You took an L. The man that you're trying to protect told you, we don't need your protection. Thank you, Al Heyman and PBC. It's over with. Like, stop trying to protect him. He don't want your help. He don't even want to acknowledge you. But now we're going to talk about Beyonce and Jay-Z? No, we don't have time to be talking about that. I don't want to go into discoveries trying to figure out what Al Heyman did in the music industry. This is boxing. This is the fight business. Understand it. And last time I checked, you ain't never, ever gonna meet Crawford with your stupid wannabe firefighting ass, but you're calling there every day defending him, and you're never, ever going to meet him. You don't even know Stone Bone with your dumb ass. CYP out, man.
Well, counterpunch to
Yeah, man. It's gonna be a long day for Jerry, man. I guess we're gonna have to pack his ass out, man. He's gonna have to pack his ass. Oh man, yo, my boy said Al Heyman was stealing money, which is absurd. I'm trying to figure out in what way, shape, or form did Al Heyman attempt to steal money from Bud, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, Bud is stealing money from us. Bud is stealing money from the fans with those weak ass performances and those weak ass fights that he chose to have. You know what I'm saying? That's the guy who's stealing fights. You know what I'm saying? That Marjamal shit, we didn't want that. That's Bud stealing money from our pockets. You know what I'm saying? Who knows what's next? Because we've been calling for Bud to make a lot of fights, and Bud, you know what I'm saying, still not choosing to make certain fights happen. You know what I'm saying? And he's even on record saying that, yo, I don't want to fight this, that, and the third. Knowing, you know what I'm saying, these are fights we are willing to pay for. Now, I give our dollar, you know what I'm saying, to watch Bud fight. You know what I'm saying? Now it's Bud controlling, you know what I'm saying, how it goes, you know, rather than, you know what I'm saying, playing the 50-50 with the fans, man. You know what I'm saying? This is what I mean by a dude don't want tough. You know when dudes don't want tough fights, man. Because the fans are willing to pay top dollar for a tough fight. That's why he did so great with the Earl fights, man. And with the Earl numbers. You know, Earl delusional ass fans thought it was a tough fight. And he got paid for it. He got rewarded for it. And he got rewarded for it. Then he goes in there, he fights a Madrimov, and look at the numbers. Look at the numbers that they're reporting. They're like, those are lowball numbers, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if anybody's stealing from us, it's Terrence Bud Crawford. And it's Jerry with them outrageous numbers that he lending to these people. You know what I'm saying? These like you gotta know. You gotta know, man. You know, a fan gonna be like their favorite fighter, man. A fan gonna be like their favorite fighter. You know what I'm saying? Bud is a fireman, bro. Bud is cause he's cooling down the sport, man. He's cooling down. The sport is very hot right now, and Bud putting on these boring ass fights, and he just cooling it down. That's why Bud a fireman, bro. That's why Jerry calls Bud a fireman. You know what I'm saying? Because the sport is scorching hot right now, and Bud just wants to give us lackluster shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like Shakur Stevenson, he wants to give us Joe Cordina. When the sport is hot right now, he could be giving us Tank. You know, so Jerry, man, you gotta get it together. And I like your little subliminal that you shot at me earlier. You know what I'm saying? I see why you keep going to CYP though, man. Because CYP keeping you alive, man. He's keeping you alive in this game right now. And you know, Jerry, if you come fucking around over here, you know what I'm saying, you might not be seen again. You might not be seen again. But yeah, man, I'm gone, man. Shout out to Jerry Soriano. You're Linda for life.
All right. All right. Tip. Appreciate it. Looks like we got Adrian, $5. Would Bud fans put Canelo pound for pound if he beats him? Watch them chime in. Laugh out loud, laugh out loud. That's credit. What do you mean put him pound for pound? Like, what do you mean? Like, if he beats Bud, if Canelo beats Bud, would he be pound for pound? It's obvious. That's another pound for pound win.
But it's not your time.
Just like Charlo was. Pristine Sports Network member for 7 months on the prospect level. Tip got a Al Heyman fathead poster over his bed. Okay. Listen, champs, it's over. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. We back at it, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern. Peace.